Hello, everyone. So I'm waiting for Josiah to sign in. I've just sent him a link like a few minutes ago, and I'm waiting for him to sign in. Hmm, I'm waiting for him to join. I hope my live is public. I hope my live is public. Last time we were live, I made a lot of mistakes. I did not know that I'd said my live on private. Then I did like 30 minutes. I'm not seeing anyone. Then by the time I realized that I'm on private, man, I was already feeling like not today, not today. So I hope today we are on public. Let me try to confirm on my phone. My phone. Usually sometimes I forget I set the stream to be like sometimes I forget in the settings, but I can see that you are public, which is nice. So I was trying to confirm if you're public or not. And right now I'm waiting for Josiah to come in. I'd sent him a link in the email. Once he clicks on it, I'll be able to see him coming in. So let me try to see. We're streaming on another channel as well. But I see you okay. I see you okay. I think I'm audible. I think I'm audible and also think I'm audible and I think that I'm visible and I'm not on private. So ID was asking if you can be able to come in. ID, feel free, feel free. So Josiah, I'd sent a link to him. It's called Each One Tech. It's called Each One Tech. And I'm waiting for him to join in right now. So I was supposed to wait for him to join before we go, but I just said, let me send the link to him early and he can come and join in as we go. But yeah, if you're here, man, to join in right now. I can see I'm audible. I can see I'm audible. I was trying to confirm if my voice is audible or not. I still have problems with lighting. I don't know why the lighting is not that bright. I think I'm supposed to buy another light or either a good camera. I'm still using my phone for the camera, but it only sends up to 720 on the software that I use to live stream. I don't know why it sends up to 720. It says that if it goes beyond, I think my PC will misperform, my laptop will perform or what. So if you're just joining in, I'm waiting for Josiah to join in. I've sent him a link and I'm waiting for him to join in. I say let's start early as we wait for Josiah to come in. Josiah wants to talk about his paper. And this is last time I talked about it and he wanted people who can be able to experiment on the same. Then we were supposed to send to 40 Supersonic, was ready to go and test it, but we failed. I don't know if 40 Supersonic is around. I even forgot to let him know that Josiah is coming. That Josiah is coming today. I don't know if 40 Supersonic is around and I don't know how I can be able to get in touch with him. Scamchan. I don't know if Scamchan will come around today, but Scamchan, if you come around today, you can try to get for me 40 Supersonic so that this is the paper we finalize on how you can be able to test the paper and all that. But if you're interested in testing the paper and if you've just joined in, feel free to like the link, to like the stream. Even if you're going to leave right now, just like the stream. If you like the stream, it recommends us to more people and it gives somebody the psych to go on a little bit longer. So even if you're about to leave in a minute, just like the stream. And right now, I'm still waiting for Josiah to sign in or Josiah to come in. I've sent him a link, or I don't know, maybe he's here and I sent the link in the stream. Let me just send the link here. I did email him the link. So last time, the way we did it is I waited for him to reply me and join in. Before I came in, I'd already added him on the stream. But today I've delayed a little bit on my side, so I just said let me send the link because usually he replies me immediately. But I see he's here, so he's here, he's here. I'm sorry about today. I forgot to send you the link in advance. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I wouldn't be that long anyway. I just wanted to support the effort and share some knowledge, basically. So I hope you're doing great.
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm doing great. You know, I
I'm
did not
very,
have
very.
I did not have your permission to share with 14 Supersonic. You had said that you talk with him about the
Oh,
parameters first. So
yeah. We wanted. I wanted to talk to him so we can work on it. Like we can work on the thing constructively, you know.
Let me try to see if I can get him on WhatsApp. I see.
If it's on WhatsApp, that'll be fine.
Let me try to see if I can get him in a minute. I'm
Hmm.
coming. I'm just in the background. Christy, you're welcome. I don't. Christy,
All right, you're welcome.
yeah, where are you from?
I don't know much about it, but I just want to watch and see what's going on.
It's okay. It's okay. You're welcome. If Josiah wants to share about his paper, his research, I think he can explain more as I try to look for somebody. Josiah, there's somebody called Christy. She's saying that she wants to see what is going on. Let me try to see Josiah on WhatsApp. A minute, then I'll be back. But
Okay.
I think, but you're doing well. You're doing well, Christy.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yes.
You're from which country?
Does it really matter? When I know what you are all doing, then I will reveal myself more. Okay, now.
Uh, it's okay. It's okay. We want to talk uh, about things to do with energy, and
Right. Is it the guy? Is it the guy that discovered free car without fuel?
yeah, but that one is Maxwell. Maxwell he doesn't want to come on. Maxwell he says that he wants to be private for now. He
Are you
wants
working
to.
with,
You're saying?
Are you working with him? Are you working with Maxwell?
No, no, no. I'm not working with him, but I usually contact him on WhatsApp. Do you want to communicate with him?
Yeah, because I'm interested in that product. I'm very, very much interested, but I don't know how to get to him. So I wanted to like see if, yeah, I'm very, very much interested. I tried to send notes on the his YouTube that I watched, but I didn't get any response. So who are you? What are you? How are you related to him?
I'm not related to him in any way, but I usually there's a time we were talking with him on WhatsApp and also via the email. So I can give you the WhatsApp contact, but I'll give you. You can email me. Let me give you the email. Then maybe I'll give you the WhatsApp contact, and you can get in touch with him.
Okay, so you produce anything like those kind of cars without that don't use fuel or all those kind of stuff. You do such? What do you do?
No, no, I don't. I don't produce those type of things. But what we're about to talk about is we have his name is Josiah. So or each one take he has a technology. I mean, he has a paper. He has done some research in a way that you can be able to harness that type of technology that you can use. The sort of type of technology similar to what Maxwell is doing. So some people believe that Maxwell is stuck on some problem, which that's why he has not yet been able to achieve the free energy technology. I mean, that's why he has not yet been able to release to people. And there are those who believe that they have a solution to the problem that he's facing right now. Like Lloyd is another guy we deal with. Is called Lloyd, and also each one take us a paper which he tries to fix some solution in regards to things that in regards in a way that you can be able to harness free energy or transient energy from. It was from MOSFETs. Are you still around? Each one take.
Yeah, basically, I'm right here. What we are doing is basically scientific in nature. It's a bridge between theory and practice. For me, just I theorize and I do a research, and sometimes I do experiments. But now I don't have time for the experiments. So what I did was try to help those that are building the energy harvesting technology or clean energy, all those kind of stuff, or the so-called free energy. I am trying to provide them a background, uh, sort of like a fundamental stepping stone for them to be able to get patents and all those kind of stuff. So to do that, I have to do my own work. And I found out that the MOSFET behaves differently from other electrical components. MOSFET is very, very interested in nature, that the current that is coming out of the MOSFET is actually driven by wave. So that's the major theme of my research work. So the I is equal to VR V over R. In this case, it's not the same as I squared R and so on and so forth. As all those power representation where the I is squared, meaning the current. So when the I is squared is basically telling you is pulsating current. So I'm trying to show that there are such energy in constrained environment. They are all over the place. Say for instance, the light comes from the sun. The intensity of the sun, that same light on say Mercury, Mars, Venus, they're not going to be the same thing as the Earth. So each field that they meet, each mass that presents itself, which Einstein clearly explains that a mass is a distortion in space time. So a mass is a distortion in space time. So each of those that present itself causes the light to either move faster or slow down, but still at a measurable speed, where in each medium you can classify it that particular speed. So on planet Earth, the speed of light is c, is fundamental, but in other places it could be different, but it's still within the range of what we classify the speed of light. So when you look at the electromagnetic spectrum, you have different frequencies, right? If you have different frequency, that means you have different wavelengths. But what is behind the wavelengths? So that brings us to de Broglie's equation and Maxwell equation. When you look at the uncertainty principle, you start to understand that there are masses that you can't see with your eyes that are existing everywhere. Every object, even static objects, are still moving. It's called vibration. So when they resonate at their own frequency, that's fine. But when something else resonates with them in their own frequency, that could be a problem. It could be destructive or constructive. So what we're saying is whether you want to harness free energy, you got to understand the scientific principle between it behind it. When you're using MOSFET, you gotta have a driving force. There had to be input that's going into a MOSFET. You want to maintain the input so that the pulsating current will be perpetual. If the pulsating current is perpetual, then it drains and something gotta draw that energy. You can move it into a transformer and use it to power anything you like. But as far as you find a way to bring the energy in and fine tune the MOSFET, what do I mean by fine tune the MOSFET? You have to consider what frequency you want. What's the best frequency that gives you the most power? Okay? What's the best frequency that gives you the most power? You have to work these things out with the MOSFET. There are different kind of MOSFETs and so on and so forth. So my work is basically on some of the obstacles that I see happening in this space for those that are building this wonderful innovation. They get stuck in places, they don't know how to move forward. So what I'm bringing forward allows them, what I'm bringing in the forefront allows them to re-engineer their systems and keep moving forward. So I'm giving them the scientific background they need.
Hey,
Have
I've
you
tried.
watched Maxwell?
Uh, I have not, especially. I don't think that is necessary at this time. But I would like for him to see the work we're doing so he can benefit from it.
Because one thing I think is that Maxwell needs other people to help him because his invention is really good. But there's a lot of people that will not like to approve it or will not like to support him because that's going to revolutionize the whole world. So if we can have you guys that understand what he's doing to join hands and make it something that could come to the limelight, because I think I don't know why he's had this invention for over 5 years or even 10 years yet. The products are not in the market. People want to
The
buy
problem,
it.
the
People,
problem, the problem Maxwell has, there are two folds. Number one, he doesn't trust people because of what happened to him already, which I'm not going to go into details. Number two, even when you come to help him, he doesn't see it. He gets jittery. He gets scared. So these are internal problems. Nobody can do anything about it. But still, some of us continue to publish papers like, what's his name? The guy in Laos. He talks about this all the time. And
That's good.
Lloyd, right?
He was just here. He was just here. I think maybe has an issue with the connection.
Yeah,
He said that he
Lloyd.
wants. He said that he wants to talk to you also.
Lloyd always trying to tell people, hey, there's this current is different from I equal to V over R. There is different. It's a power. It's raised to power. And I found out the same thing in MOSFET. I'm telling people, this particular current is different. It's driven by wavelength. The driving force behind this is wavelength. That's what's driving this particular current. That's why it's pulsating. It finishes. But if someone can find out a way to continue making it pulsate in a short period of time, the person will be a winner. So that's the heart of my thesis. Even when you try to reach Maxwell to give it to him for free, is a challenge. And then the third part of it is the Maxwell technology is taking time to get where it need to be because he doesn't know how to patent it. And if you're working with the Chinese, if you don't have patents, you're not going to benefit from it because they will use it and it will be called Chinese product. But if you have a patent and you go to the Chinese to build it for you, and you show them the patent, then they know your name goes down as the person that brought that to China. So there are people that want to help Maxwell, but Maxwell don't want to work with them because I don't know. So there's ways for him to get patents for the same technology that he couldn't get patents for. So you can't go through patent office and you tell them I have a perpetual motion device. It doesn't happen. What you do is you explain to them how you create energy from something. Don't go and tell them all this nonsense. You just tell them, oh, I can create energy from this. This is how I do it. Da, 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 da. Long story short, you have patent attorneys that will help you do that. And I can help him do that easily. And then he had the patent. With that patent, then he can go and build it in whatever country he wants. Because it's registered patent, he can execute people that utilize that in wrong way. So these are the challenges he has, but I don't know how he wants to solve it. Myself personally, I have over 13 patents. You can Google it online, you can see all my patents there. So
Yeah.
it's not a game. I have a software company, I have a nonprofit organization where I teach people cybersecurity and AI. I'm probably gonna be the first person to build Alpha AI, which is an AI that has nothing to do with large language model. It's completely ethnic. So that's what I'm talking about. So we we want to help people who are helping themselves. We don't want to waste time, but we will continue to give the knowledge and promote uh, the knowledge so that other people can benefit from it.
hmm, that's interesting. I don't know. I don't know how we can help Maxwell, but I don't
No,
know.
it's
The
only
people are
him that can help
suffering.
himself. It's only him that can help himself. Nobody can. He's smart enough to know what he needs, so don't give yourself a headache.
Hmm, that's true.
Yeah, he knows what he wants. When he's ready, he'll figure it out.
Okay, let's continue to hope. Thank you so
So,
much.
so the power current is not the same as the one like the one that's brought about by voltage because of resistance, like the potential difference, the voltage because of resistance is different. But I squared R is the power current. That one is raised to the power of two. It's more. It's intense. Yes, there's resistance, but when you look at MOSFET, how the resistance is built is very well designed to achieve a purpose. It's
You want
designed
to
that to achieve a purpose. So
you
the
want
electron,
you want you want to share the screen of the paper, or it seems like you're reading.
I really don't want to. I'm not reading anything. I'm not in the mood to share anything. I'm just going off my head.
Uh,
Yeah, I wasn't sharing anything. I was just going off my head. Unless it's a heated argument, then I have to pull a proof and stuff like that, so I can show that. But right now, I'm not. No, I'm just talking to you guys. Not doing much. I'm trying to do something else and still talk to you. Okay.
uh, uh,
So
that's
that's
it.
the thing. Yeah, we want to be able to help those who are trying to help themselves and all that kind of stuff. So the challenges he has are there, and I think he will sort it out. Probably one of the things that I figured out that's going on too is he felt like if he goes to China to do it, he might not be completely in control. So we know all those things. He's not going to be completely in control. So he has a lot of challenges there now. But I don't know how that's going to be sorted out.
I saw, but Zimtech said he's trying to build a factory in Zimbabwe. That he said that he wants to
Oh,
build a manufacturing plant for the same.
oh, that would be a very good approach to build a manufacturing plant in this space. And then if he does that, then the cost will be reduced a lot in the production of the EV, and then the Africans will be a part of the production, and that will help the community as well. This will be a good way to go about it. I think it's good to do that. To pull that off is gonna be very interesting, if you ask me.
Excuse me 1 minute. I'm stepping up. I'm gonna be back. 1 minute.
It's okay, no problem. Lloyd, I saw you coming in. So I've tried calling for T Supersonic, but he's not picking the call. I think
Oh,
he,
Supersonic is probably busy at work.
I
Yeah, I
think
just wanted to come here. Yeah, I just wanted to come here and support you guys for a few minutes and all that. I've had a busy day working hard. The program is killing me. We're so
yeah, but
busy.
then nowadays you're silent. I think because of your work. But also Lloyd wanted to talk to you also. Let me try to see him. He came in, then he left. I don't know
Who's
why.
on?
You're
Are
saying?
you saying that I'm on mute? I don't think I'm on mute. I'm not
No,
on mute.
you're not on mute.
I'm not on mute. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I thought you
Your
said
name?
I was on mute. I'm,
No.
yeah,
I
I'm not
said
on mute.
Lloyd. I said Lloyd wanted to talk to you, and he came in and he left. Lloyd Stovov, the guy from you said
Laos.
the guy from Laos, yeah.
Yeah, isn't it Lloyd? He lives in Laos.
Yeah, but I've shared the link with him. Let me hope you join. He had joined, then he left. So let me hope he comes back. But he was also he said that he was experimenting with some. I mean he was trying to see if he can be able to build something. But I think it will be easier if he talks about it on his own instead of me talking
No,
about it
he's the
and
one
then.
that did the solar panels, the one that were able to get the ability to work even at night. He's the one that did because he channeled the
Ye-
power to the batteries, and
yes.
then
Yeah,
yeah, he
yes.
did that. That's the way he set the solar panels up that was able to optimize the the output, which means the batteries get charged faster.
Yeah.
He can use them at night.
Lloyd, I see you've joined in, although today you're not showing yourself, but I hope you are doing okay.
I'm doing okay. I was sitting down here studying. I've been writing books. I just wrote my 14th book. So
Or
I'm basically just
you've
go
just
ahead.
written your 14th book.
Yeah.
Already, so already you have how many on Amazon?
No, I got a group that goes over my books before I publish them. So they're reading them before I publish it. I published one yesterday. I don't know if you went out and seen it.
You placed the link on WhatsApp. Uh, yesterday. I'll see it. I'll see it. I'll see it.
Okay.
And had you seen Josiah's paper?
Say it again.
Had you seen the paper from each one teach tech?
About MOSFETs?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
It's a
seen it. I read it.
it's about MOSFETs and more. I don't know if you had seen it or not.
No, I seen it.
You can be able to experiment on it. There's a time he said that he wants people who can be able to experiment. Josiah, are you still looking for people who can be able to experiment on it?
Well,
Yeah,
we
I'm interested in checking out, making sure someone experiments and tells us the result of the experiment. That's all. I'm still interested. I haven't wavered on that.
well, most people they look at what I'm doing and they don't really understand what we're doing with the MOSFETs. The MOSFETs um is we're using it to switch, but we're trying to get people to realize that switching back and forth is the key to everything. This is why Nikola Tesla used alternating current. If you don't go back and forth, you're not doing anything. So the whole point is that if you just got a coil wire and you move a magnet back and forth between it,
The
you're
current.
still getting this back and forth motion. And everybody's saying no, 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 but every one of your motors or generators all work on the same principle. It must go from north to south to north to south. So when you work on that principle and you just take that ordinary back and forth of the MOSFET, and when you're doing that, it's going to make transit energy. And then those spikes can be used. So we wrote a whole nother book about this. And the book is basically a bunch of references where I got all my work ideas, all this stuff. Everything will be in that new book. So it's going through my group that Chris set up for me, and they're reading that book. And then when they approve it, I'm going to publish that book. And I've already wrote two more books after that because, like I said, I've created and made things over 30 years.
Mhm.
I'm just now getting around finishing the books up and putting them out there. But
That's how it
again,
is.
yeah, i- the whole point is that it's a simple mechanism. Back and forth does create the energy that we are all seeking. We just got to know how to use it. And so when we talk about transit energy and stuff like that, if people don't understand that, I get it. I get it. But first of all, when somebody tells you that you're not getting any energy out of it and you're putting all that energy into a MOSFET, the back and forth, because when you say you're switching at high frequency, and then someone tells you that you're not getting anything out of it, then they're just trying to hide technology from you. And I address that in the book. So anytime that you're putting that much energy to switch something back and forth, you're going to get something out. It's
So,
just
so one of the things that I also tell people is the way some of the components are designed, you still have to have some kind of energy source or battery to work it. But there's a guy in, I think in Zambia or Zimbabwe, he's getting energy from a tree. So those who are building technology should consider taking that here to pass it through the MOSFET. And that will be truly energy harvested.
Like how is he harvesting energy from trees?
From a tree, man. I saw this thing on TikTok and I'm trying to locate this dude. I couldn't. he's he's harvested it. I saw this on TikTok. It's not like it's made up. You can take it online right now. You will see it. Keep
Because
talking.
there's some that I'd seen where they were putting, I think it was magnets
No, not that one. This is real scientific work
uh,
done in shots, man. I'm surprised people nobody here knows. It was done, I think it's in Zimbabwe. I think he called it Vitanium. And they asked him why did he call it Vitanium? Because he said it's being one with nature and stuff like that.
I hope you'll be able to find. If you find it, feel free to share.
I'll go back and look and share it with you guys. So I'm thinking if you are taking a battery and powering a power source, or you're taking a solar panel and driving it to the MOSFET and all of that, why don't you consider using this one from the tree? Wouldn't that be more like what you're looking for? That's what I was thinking.
We have a six segment
well,
more.
the whole point is that we're looking into all of this. That I don't just work on one technology. It was just the one technology that everybody was interested in. But if you go back through my YouTube channel, you'll see that we work with all types of things. We even do gardening and all kind of other things. It's just right now everybody was interested in this one little project of mine. But like I said, the all the books that's coming out, which is over 1,000 different books, you'll start to see that we're covering topics from anywhere from gardening all the way to finding gold and energy devices. So again, people get stuck on one thing. I think someone stated that I hadn't created or made anything. So again, I just stopped talking because again, I'm out here producing and making these things. So now it's time for people just to read the books and make a decision for themselves. And like I said, I'll be putting out over 1,000 books. Most of them are already done. It's still some of them need a little bit more research, but again, that's why I built a team and I says, "Hey, look what I got. This is what I'm offering." And then you'll see that I got new words that haven't even been discovered yet, and new projects. So let me ask you something. I believe your name is Tech.
Yeah, each one teach one. That's fine.
Okay. If you take a low voltage and you put it through a gas, what would be the outcome?
You take a low voltage. How are you getting it into the gas? Please explain.
Uh, say a light bulb.
Oh, it could be incandescent, or you could. Oh, you said a low voltage. Uh, it's possible that there could be some what I consider a photoelectric effect happening.
So you do know that Nikola Tesla did this, right?
Not very sure. Please explain.
Oh, okay. Nikola Tesla showed hundreds. maybe even thousands of experiments where he's holding that light bulb in his hand and he's taking the voltage spikes that he's creating and it's going through the air and it's lighting up the light bulbs.
Oh yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah.
I see that. Yeah, I saw papers on that.
Okay. Do,
That is
do you
true.
do you understand that that's current in that's producing that in the light bulbs when it's the gas are going back and forth? That's current.
Oh yeah, of course. That's quite
Okay.
obvious. It's current
So
is moving
so
into.
we created a device that's like a light bulb, but it works like a circuit. Instead of putting electricity into this, we're putting high frequency into it, and it only puts out current because of the gas in the bulb.
Inside.
Right. So then we start testing other things like Zambini piles to do the same thing. So this is a foil and what do you call it, graphite, and we get the same results. But again, it results in high frequency because when you take voltage and you put it into a high frequency, Nikola Tesla said in his patents that it acts like current even though it's not current
Current.
because you're squeezing this voltage together. You're just then you have to ask the question, what is current? Current
Yeah,
is nothing but the flow of
you
something, am I right?
you squeezing it together, so the V is not the same thing as V squared. The same thing that happens when MOSFET pushes out current. It becomes I squared.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So again, the, when you put your thumb over a water hose that has low pressure, what happens?
Same thing. You force them to squeeze out, and they go faster with a
Okay.
little bit more pressure.
So if you do something at high frequency, the voltage at high frequency, you're doing
Frequency.
the same thing. You're
Yeah.
changing the flow of it. So
Yeah.
even though that it's voltage and it's low voltage, you're it acts as current coming out.
Hmm.
Okay, so the whole point was is that this is what he tried to explain, that you're putting in this high frequency, but you're not getting anything out. And
That's the same thing we are doing from scientific perspective. We say that when you take the acceleration and multiply the mass, you get the force. But when you divide the force by the acceleration, you get the mass. So now take that to Maxwell equation. Take it to all those people when they use H, like if you see Hc over lambda, is HF is energy, but if you break it down, you have Hc over lambda. It gives you again energy, but when you do H over C lambda, it bring you back to mass. That's the same thing you're doing from application of the science in the electricity realm as far as harnessing the energy is concerned. So we're saying if you master the yin yang back and forth, you can master those kind of
right,
energy. You can harvest those energy here anywhere you go because you know there's a yin yang that's changing. So during that time of transition, there is a pulsation. There are current voltages. You can use them.
yes,
You can take them and move them out immediately to a battery or somewhere. Boom. Keep
yes,
doing that. Keep doing that. Keep doing that. So
yes. Yeah, but this is the whole nature of what they've already set up. It's based on everything that we know. We know that if you're going to get a generation out of a generator, it has to go from north to south. Now they put that into a rotation, or you got a linear. It doesn't matter. Long as you get north to south at very high speeds is where you're going to get your generation at.
Africa, is there any recommendation you guys will have for me to make it energy efficient?
I didn't understand the question.
she said that she's setting up a solar farm in Africa. Is there Anyway,
No, I said that I want to put
we
up a solar panel. I want to
can
put a
help
solar panel in.
out to make it energy efficient setup.
What I said I want to put up a solar panel. I want to use solar to generate electricity in a business, in a company. I want to use to make it generation. Did you get a question?
I think you're breaking.
Hello?
Lloyd, are you still around? Did you understand?
Yeah, but she was breaking up. I couldn't. I heard every other word.
Yeah. She's breaking. I think she's driving. She's along the on a highway.
Right.
I think she's having some issues with the internet. But what she was asking if you can help her to make her solar to be more efficient. I think she wants to set up a solar panel. I don't know if she said for her business or
Yes,
her home, but she wants to set up a
yes, for a
solar
business.
panel or for her business, and she wants to know if you can be able to help her to make it to be more efficient. I think that's the question.
Yeah. Well, it depends
Yes.
on.
What can I do to
Um.
make the panel more efficient? Like, what can I do to make it more efficient? Right.
Well, when you're talking about efficiency, that is a wide range of things. It would if you're just trying to produce energy,
Why are you using
um,
the scent? Why are you using this?
without
Why?
spending
What are
a
you
lot
doing
of
with them?
energy.
My friend, cover those things up. Yeah.
Go on, Lloyd. You're saying,
Well, like I say, efficiency is very wide range. So the whole point is that you have to know what you want to do because solar panels in Africa are already pretty much efficiency when you put them out because they get a lot of sunlight.
yeah.
So,
But I think she means what if she can be able to get more from them, or you mean it's impossible? I know they also work at, is it they say 20% efficient or what in terms of converting sunlight to. I think she had seen one
well,
of your videos where you talk about using them at night.
well, see, that's not talking about efficiency. That's just basically making a solar panel where they'll last longer. They
Yeah.
have a smaller footprint. They're not on your roof. It's put inside the building. So that's what that project was for. It was
I
to
can't hear
actually,
nobody.
you
Anybody
know,
talking?
just yes. I think she can't hear us.
You're talking. I think you have an issue with your internet connection. Maybe when you get in the house, it will be better. It seems like you're traveling.
Oh,
It's
I
just
see.
the internet on your side, but so far, Lovero is saying that my beloved sister, efficiency is not cheap. You need a great good kit. What can you advise her in terms of that, Lovero? How can she be able to improve her efficiency?
Again, when you're talking about efficiency, you got to say efficiency in what? You can buy a better charge controller. You can buy better solar, more expensive solar. So when you're talking about efficiency, what part of the system do you want to be more efficient? So you have to understand what that efficiency means because it's just a open end. It's just it's so many ways to make something more or less efficient. And the more money you put into something, it seems that you're going to get your better efficiency out. But If you can take um, combinations of things,
Yeah.
which we're teaching, saying that we're using some of Nikolai Tesla's things of taking a radio wave and bringing those in to your solar panels. That increase
But I
efficiency.
hear you, but I
Watch.
don't hear other people. It's only you that I hear.
Okay. But if you bringing in two different sources of voltage into your system, it's going to be more efficient. So you again, if you take a water wheel and you add it to your solar panels, it's gonna be more efficient because you're taking two sources and adding them together. So it's many ways to be more efficient. You just got to understand what type of efficiency are you looking for, because the solar cells are already made. So you're not going, unless you're going to build your own solar panels, then you're not going to change that uh, that solar panel in itself, making it more efficient. So what you do is that you start adding into your system by other systems, where if it's wind power, if it's water power, these things can add into your system and making your system more uh, efficient.
ID ID was saying that you cannot make a solar panel more efficient because it's the property of the material, which I think is the same thing with what you're saying. Most probably, the only person who can improve the efficiency of a solar system will be the manufacturer. If they can be able to come up with better materials for the same that can
Or you
convert.
can, or you can come up with better material. Who says
Oh,
that
I
you're
see.
not allowed to build your own solar panels?
Then Bravo 6 is saying that she can use solar simulation as a solar panel during the night. I think she's talking about the same case like the one which you've shown us before. I mean Bravo 6 is talking about the same case. He's saying that using solar simulation as a solar panel during the night.
Yeah,
Yo,
I do have a setup like that. Yes.
but now that one is not like you're improving efficiency, just that you're trying to make use of your solars a time that you usually don't use them.
Well, see, here's the thing. You have to ask yourself, if you only get 6 hours of light for your solar panels, and then if I use the LED, but I get less efficiency, but I get 24 hours of sunlight, which one is more efficient? The
Yeah,
one that runs longer or the one that gets more power?
it will be the one that runs.
Well, that was the point of running the solar panels with LED lights, because they never go off. They're always in. So when your rainy days happen and you don't have sunlight, in the state we have winter times, so your solar panels are down. So the whole point is to make a solar panel, even though if we lose in efficiency, is running 24 hours a day, rain or shine or whatever the weather may be. So the whole point is that we believe that we were making more power, just less efficient. So then again, when you're talking about efficiency, uh, the solar panels are not more efficient. It's just in that way. It's not efficient in that way. It's efficient in other ways. That means it runs when other ones are not running. Ours are running.
I see your point. Christy, are you still
Yes.
available?
Yeah, I'm listening, but I don't hear nobody. It's only you that I hear. I don't hear other people. I can't hear them. I don't know why.
Uh, you did not hear what they were talking about. I think it might just be an issue with connectivity. Are you very far? Are you still far from getting to your house?
No, maybe 5 minutes.
Maybe the internet will be better once you settle.
Okay.
Lovell
So
Lovell saying
what?
that the one
What you say?
Lovell saying
Yeah,
that the one that
that what?
the one that runs longer goes to efficiency in term and reality. Is meaning like what you're talking about, Lloyd, in terms of running the solar at night. Then ID was asking that how are you getting 24 hours of sunlight? Mm, oh, six can you see what
Say that again, Chris. What did you say about the sunlight?
No, I'm just asking. What is there anything that can be done to make it work better, or is there anything that can be done to make the whole component, like the battery and everything? Because I'm hearing about like Maxwell's battery charging forever without you having to buy battery again. Do we have any of such things that could make the battery, all those, the whole components? What can be done to make the whole solar component, work better?
Okay.
Because when you talk about solar panel, you're talking about the panel itself, you're talking about the battery, you're talking about the inverter. Is there any of those components that could be made improved by one kind of research you guys have done or the other? I mean, I'm just curious, because knowledge is power, and I don't even know you guys and how I just done,
Okay.
dabbled into your discussion, and I know you're talking about energy, you're talking about power, and this is something I need for a business. Okay, so let me listen. Maybe I could learn something from them that could make my own system better. You know, I'm
Okay.
not into tech, but I use tech.
Right.
So learn one or two things from you that could make my business run better.
Right.
Do you understand
No,
what I'm saying?
I
understand,
I hear
understand.
I hear what she's saying because I don't know if she can hear me not. But so Tech,
Each one take, I think it muted the mic.
I don't know what happened to the other one.
Can you have you heard what the other one was talking when the other one was talking? How do I join?
I heard the guy when he was talking before, but now when I asked my question,
Yeah.
I couldn't hear it again.
But I think as of now, I
a-
don't think that there's a battery system that can be able to run forever.
ask Tech to turn on his mic.
What you said?
He muted. Let me see if he can come. No, as each one
Can
take.
you hear me?
Yes, he can.
Okay.
Let me
She
see.
she wants to know how to make and improve her system. So I don't know if she can hear me or not, but I'm going to talk to you because you do know about solar, correct?
I don't know what's the problem. But anyway,
Tech, can
go
you?
on with your discussion. I'm listening.
Okay. The
Don't worry about me because
Chris,
So
can
each
Tech
it's not.
hear me?
each one take each teach one, or it's called each one teach one take. So she was asking like the entire. It seems like you've muted your mic. I think
So
Is it
he
me?
can't hear me.
Is it me? No, my mic is on.
no. I don't mean your mic. I mean each one take. Each one take. Let me try to radio him and see.
Hello, can you all hear me? Hello, hello,
Yeah. Hello.
hello.
Everybody's muted out except one person now.
Hello.
I don't even think that he can hear me. Chris, everybody's muted out. I can't even hear you.
I'm not kidding.
Yeah, your YouTube is out. I can't hear anybody but Lloyd and the driver in the car. Yeah, I can't hear you, Chris. Are you muted, Chris?
I'm back. I'm
Oh,
back.
There it
I don't
is.
know.
yeah.
There it is.
It was the problem with the software. Sorry, everyone. I think
Yes,
Lloyd,
can
some
you guys
network
hear
is
me?
left.
Can you guys hear me?
Nesta, I can hear
Yes.
Yes.
you.
Hold on, let me
Are you okay, Nesta?
shit, man.
We can hear
Nesta,
you.
Nesta is unable to hear. I think there's a problem with the. But I think I'm not. I'm still not audible on YouTube.
We can hear you.
Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Nesta,
Hello,
can you?
hello, hello.
Yes.
Nesta. Hello, Nesta. I think there's a problem with the streaming software. Let me mute him and unmute him because. But how are you doing? Yeah.
I'm good. I'm good. Just stopping through.
I did not realize that I had an issue on my side. So when you said, I was like, I thought I was okay until I checked.
Yeah, you and the tech guy was talking, but there was no sound.
Even the tech guy, there was no sound, right?
Right, right.
I think just the problem with the VMAX. VMAX, they 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 showed me an update today, so I think that's what is messing up because that had never happened before. Atmospheres cannot generate. Lovell is saying that you live laid alone. I think there's a statement you had made which you said that it was funny. We all need the Congo electrical stones in our experiments. Then he said no son. I don't know what Lovell is talking about. So even the lady, you are not able to hear her.
I heard her fine. She sounded clear.
Or she said that she was unable to hear other people. Then Lloyd, are you still around? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, I see. I see. I think it is okay now. I think it was an issue because I just muted myself and unmuted myself and it was okay. I'd gone to check the mic and everything and it was just on I think software issues. And I'm sorry for everyone. We had a lot of people. We had some people, about 9 of them, they dropped, but it's okay. And today, Lloyd, you decided to hide your face.
Basically, I just got up. It's 4 in the morning.
Or 4 a.m. that side.
Yeah.
What time do you sleep by day?
Well, I just got up because I was up late writing another book.
Like it seems like you sleep for about 2 hours or so. Bro, 6.
Uh, I get around 6 hours.
Oh, but on the weekend, what? Oh, you had slept like about early. You had slept. You had gone to bed earlier.
Well, yeah, I take naps and stuff, but my mind works, and you know, so I'm doing other projects too. So I'm building that boat in my hotel room.
About.
Yes, a boat.
But how will it fit? How will it fit? Or just a small?
I thought I
Uh,
sent you the pictures already.
no, 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 not for that one. For about no. You're
Oh,
talking
I have.
about a boat.
Yeah, I'll have to send you the pictures.
No, I've not seen that one yet. You'll share. I see.
Have you seen any of the new books that I put out?
There's one which you had sent. I think was it yesterday or the other day where you had asked for people to go through and give you their.
Right.
I think it
And
was.
so far, we've done two books in that new group. So they're looking at the second one. I've already wrote two more since then.
Mm, I tried to look at them because there's also another book which there's some guy who had sent me a paper and I did share with ID. I don't know if you went through that paper, although it was more to do with I think it was more of quantum physics or
Yeah, I didn't really have a time to sit with it because I think there were like four papers you sent.
it's
Um,
in fact there are more. I don't know if Lloyd you'd be interested in reading those.
Yeah, send
There's
them
a guy
over. I'll read them.
there's a guy he says that he has come up with us. He was I mean he gave me the summary, said that he had found a way to show that you can be able to harness energy from. It's more like energy from space. He said that there's energy all around us. Let me try to see his email. But he shared about there are about 12 or so papers. But he said that from the first to the fourth, you can be able to get what he's talking about. And he wrote them in 2023, I think. 2021.
Right.
I do you try to see the intro of any or you
did I see the intro of what?
of any of that paper, like the first paper?
I I read it when you sent it, like I skimmed over it, but I didn't really sit and read it. I actually forgot you sent it to me. It got buried in the messages.
I should have reminded you.
Yeah, yeah, I'll take a peek at them. But as far as like harnessing energy out of the air, that's not a surprising thing. It's always been, not always, but it's as of recent, that's not a surprising thing. The revelation out of it is it's just not enough energy to do anything useful. That's the problem. And if the energy is so high that it's useful, it's now damaging to humans. You can't just be in an RF field with a large amount of energy around you. You know, there's a limitation that humans can handle. So, I mean, there's laws against that. You can it's fatal if you are around. certain levels of RF energy. So that limitation alone, the fact that you can't be in it physically limits how much energy you can harvest. So you can't get more out of it than it has. And it's such a low power. You can Google it. I mean, an RF signal, maybe you get minus 50 dBm, minus 40 dBm on a good day, but you start getting into them higher energy levels, yeah, you run the risk of burning yourself up. It's just, RF waves do not just pass through our bodies freely at higher energies. You'll pretty much, it'll be like being in a microwave. That's what exactly it'll be like. If that energy's high enough, it's going to vibrate your cells so fast that you'll burn from the inside. So that's just a physical reality. If you can get around that, okay, tell me how you do that. Because if it's supposed to power electronics around us, like cars or anything, then you got to first show me that it's even safe to be in it. So I told you in the message that I sent you that I did go back. I did research levels of energy that's safe for humans. There's a U.S. standard. I think it's called an SAR. I forgot what it's an acronym for, but there's a limit to how much energy we can be exposed to because we have a lot of things that it emits radio waves, like cell phones, televisions, laptops, all these things, Wi-Fi. There's a limitation of how much can be around us physically in our vicinity. And if it goes above a certain level, there's a chance you could actually feel like your skin heating up, because that's how a microwave works. It just vibrates electrons and it just shakes them back and forth. So if that's happening inside your body, obviously we know that's damaging. So, um, but as far as I can tell, the most you're gonna get around you physically is minus 40, minus 30 dBm, and that's in the microwatts if you convert it, because radio signals usually are listed in units of dBm. It's decibels per milliwatt. It's just a conversion. But when you convert it, you're down in the micro, maybe nanowatts. It's very low. So in order to actually use that, you're gonna need probably, I don't know, 100 million of these. There's not that much energy around you to even do that. But I'm just saying, mathematically, it's not even feasible because of the how little energy is in around us. But it's there. I mean, you could turn a small fan, with maybe the potential between the atmosphere and the ground. You could do those things, but
So
driving a car, I doubt that highly.
I see on the screen, it's saying that is if it's correct, then you might see how much self-powered car might draw energy from the field. I think I should. I'd gone through the first paper, but the first paper it was more of introducing this concept and the terms. But he said that by the time I got to the third one, he said that I'll be able to understand what he's talking about. But I saw it was more about quantum field theory, and
Yeah,
usually
I'll read it. I'll read
such
it.
such things when I send them to like Dr. Ellie says that he's not an expert in that field, so he cannot be able to share more.
In what field?
Like in especially in quantum mechanics, uh,
Mm,
he or him he did. I think he has a PhD in signals.
okay. Well, he
So
should, if he knows that, he should know. I mean, he could look the stuff up himself. Just it's just making it a practical thing. We got to understand we can't be in an environment with high levels of RF energy bouncing around. We just physically can't, or we'll die. So once you learn what that number is, that's your limit.
or
And
we
then
can say,
when you back calculate that, and you
mm,
you bring that to like how do I harness that amount of energy? You'll see. Like I said, do the numbers. It's pretty plain to see. But you know, but I'll read the paper because I did not read it thoroughly. I did like kind of thumb through it, but I'll check it out.
Yeah, according to him, he said that you can be able to draw. I mean, to have like a car which doesn't have like a battery, but instead it gets that energy from the field. Although he's talking about binary space and time and all that. I think you understand those things. They're mostly to do with quantum mechanics. But usually, I know theoretically, quantum mechanics has a lot of things theoretically, but proving them is where now the issue comes. I don't think that there is technology to prove that, but I think I should talk to him then, get him on the show maybe next week. I think it could be interesting in a way if he can be able to break down more.
Yeah.
I tried to reply him. It has been, I think, a week or so, so I don't know if he, he will reply back or not, but I tried to get him. I
Chris, how
thought,
come you haven't sent me the papers?
yeah, yeah, I'll send you the papers. I'll send them to you. I'll forward them to you maybe after we're done with the live. Or you want them now?
Okay, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
When you think on the terms of high energy, low energy, and you look at what you already have, why would you need to put something at high level when you can just multiply it by hundreds and thousands? We're working with microchips. And if you can't pull in a bunch of microchips with that's the size of a human hair and it's pulling in milliwatts, but you're stacking them like you do solar panels because solar panels used to do microwatts too, and people still used them back in the 80s when they said it was too expensive. Rich people were using solar panels when it wasn't even on the market and they didn't produce that much in it. The whole point is that can you link them together? Can you bring them all into one? And get more power out because again just trying to force something into large amounts of energy or something that's too little to use we're smarter than that we can combine small amounts of energies to make large amounts. It's how batteries are made. You don't have just one solid battery. No, they're made of smaller cells and those cells are hooked up together to make one big cell. So if you work on those technologies that we already know, you know
Yeah.
that it is possible to take something that's extremely tiny and make it large safely.
So you're saying that he take it like in such a case because the issue that I think ID said is that energy, like if you are harvesting it in air, it will be able to affect people when it travels to, let's say, in your car or in universe that are supposed to use it. So what you're saying is you harvest it in a smaller way and then you amplify it.
No, not amplify it. Just
Yeah.
make different cells. So one of the projects that we work with is building a energy harvester that came right off the internet. All you have to do is type in energy harvester, and there's a lot of people who are working with those. And then make individual cells, and then start stacking those cells. What you're going to do is going to act just like a battery. Then you connect them together just like a battery, and then you get the higher energy coming out of it. So if you know how to build a battery, what they
Mm.
used to call them piles, they're made up the same way. If you take some penny and some aluminum foil and some cardboard and you start stacking them up, that's a pile. The more you stack up, the higher energy level you get out of it. This is just something that we've learned over time, just from other people's work. So if you start thinking on those lines and knowing that we have the capabilities of making something very, very tiny and still be able to stack them, then you take those tiny cells and you stack them just like a battery and you get the larger amount of energy out of it.
Here's the the part that's actually missing. One, we're talking about driving something, not yeah, we're talking about driving a car. So that means you're going to use the energy that you harvested, right? That is not a battery. If you are charging a battery, you're not using the energy and charging the battery unless the battery can sustain that. So if we're talking about harvesting energy from the air, yes, we can collect. We can collect for as long as we want, as long as we don't use it. Then it'll stack. But if you're using it while you're collecting it, you're using it, you're burning it out. It can't sustain a car that runs 3,000 watts just to run. If you're only collecting, I don't know, 20 microwatts and you need 3,000 just to make the car go, you can't utilize that same energy. So if you're talking about charging a battery, cool. You can store
So
that and it can become 3,000 watts, but you can't use it until it hits that number. Now, how long does that take? I don't maybe 10 to the 6 hours. I don't know. I got to do the numbers, but it's not immediate, and you're not going to be driving that car for a while if you're waiting
I,
for that to charge up. So that's
I,
that's the issue with we can stack, but we're not talking about a battery. We're talking about a product that's supposed to be using that energy as you're collecting it.
so in his paper, if I'm right, I think he was talking about collecting energy from space. That will be outer space. But now I wanted to bring you to the concept of the Japanese. I'm sure you've seen them experiment. I don't know if it was the Japanese or Chinese, where they were able to transfer about was it 2 megawatts or what, or gigawatts of energy, solar energy from space, because out of space you have the sun always, and they were able to
Yeah, there's
transfer.
there's gamma rays. There's higher energy outside of the Earth's atmosphere. There's higher energies of light that's
Yes.
getting absorbed. It's getting scattered by the clouds and the atmosphere. Yeah, there's higher energy above
So
above our atmosphere.
yeah, so like I think it was the Japanese. There was a way they were able to collect energy and transfer it wirelessly to Earth, to a battery, and collect it. It was just an experiment. I'll look for that link and I'll share with you. You see. So if you're able to do such a concept, can you have like a receiver in your vehicle where now you're running from space? Or that would be very difficult or impossible. Let's say you have
Well,
like how we use Starlink, like how we use Starlink internet. Now
well,
something
if
close to
if
that.
if you if you want to pick that signal up and receive it, that means you're in the vicinity of the energy. That means you're near the energy. So it has to be limited because you're in the area. Now, if the car is sitting there by itself and you got a good distance away from it, it could probably collect more energy like without harming you. But the moment you're introduced to the environment, you already limit yourself to how much energy you can even receive, no matter how much is available. It's a safety thing at that point, which is it's just what it is. You know, that's why you stand away from a microwave when it's on because some of that energy does come out. It's not enough to kill you, but it's just
No,
you.
no.
If you even read the manual, it tells you to stand a certain distance away from it, and that's just a microwave. That's nothing like a gamma ray from space. Like that's ridiculous amount of energy from outer space. Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. It's more. You start running into the realistic safety issues of you being with the receiver. I don't know how you do that and be in the car and receive high power. That's I don't know how to do that.
It will be dangerous to your life.
You'll be sitting in a microwave technically if the energy gets high. So I don't know. I've never been in a microwave, but I don't plan on being in one.
Well, Chris, you do know that your cell phone, the cell phone towers that they use, if you stand in front of it, you would die, right?
No, I did not
Who,
know that.
who
Oh,
told you
yeah,
that?
they kill millions of birds. Look it up. It says that the cell towers kills millions of birds. All you have to do is
Is it
look that up on
if
Google.
you're near the source? Yes. If you're near the tower itself, that's why there's a safety zone
That's
around those towers.
that's what I said.
Yeah,
So
you said
if
if you
you
stand in between the cell phone and the tower. If you're standing between the cell phone and the tower and you're 5 miles out, It's not the same thing as standing next to the tower.
What
So it's not
what
the
the
phone
point?
itself, it's the tower.
That's not what I'm saying. So
I
I
know that's what I
said
was saying.
what I said. If you're standing next to that tower, that birds that fly into that wavelength, they get
Yeah.
fried and they die. And this has been hundreds of articles wrote on there that how many birds that this cell tower puts out. But again, he made a good point is that you're away from it, that is beaming into your phone and it's deemed safe. Okay. So here's the point. If you get this frequency, and it's all about frequency, the frequency and what it goes into, it vibrates what the subject that you should be talking about at that frequency, and therefore now you can get the power out of it because you're moving something back and forth, north to south. This is the key about moving something back and forth at that frequency. Okay. So now what you move back and forth matters because now what you're doing is you're taking one form of energy when I wrote the paper that Nikolai Tesla was not transmitting amps over the air because that's what they were trying to say, oh, we're transferring this energy. I said no, the energy came from the sky. It was the voltage you pulled from the sky. It was the frequency because his tower was supposed to be originally a radio wave. So when you send that frequency and you take already standing voltage and you vibrate it, you get current out. This is what Nikola Tesla wrote in his papers that you
I
change.
highly doubt that's what he put in his paper. I would like for you to point that to me. I have never seen that in any of Nikola Tesla's
I know,
papers to say it the way you said it. So if you
I
can
know.
point me to that, I'm listening. I would love to see that.
Okay, well, keep listening. Now, what happened is that it's the same thing when you put your finger over a hose. You're changing the flow of the water, and therefore now it will do more work. Now, what he called that was a he called it a current, but it's not like a regular current that we know about. It is a totally different current, and he called it cold amps. So when you get all these terms, you have to research this. And remember, I'm a librarian. I keep telling people this. We do these small experiments, but over 30 years of reading all this stuff, it's just that I'm well read and we talk about experiments that they've been trying to kill for a long time because Nikola Tesla is somebody they was like, he's a hack, he doesn't know what he's talking about. I heard all these things said about him, but yet they use his work right now in AC things. Right, when we talking about remote
He's not the
control,
father of AC, though.
we didn't say that.
You just said AC, Lloyd. Why are you yelling
Yes,
at
but I
me?
didn't say the father. You added that in there.
You said they use his ideas of AC, but he's not the father of it.
I don't care if he's the father. They use his thing. He created the AC motor. They told him it was impossible
How do you create the AC motor if someone else came up with AC?
because they said it couldn't be used. That's why.
The motor
See this? No, they said AC cannot be used.
in
That's why
homes,
they didn't
Lloyd.
use it. They said it was
Safely
dangerous
use,
and it couldn't be used.
yes, in homes for other people to use like residential. That
And
part.
yet we're using it.
Yeah, because somebody figured it out.
Yeah, it's called
I thought
Nikola Tesla who figured it out.
Nikola Tesla is not the father of AC, bro.
Dude, you need to just read history.
You made the claim, Lloyd. I'm just asking you, can you show me where you read that? I didn't read that. And I want to know
Okay,
where it came from.
we understand you didn't read it, so you need to go back and
No,
read
I
it
didn't say I
because
didn't
you.
read it. Hold on. I didn't
Okay,
say I didn't read it. I said I didn't read what you said. And I'm asking
okay.
you to point me to where you read that so we both know.
That they gave Nikolai credit the credit of AC. that he created the first AC motor? You said he didn't read this? Is that what you're
Everything you
saying?
said about amps, everything what you said about pulse current, I got none of that out of Nikolai Tesla's papers. And I'm
Yeah.
wondering where
Well, then
you read that.
you haven't read his papers then.
I have. I
Okay.
have.
So here's the thing. I'm putting out a book soon as my group get through approving it, and you can read it in the book because it has all the references in there. Okay, because what you're trying to say, you want me to go through thousands of references in the time that we have, and you know
No,
that's just totally incorrect. So
no,
the
no,
whole
that's
point,
not what I'm asking, bro.
so
I'm
so
asking if
what I'm,
next time you come up, have it ready for next time you come up. How about that? It's in
but
your book.
I did,
Just
but
bring it up
wait
on
a
your
minute,
book next time.
yeah, but the whole point is that you can go on KDP and read the book for free. See,
Again, I'm asking you where you read it. And I'm just trying to
I'm
find out.
telling you, I
Show
just
me
telling
where
you
you
that I
saw
put
that.
all those, I
I
told
gotta
you I
read
put
your
all those
whole
rivers.
I gotta read your whole book to see what you read out of Tesla's
It's
book patent.
it's 20 pages. So when you say the whole book, now you just creating drama where drama don't need to be. It's
You
a
called it a
20-page
book,
book.
bro.
Yes, it's a short
Why
book
you
to explain exactly what back and forth means because you're mentioned in that book. The whole point is that when you read the book, you start to understand that the key is that something going back and forth is the key to improving all of our systems. So this is what Nikola Tesla was saying. That's why he worked with alternating current. But he also worked with things that's called high frequencies. And these high frequencies act as current because you change the flow of voltage. You can take voltage, vibrate it back and forth at high speed, high frequencies, and guess what? It will act as current. And
it will
you're
not,
saying,
bro.
okay,
But
okay, then
to cut to cut you off, guys, for a minute, I'm reading, or I should share it on the screen. I don't know if whoever wrote it was genuine or not, but it says that it was Edison. Edison who spread misinformation that AC current was dangerous, that it can kill and it can harm, can destroy things, animals. But
yes.
the AC current was just okay. I don't know if this article. Let me, you can go on. Let me try to share it on the screen.
Well, Edison did try to do that. Of course, because they didn't want AC out. They wanted to stay on DC because he was stealing money from the people. He wanted to build thousands of little mini stations, and Nikolai Tesla wanted to send it long distance. So the whole
If
point
Nikolai
was,
Tesla wasn't the father, then where did he get his idea from?
I never. Why do you use this word like I said that word? That word "father" never came out of my mouth.
Okay, let me use
You
a
said
different
it.
word. Let me use a different word. If Nikolai Tesla is not the inventor of AC current, where did he get his idea from?
He got his work from other people, but he improved it. The whole point is Nikola Tesla made a light bulb. Okay, him and Edison wasn't the inventor of the light bulb. They worked on it and improved it so it worked longer and better. So they gave him the credit for it. Okay, but remember that Edison didn't make the filament of the thing that was invented by a black man. Okay, but why did they give him the credit for he created the light bulb? Okay, is the improvements that they made to it because the light bulb basically didn't work. AC was invented by another inventor, but it didn't work. So when he was in college and he says, "Hey, we can use this AC and I'm going to build a motor," he got a failing grade. And then he went out and he built the motor that runs on AC. And then he started doing all types of other things with AC. So he gets credit for it is because the improvements from not functional to functional is what he got credit for.
Yeah, like I said, I would love to see where you got that from, and I can't get that from your book, Lloyd. I would have to go to the source. So if
Okay.
I go
Internet,
to the source, I would like for you to
That's why
just
we
point
put
out to where you're talking about.
internet is saying
that's
that
the
this is the
reason.
effect of AC. I don't know if the screen is visible.
I can see it.
Hippolyte pixie.
Yes.
What year was that?
I think 18 1832.
Okay, just writing that down.
I think 1832. But now what happened is no one was using. I think no one was using AC by that was in the early 90s, right? I think no one was using it. Most people are relying on DC because DC is much safer. From what I've seen in that paper, in the other article I was talking about, DC was much safer and like it doesn't destroy components uh like the way AC does sometimes. So, but now DC, they were saying that the problem with DC is converting it, using it at low voltages and high voltages. It had some issues with that. So that's why Tesla was wanted to go with AC.
Well, the issue with using DC is it's hard to transmit power over long distances because the wire itself will heat up and burn if you put too much power in it. And actually, what was figured out was if you do AC and you put it in three phases, you can actually transmit much easier to transmit power through longer distances for like residential areas and all of that stuff. So the safety part came from how much energy you had to put in and transmit through that wire, because it's not apparent power at that point. That's direct power and heat going through a wire. It's not going to go great distances because it's just going to dissipate in the wire. So it's a power issue at its bare core.
So now these guys are saying that as of now they have found a way to transmit uh, high voltage direct current and it has low electricity losses compared to AC.
Yeah, you have to find materials that are extremely high in conductivity, which means its resistivity is low, extremely low. The higher that resistance, the more power you're dissipating is heat.
I see.
So it's a conductivity thing. So different materials have different conductivity. I think one of the better metals is gold, but that's expensive. Copper's not bad. It's actually better than most metals, but copper was really cheap, and that's why you see it in wires, especially in some of the larger wires too. Copper's used. Is tin used? Economically, I think copper is usually the winner because it's so abundant and so cheap. But even that has resistance on the line, so those wires get hot too.
But
But
this
if
so
you,
this they're saying the resistance will be lower compared to AC.
yeah, yeah, if you can drop that resistance on that DC line, then you've solved the issue of transmitting over longer distances. It's
And
the same idea with light, like with light traveling down. Once they figured out fiber optics, that's how we were able to do long distances with minimal losses in light. If you keep it confined in that fiber and it just bounces all the way down, it's much faster than electricity in a copper wire. Um, but yeah, it's like you got to find that material that can handle the signal with the least amount of attenuation or loss in the line. So, but copper is just super lossy when you talk about great distances.
this guy is ending his article by saying that none of that would have happened without the genius of both Tesla and Edison. So I think in terms of that, it means Tesla played a very big part when it comes to coming up with AC. Because if he could not have forced things the way he did, I think we could be still be using DC. What do you think? I think that's the
You
case. Why
know,
maybe Lloyd is
over
saying that.
time, over time, as a collective, people came up with different ideas and different methods and different ways, and one rose to the top. I mean, unless there's probably a better way of how we're doing it now, but we may not know for another 100 years. Who knows? But that's just how it works. Over time, things get better, things get faster, things get stronger, and we figure out things on how to make things less lossy or increase efficiency is another way of saying it. That's the goal.
So you don't support the idea of Nikola Tesla being more like the father of AC
Well,
in
he's
terms
not.
of championing the like he seems like he's the one who made like most people to switch to AC at the time. Huh? But you're saying that they could have found another way.
I mean, at the time, he was championing AC like others. There were others working with AC. He wasn't the only one. So I don't know why this notion that like he was discarded by mainstream science. Like if his idea works, who's going to argue? If it works, if it works, we'll take it. I have no problem using it if it works. If he has something that no one else has, trust me, they would have took it. Nobody's turning it down if it works. But I don't understand this like talk like he was like rejected or like he had a lot of ideas. Cool. Some of them didn't work. A lot of them didn't work. He had a few that actually had some promise. Okay. But no one, I wouldn't say he was disregarded and pushed to the back burner. No, he was just a tinkerer and he was trying out different stuff. Cool.
And
He
now the
was a
way like
tinker. He was a
okay,
tinkerer, and but he had a degree in engineering.
He did not, Lloyd. He
He
dropped
did.
out, Lloyd. He dropped out of college, Lloyd.
He didn't drop out of college.
let me
He
search
dropped
that.
out of college, Lloyd.
Okay, he dropped out of college.
But even that doesn't mean he can't come up with something. I'm not saying you have to go to
What,
college to come up
Chris?
with something. But
Chris,
when you make statements like that,
you're on
go ahead, go ahead, go
Google.
ahead.
Just simply say, was Nikola Tesla an engineer, a bona fide engineer, or not?
Actually, more importantly, look up his degrees.
I think it's a question that many people have asked. It says that Tesla first studied engineering and physics in the 1870s without receiving a degree. He then gained practical experience in the early 1880s, working on a telephone and Continental Edison, the new elect. I think he did not graduate, but he had knowledge in the same.
That's what I just said. He dropped out. That doesn't mean he didn't do anything great. I don't want to put that out there like because he didn't finish school that it denounces everything
No.
he's tried to do.
Here-
But
but here's
but
the
I just
thing:
want to make sure it's clear
is
that
he?
like when you
Wait a
say
minute.
things like that, hold on,
When
because
he
you
did,
made the statement. You made the
wait a minute.
statement, so you probably
Wait a
should
minute.
retract what you said.
Let's go back and find out: did he get in another college, and did he ever finish another college? Because
Did you look
again,
this up?
this is what a disruptor does. He'll make a statement and say, "Oh, he didn't drop out." I never argue the fact that he didn't drop out.
You
I'm
argued that he had a
asking,
degree.
let me, is he a bona fide engineer or not? Because if he's a bona fide engineer, a recognized by the community, he's a recognizing, it means that he got a degree from somewhere.
I think
I don't see.
you can be bona fide, but if like
No,
if
you cannot be a bona fide engineer if you didn't get any type of degree.
what if you did a lot of maybe research in that area and came up with a
But see, this
He
is the
went. He
point of
went.
why
He
they
went
tried
to
to
Gratz.
destroy the man, and he was
He
an
went to
actual
Gratz
engineer.
University of Technology and dropped out. This is on his Wikipedia. GRAZ University of Technology. He dropped out. He worked under the title at I guess different companies. I guess I don't know. I'm seeing that he worked in the field, but he wasn't degreed. So by your logic, you put the logic out that if he doesn't have a degree, he's not an engineer.
No,
And I
you
agree
put
with
that
you.
out
I
there.
agree with you. You just said that,
No,
Lloyd. You said he's not a bona
no,
fide engineer if he didn't get a degree
no.
from a
You just said
university.
that. You are
Oh my
good at
God.
switching people's words
Hey,
around. I said find out if he was a bonus engineer, and you
what's a
just
bona
turned
fide?
that around.
What's a bona fide engineer, Lloyd?
I asked Chris to look up if he was a bona fide engineer. That's
What
my
does that mean?
statement.
What does that
So,
mean?
so it means to look up and find out if he was a bonus engineer or not. That's
What does
what it
that
means.
mean?
Don't try to twist it. It
I'm
means
asking you,
exactly
does
what it
that mean
means.
degree or no degree? Which one?
It means to find out if he was an engineer because there's other ways that a person can become an engineer and get a degree.
I think
He
I
didn't
think
get a degree.
I think it was
Okay, you
I
saying he
think
didn't get a degree. You mean a college degree, right?
Well, he went
I
to
think
Gratz University. That's where he went.
Okay, but that's the only school he went to?
That's what's listed here, Lloyd.
Okay, so again, Chris, find out if he went to another school other than the university he's talking about.
I think he was awarded one by this one is called Tesla. Tesla was the recipient of the Edison Medal 1917, the highest honor that the American Institute of Electrical Engineering could be. Maybe this one made him an engineer. I think he was awarded one.
I'm looking on the education tab. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I mean, this is really neither here nor there. I was just wondering what you thought if he didn't have a degree. I thought that's what I heard you say. If he's not doesn't have a
No,
degree,
that's not
he's
what he
not
said.
bona fide. I
The
thought
whole
that's what
point,
you said, bro. That's all.
but that ain't what I said. You twist people's words
I
because
don't, Lloyd. Stop. You're making this more than what it should
listen.
be, Lloyd. I am not
Look,
coming up here to contest you, Lloyd. I'm having a
you
conversation. Don't
you
take it
are
left,
not
bro.
here to help anybody.
Why? Okay, wait. Hey, Chris. I'm only going to take disrespect, but so long because this man, again, he's talking as if I'm up here trying to sell a bullshit book. I'm trying to be respectful to the panel
And
and actually have
and
a
there it is.
conversation. And you want to sit here and start calling names, telling me
And
I'm
guess
I'm
what?
lying to the people.
Look, the simple fact, Chris, you heard me ask you to look up, was he a bona fide engineer? And then you heard the statement he made. The whole internet heard it. So it's taped. So I told him, I said, why are you twisting my words? Because that ain't what I said. Oh, I thought that's what you said. Thought what I said, that's not what I said. I asked you a direct question. Does this say, is Nikola Tesla a bona fide engineer? That means that he got some credit from some other source other than the original place that he got his degree from.
That's
Now
not
they
what
say,
ChatGPT is telling you, bro.
okay, that's not what he's telling. Okay,
ChatGPT
so
is not telling you that.
therefore he's not an engineer.
Okay.
Let's say it so everybody can hear that. You said he's not an engineer.
I
Nikola
said he's
Tesla
not
is not an
degreed. I
engineer.
said he's not degreed. That's what I said. I know
So
he went to
we're talking
school.
about we're talking about two different things, and this is what I'm talking about. I asked, was he an engineer?
By your standards, Lloyd, I think you're saying he's not an engineer.
Okay, by my
And I
standard, that's what
I
you're
agree
saying.
with you. I
Okay,
actually agree
that's what
with
you
you.
say. Okay, so
I
you
agree with
now
you.
you're telling me you agree with me because again, I'm glad you're saying this out in public.
Yeah, because he did. I don't see him
Thank
getting a
you.
degree from
Thank you.
anywhere else.
So everybody heard this because they didn't
Lloyd,
hear the words that
Lloyd,
came out of your
I
mouth.
just
You didn't
listened
hear
to
it
the.
come
I
from me.
just listened back, bro. You're gonna lose this one. I just listened back, bro. I'm not gonna come up here and play it because it's gonna embarrass you again. But I just listened back, bro. You're gonna be embarrassed. You're over talking yourself again. I'm
Okay,
trying.
I'm over
I don't want
talking
to have
myself.
this conversation. I don't want to do it like this,
Chris,
Lloyd.
Chris, Chris.
Yes,
I
yes.
asked. I just asked a simple thing. Was Nikola Tesla a bona fide engineer?
What is a bona fide engineer?
and let him keep twisting it any way he wants to twist it.
Answer the question. What is a bona fide engineer? You got to define that, bro. You can't just leave that up to Chris to decide what that means. Tell him what that means.
Why would I do that so you can twist it?
So you can get a true answer from him instead of getting this coaxed.
Um, but
This,
he can get a true answer
bro,
because
just tell
it's
him
in
what
the
you mean by
conversation.
that.
Look, he can look it up. That
Oh my
way, I'm not
God. I
putting
don't.
words in his mouth.
All right,
That's
Chris,
all
just so
it
we
is.
can
That's
end this,
all it
just so we
is.
can end this, Chris, I'm saying because he actually attempted to go get a degree and he did not, no, he's not a legitimate engineer. Can he go off and be in the engineering field? Sure, sure, but he's not recognized as a degreed engineer. That's 100% fact. Now, what he came up with, great. I mean, nobody's denouncing what he did. I'm not saying what he did wasn't important. That's not what I'm saying. But when you say bona fide, I'm wondering, wait, are you saying what I'm saying? Because then there's no argument. But to tell people that I'm up here trying to tell false truths and like I'm not doing that. I looked it up just like Chris.
I think the, the term engineer in this case is the definition of the word. Like engineer, before we had degrees and all that, an engineer was more of somebody who builds something from nothing, and you come up with the concept, you look at the concept or the paper or how the design is, and you come up with it. So I think that is the definition of engineer that was given to Tesla, because also see lots of papers they refer to him engineer, electrical
Yes,
engineer,
because
mechanical
he was in the
engineer.
field. That's why I said I'm not denouncing the work he's done. As a degreed engineer, no. But he was in the field and he did some damage in the field. That's the best you can say. Like there's nothing else you can add to that. He went to school, which means there's
Yeah,
a
I see.
university teaching engineering that he attended, which means he was going for a degree. He was going for some recognition and he dropped out. So what am I the only thing I can say is he attempted to get a degree. That's the only thing I can say. But this isn't even the point of the conversation. Like like again, I don't know why we're talking like Nikolai did this like all these things that in his time is relevant now. It's not. RF signals, RF power, RF energy, RF current, by the way, it's not called whatever current you called it. I forgot what name you called current, but it's not what did you call it? Something current. It's called RF current, by the way. That's
You're
radio
talking about
waves. That's
you're
radio
talking
waves.
about
Radio waves has a current. A current is only a charge carrier moving in space. That's all. It could be an electron, could be a photon. As long as it's a packet of energy traveling, that is current. So to say amps are jumping, there's no way you can jump amps. Yeah, but you can travel on a wave. You can travel in RF, radio frequency. That's light. Light can travel, and if light is traveling, that's a charge carrier moving. Hence, it's a current. You can have RF current. Capacitors work on it. Inductors work on it. A lot of electrical components work on RF current, not just DC. There's a separation of the two. Wait. I'm sorry, Chris. I remember what he called it. He called it frequency amps. That's what he called it. There's no such thing as a frequency amp. You made that up. What it's called is an RF current. It's not a frequency current. So I just want to make that clear because next thing he'll be saying he invented frequency amps. Like that's not even a thing.
I think he will come back. No, there's this one which was from the article which I'd seen, where I think he was awarded a medal, which I think is more like an honorary degree.
Honorary. Yes, honorary.
I think it's the same.
Honorary degrees, you can't practice with them. At least now you can't. You can get an honorary doctorate, but you can't be a doctor. Like at least in the States, as far as I know, you can't. You can get an honorary degree from any university. They can just sign off an honorary degree, but you
It is
cannot use it as a practice.
it is usually just a title, but now
Yes.
for but now
But
for for,
but Chris, here's the
for
thing:
it was different. Yeah.
that you just hit it on the nail on the head. Back then, it was different ways to get degrees. Okay,
Show that, Lloyd.
now
You can't just say that. Show it. You
can I
cannot just make that statement.
can
No,
I
no, because you
finish
keep
talking,
making statements. You keep making statements and
Chris?
you don't back
Chris,
anything up. You
Chris,
don't back
do you
anything you say
understand why
up,
I
bro.
call him a disruptor? Because look, I let him talk
Why don't you just say you were
and
wrong,
listen.
bro?
So
I did
the
let him
whole
talk.
point was
Let
let
him talk.
me make it.
Why don't he
Yeah,
just say he
let me
wrong,
talk.
Chris?
Let me talk because I'm gonna send this to you, Chris. Because
Look,
I can send it to you anyway. The whole point is that he got his engineer, and it ain't a degree, what he called a school degree, but he got his title from engineer from companies that he solved the engineer problems that no one else could do. And when you talk about honorary goes to uh, um, a higher standard if you get into a field, in any field, and able to solve the problem that no one else can solve. And he solved hundreds of problems that no one else could solve. And then again, by
Look,
company standards or working for him, he got the thing of a bona fide engineer.
what is a bona fide engineer?
usually the term bona fide. I think that the term bona fide, it usually means like I think it's usually like official. Is it usually official or accepted?
Say it again, Chris. Say it
But
again.
again, you're talking about what people are arguing today and back then. What was official back then and what is official today are different standards.
They
Yeah,
were
I think
See,
engineers
back
back
in
then.
then, but this is
I
the
think back.
reason why when you read his papers, it's they credit him as being an engineer. And you read that. They accredited him as being a engineer. That's why we saying that in when his works, they call him an engineer and they accredited him that. Now, in today's time, he may says, "Oh, if you don't got a degree, well, that's today's time. If you don't have a degree, but if you're working for a company, and here's another fact: can I get a degree on the stuff that I worked on for a lifetime? Is that a thing in today's time?
Honorary.
No,
Okay.
no.
So you saying no, I'm gonna send that to you. You can get a degree. You can go in there and says, "Hey, I worked on this for 20 years and such, show them what your work is, what you've been accredited for, and they will give you credit in a college for it."
Credited for is the key there, Lloyd. Companies don't
Yes.
give
And Nikola
accredited.
Tesla got
Companies
credited
do
for
not.
his work. He
Companies
got
do not
credited
give
for his work.
accredited degrees, bro.
He got credited for his work that he
Okay.
actually did. Now, here's the
Hey, Lloyd.
thing. Here,
Hold on, Lloyd. Hold on, Lloyd, because
Einstein
I don't want to miss
has
the point.
a
I don't want to miss the point.
degree, and yet he has never built one thing.
You got to be kidding me. You think Nikolai's on the level of Einstein? Jesus, Lloyd. Jesus, Lloyd. We still use Einstein's work, bro. That we haven't even figured out what he meant when he wrote
Theories,
it. What
theories,
the hell is wrong with you, bro?
theories. He didn't
Do
build
you
anything.
have you okay, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go, Lloyd. Here you go, Lloyd. Tell me one thing that Nikolai Tesla did that's more important than E equals MC squared.
He had his
Exactly,
own.
bro.
He had he had his own equations, which
But
guess
that's
who used? Guess who used and changed them?
somebody changed his work anyway.
That's right. That means that E equals it because he
Hey,
used the ether. He used the ether And somebody says, "Oh no, we're not going to use the ether because we don't recognize it, so we're going to
There
change
is
the
no
E
ether, Lloyd.
equals it." There it is. So I don't recognize something, so
Look up the
therefore
Michelson-Morley
you
experiment,
you
bro.
took
Look up the
someone's word,
Michelson-Morley experiment.
changing
It's
it,
been debunked,
and
bro.
it doesn't. He made it still. So why would
Again,
someone else use his
I'm
word?
telling you, it's been debunked.
It hasn't been debunked.
It
It's
has been
debunked by you.
scientifically debunked, bro. Look up Michelson and Morley. Look it up, bro.
It hasn't been debunked. It's only
Why are
been
you telling
debunked by
me
you.
that when I'm giving you a source, Michelson and Morley experiment? Read it
I've
finally. You
already
will.
read it. I'm a
You
librarian.
couldn't
You
have
don't
read it.
think I
You couldn't
think?
have read
And
it.
I think
If you're making
and
that
I
statement right
think,
now, you couldn't have read it.
but I think they're wrong.
You think. How many
Yes,
degrees you got, Lloyd?
you wouldn't even believe what I
Exactly.
did. You wouldn't
Exactly. Yeah.
believe how many
So here's
degrees
the
I got.
difference. Hey, Chris. Hey, Chris. This is the breakdown. He thinks that credited means accredited. Not the same thing, bro. You're a librarian. You should know this. Accredited means the peers have accepted him in that field. A company cannot
Chris,
be accredited. I'm talking,
Chris,
Lloyd. I'm talking, Lloyd.
did you
Lloyd,
hear
I'm
me say
talking.
any of what he's
Lloyd,
saying
Lloyd,
out of his
Lloyd,
mouth?
Lloyd,
Did
Lloyd, I'm
you hear
talking.
me say those
Lloyd, I'm
words that
talking.
he's
Lloyd,
saying out of his
Lloyd, can
mouth?
you hear me?
Do you
Lloyd, can you hear
understand
me?
what I'm
Lloyd,
saying
can you
is
hear me?
when someone
Hey, Lloyd,
misrepresents
this is
what you're saying
disrespectful, bro.
and
This is
put
disrespectful,
words
bro.
in your mouth that is
Okay, cool.
wrong,
Disrespectful,
okay?
bro.
It's just
Yeah,
wrong,
disrespectful.
okay?
Disrespectful, bro.
And I'm
I
going to
did,
keep disrupting right
This
now
is
because it's
disrespectful. Yeah,
totally
'cause,
wrong to
this
say,
dude.
I think he
I
said
did,
this.
All
I
I
right, I'm
do
gonna
wait.
think
troll him
he
now.
said this. That's
Wait,
just
he says, then
wrong.
I'll give you time. You say something. You're saying what,
We're
Lloyd?
gonna lose this, Lloyd.
I'm Chris. All I'm just saying is the whole point was I never said the things he just said. He said, I think what Lloyd is saying is this. That's not what I'm saying.
I said you don't know
And
the
he
difference
knows
between
that's not what
accredited
I'm
and
saying.
credited. They're not
But
the
that's
same
don't
word.
put words in my mouth and
So
then
tell
try
me
to
what
say this
accredited
I'm
means and
disrespecting you.
accredited. Tell me what credited and accredited. Tell me the
Look,
difference.
you already stated out what you said you think I
That means
said
you don't know.
and
That
made
means
it
you don't know.
defend.
Just say you
No,
don't know, Lloyd.
again, you just did
Damn.
it again.
So,
You just
so,
did it again.
so
He
maybe
doesn't
You just did
know.
it again. This is
wait, wait.
why he's the disruptor. This is the reason why. Is because
Lloyd,
again he tries to
hey
twist
Chris,
words
let me
and
let
say
me
things and
let me
make
be blunt.
Wait,
everything
let me,
up as he wants to see it.
Let me be
When
initially,
I
blunt,
first
Chris. Chris,
when
hold
I
on,
initially,
Chris.
first
wait,
came to
wait,
you,
wait
Hold on,
first. Like
hold on,
initially,
Chris. Let me say one thing. Let me say one thing. At the end of the day, Lloyd is walking in my world. He doesn't exist in my world, and he's trying to. He's trying to be relevant in my world. He doesn't know my world, and his only credited, not accredited, credited, anything substantial is his word. He never proves a damn thing. He just talks and says, get the info from my book. Why don't you produce something and show people? Because you can't. You don't know what you are doing. You are out of your league, Lloyd. You are not accredited. I'm sorry. You didn't go to school for this. I can't help you, bro, but I know what you're not doing, and that's telling the truth about your knowledge in this space. You're lacking, bro. And I didn't want to do this again. You keep pulling me down this rabbit hole where I'm being respectful and you want to talk around me. You can't talk around me because you're not even on my level, bro. I keep trying
good.
to be humble with you, and you won't
No,
allow me to
don't
be
be
humble
humble.
with you. I'm
Say
trying to be
get
humble with you, and I'm
all that
allowing
frustration out.
again,
Get it
again.
all
I am,
out.
I am.
Because
Yeah, make
here,
sure you play this. Play this for your
you know
channel.
why I want
Play
you
this
to
for your
get it out.
channel. Why don't you shut up so I
You,
can play it for your channel? I'm
wait a
gonna play
minute.
it for
You
your
know
channel.
why
Hold on,
I
let me
want you to
talk.
get it out.
Let me
You've
talk.
been talking. You've been talking majority
So
of the
what?
time, and that was your
So
whole
what?
point.
So what?
So
I
the
like
whole
talking.
point
What's the point?
is, let me answer one of your
What's your
questions.
point?
You keep saying that I haven't produced anything. Okay. So let's
I
ask
said
Chris.
bring a product,
Chris,
bro.
wait a minute. You said I haven't produced a product.
Where's your
Chris,
product?
on my website, on my YouTube channel, have I not put out and produce something that's selling on the market? Yes or
A
no?
book?
Yes, I would say yes. I would say yes.
Okay,
He
where
did
is
in
it?
terms of
You,
the book.
where you mean
Where is
you
it?
can't find it? You can't find
Hold
it.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. What is it, Lloyd? Tell me what it is.
You can't find it.
So if you wrote 1,000 books, but you got a product out there that nobody knows about, we got a problem, bro.
Okay, you got a problem, and
We
you're
got
the
a
only
problem,
one with the
bro.
problem. But you're the
Again,
only one. You're the only
But
one with the problem.
I didn't.
but
I
we,
That's
said
the
we.
point
I
of it.
said we. I don't
You made
understand
us.
what you're saying, and you don't
Wait a
have a
minute.
product.
Look, you're the only person. You're the only person who's stating this because you keep trying to make statements before you go and research them for yourself. You made the statement
Oh
that
my
I haven't produced
God.
anything, that I
Yo,
haven't
hey,
made
hey, hey,
anything, that
Chris,
I haven't
this whole
created
thing
anything.
started because I said
Guess
Nikola
what?
Tesla did not have a degree, and he said, yes, he does. That's how we got here.
No. Yes.
yeah, in regards
And he ended up, hold on, he ended up being wrong, but yet we're arguing. Why? Let's say, okay, my bad, I was wrong. That's it. We don't have to go this far, Lloyd. I didn't want to come up here and talk about Tesla. The hell with
And Chris,
Tesla. I don't give a damn about no Tesla.
Chris,
Why would I be
you
talking about
did I
Tesla?
not state that is other ways to get a degree? Did you hear me say that?
yeah, usually there are other ways.
Okay.
But so
Okay, so that
Can you
in
that's
terms,
explain
that's
to
on the
him what
record.
honorary degree means, Chris? Because
in
you
terms
looked it up. Can you tell him what it means, please?
so usually the honorary one you're just given. It can be that you did something in the field, or also it can be that the university just usually they can just give you for formality. But
We understand
Formality.
that.
but
That's
Formality.
in terms of
the listen.
this guy, Nikola Tesla, I think he was given because he did build a lot of things in, like he was a builder, which back then I
Thank you.
think if you are a builder, you are more like an engineer, by automatically an engineer. Then, but he did
Yes.
not finish his degree. Then we have like Tesla. I mean Einstein. Einstein, you guys were arguing on whether he was an engineer or not. For
I
him,
said he didn't have a degree. That's all I said, Chris.
yeah, yeah, you said he did not have a degree, so he did not finish the degree. But I think because of the work which he did, mostly building up stuff and all that, it made him to be more recognized as an engineer, even if he did not have the degree. I think that's the
Yes.
situation.
But
But they were giving out degrees back then.
but the whole point was is he was working for companies and solving
So,
problems that
so,
other people couldn't do. So
so
this
like,
is why he got his bona fide engineer from companies.
How
you
many
see,
times I gotta say, hold on, Chris, hold on, Chris, hold on, Chris. My bad, my bad. I apologize, Chris. But a company cannot give out accredited
like,
degrees. I don't know how many times I gotta keep saying this, Lloyd. You keep saying the company gave it to him. The company can give you $1,000. That doesn't make you rich.
Yes,
like,
That's a
that's
company, bro. They're not in the
so.
business of giving degrees. They're in the business of
So guess
actually
what?
having you work for a product so they can make money. It ain't got nothing to do with giving out degrees.
Guess what?
what I can say is, it was like the company cannot be able to give him like an engineering degree, but I think
No,
just people recognize him more because of the work he did. People recognize him more like an engineer. He was more of an engineer, and also did some
they
research.
respected his work. They
Yeah,
respected his work.
yeah, and also they respected him of being more like why doesn't Lloyd show us his system from input to output on camera? Network Metatron, I think Lloyd is saying that he's in laughs right now. But maybe he can answer you that question. So what I was saying is, because of the work which he did and also the research that he did, it is what made him to be recognized as a scientist. Because again, right, like in today's type of life that we have, for you to be called a scientist, I think you have to do, is it a master's or what? In I think you have to do a master's in a certain field where you are researching. If I'm correct, either master's or a PhD is when you become the level of being a scientist. That's
Okay.
correct.
So at the end of the day, even AI is saying he did not receive a degree. Now you don't have to believe me. I know you believe AI to the best of them, Lloyd. So there you go. Even AI said it. So stop arguing with me, bro.
He
No
did
one's
not
arguing
receive
with
a
you. You
degree, but
arguing
I
with
think
yourself.
that that recognition from the people who just respect him and feel like what he was doing was more like engineering kind of things.
But here's again, Chris. I asked you again. Can you
Mhm.
become a bona fide engineer other ways than get a degree? I asked you
No,
that. Did I
as
not?
of today, no. As of today, no. As of today, for
Wait a
you to
minute.
be,
Wait a minute.
as,
Wait a
as
minute.
of today,
I'm not
maybe
talking about. I'm not talking about today. I'm talking about back then where he was.
I
Why
think
did they give him the credit? Why did they accredit his work as a engineer? That's
I think
because he
even
actually worked on
It wasn't
projects.
accredited.
I
And
think
I guess why I
I think
asked, what do you know?
I
Do
think
you know it's not accredited? You keep using that word. It's not
usually
accredited.
accredited is different. Accredited you have to
Yes.
be given by a body like an engineering body. So idea I was saying like today say if you came up with a certain technology that only you know how to build it, I think you become an engineer in that field because
You
there's
again,
no yeah.
you're still not degreed. You're still not degreed. You can be recognized in the field, which is fine. You can come up with whatever. You can be recognized, but as a degreed engineer, you are not.
Yeah,
It is what it is.
I think as of now by law it's by law the only person who is supposed to be called an engineer was supposed to have done a degree, and also you have to do an exam to pass the engineering board exam. But uh, I think that is the case as of
You
now.
know it's
But
other scientists in the field
if
of science that
yeah,
don't have degrees, but they have awards. Some of them have Nobel prizes.
No one's
Okay,
saying they
so
can't.
the whole
that
point is that when you get a prize like a Nobel, and then someone tries to tell you that you haven't been accredited, there's other ways to get an accredit other than college.
You
You
using
do
that
not
word
have to
accredited
just
again.
go
He
to
doesn't know what accredited
you.
means,
You
Chris. Can
don't
you
have to
ask him,
go.
please?
You don't have to go to college
He's
to
not
be
listening to me.
credited to be something
Thank you, Lloyd.
in the science field.
Thank you. We learned a word today. Thank you.
usually accredited
I just
you
stop
have to be
ignoring
given
him.
by
So
a body.
I'm talking to you, Chris, because again, I tried to tell you that he's here to disrupt, not to help.
I don't want to talk about Tesla. You do.
No, I I talked about a word, and but
Okay, move on.
everything
Yo, let's move
I
on together.
said,
All right. Yeah, that's it.
he
We're done
he
with it. We're
he
done. We're done.
he
Lloyd, we're
tries to
done.
twist.
We're done.
But
We're done with
the,
Nikolai Tesla. Move on. Move on.
but I'm
We're
not
done.
talking about Nicoletta. You're
Okay,
still
now
on that.
let's talk about something
But
else.
the
Go
whole
ahead.
point, what I said, Chris, is
Look,
everything I'm going to say, he's going to try to twist it. He's going to try to say I didn't build anything. He's going to keep trying to tell you that I didn't create or build. I know nothing. That was his words. I copied and
Let me
pasted
help
his
you, bro.
words
I
Lloyd,
on the
said,
thing because I
I
never built
said,
anything. I
I
don't
said
know
I
anything.
don't care how many things you build. I don't care how many things you figure out. You are not degreed, which means you're not accredited. You are Nikolai Tesla. You can come up with the greatest invention. If you are not accredited, you cannot claim to be a bona fide engineer. You can be recognized by other institutions, but you want to be in that pocket, Lloyd. I'm already in that pocket that you're trying to get into, Lloyd. I'm already in there.
Really?
I
And
am
how do
not
you know this?
stressing.
Wait a
Let me
minute.
finish.
How
Let me
did you
finish.
know
I'll
this?
tell you. I'll tell you how I know. I will tell
Okay.
you how I know. One, you keep claiming to be a librarian, not an engineer. Am I correct?
Okay, and I can't be both. Is
What the
that
hell
what
did
you're
I just
saying?
ask you? I didn't say
Wait a
you
minute.
couldn't be both. I said you claim to be a librarian and not an engineer. You said these words exactly. I did not go to school for this. You've said it on many of your own lives, Lord.
Yes, I did not go to school to be an engineer.
Thank you. Then that means you're not
Is that
accredited, bro.
okay? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. But because I'm not an engineer, I don't have another degree that tells me that I can do something in science.
You
Because
can
this is
have
what
as
I'm talking.
many
Wait,
degrees
wait,
as you
wait.
want. It ain't
You keep talking about don't
you're
interrupt.
not an
See, this is
engineer,
what I'm
bro.
saying. So the whole point is
What
that
the freak am I
it,
doing here?
what if I get my degree in
But
physics?
ID
Huh?
ID ID I will ask, like, if you have
That's engineering, bro.
is it okay to think, let's say you don't have
Hello, hello.
If
knowledge
you
of
get a if you get a degree in physics, bro,
Why is it no
you
problem?
an engineer. Yeah. But
Nesta,
you
Wait,
ain't
because
wait,
getting a
wait,
degree in physics,
wait,
bro.
Give
wait
me
a minute. See, this is what I'm talking
Nesta,
about, Chris. He says I don't have a degree, which in the engineering, okay? And then he tries to force that point on everybody. Oh, he said this, he said that. But he did.
Force it.
But the whole point is he never asked me if I had a degree in physics.
I
He
didn't
didn't
have
ask me
to
did I
ask.
go
You
to
said
college.
you
He
didn't
didn't
go
ask
to
me did I have
college.
in
You said you
science.
didn't
He didn't
go.
ask me. He when I became a
Chris,
librarian, he didn't
Chris, he
ask
said
me
he
if
didn't go
I
to
had
college,
any
bro.
other type of degree
He said he
whatsoever
didn't go to
in
college.
any of
Why is he
these fields.
arguing?
He
okay,
just
okay,
said
you two, wait,
engineer.
wait, I see
Oh
if
my
Nesta
God,
can,
man.
wait, I see if Nesta can be able to hear us. Nesta, you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
hear
Can somebody else talk, please? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Whoever just joined, I apologize for the disrupt. Can jump on in there. Jump on in there.
there's a time he had an issue with connection on his side. Nesta,
I can hear something.
yeah, it's as if he's on the road. Nesta,
Yo, this shit sucks. I don't know
Nesta,
what the fuck is wrong with this. What the hell?
I think he says that
We
is
j-
an
we
echo.
just we just heard you say this sucks, so we can hear you.
Nesta, try turning up the volume of your phone. Volume up. Last time you had Dr. Eli, the issue you had was the volume was low. Turn up the volume, or I can tell him that in the chat. Usually, people are unable to hear, but it turns out the volume is low. Turn up the volume of your device. So, like I think ID. Turn up the volume of your device. I think ID somebody is allowed to maybe tinker with knowledge in tinker with the research in any other field that you're interested in. If you are
I
passionate
agree.
about, you can research maybe more about the same
I
and come up
agree.
with some project about it. I don't think that maybe, like, if you only did a degree or maybe a master's in some field is the only way that you can be able to do research in that field.
So let me be clear. I am not saying people can't do this stuff on their own. They can. And I'm not telling them not to. Go ahead, experiment, do your thing. Do your thing. I'm not telling you to stop doing what you're doing. What I'm saying is specifically, we have somebody on the panel other than Chris and myself that's claiming to be a guru in this space and answering questions as if he has the knowledge, and he doesn't. And when you try to offer it to him, he gets mad at you and he wants to ignore you and call you names and then say you want to see he wants to suppress. I'm not suppressing information. I'm bringing it. I'm bringing information that you could use in your book to maybe bring more validity to it. But you want to argue with me? I don't know why. I only said Tesla didn't finish college. That's it. So he's not an accredited engineer. But you wanted to talk about somebody like Einstein who actually got a PhD. How the hell can you talk trash about that guy? He runs laps around Tesla. Tesla's not on that level, bro. Unfortunately, that may be your God, but sorry, he's not an Einstein. It is what it is. The things you know about space, thank Einstein for some of the latter part of it, because definitely Newton came up with some earlier stuff. But that Einstein guy, he may not have created anything physical, but he did actually come up with the mathematics to explain perturbation in an orbital mass in space. I mean, if you want to talk about Tesla and his attempts, we still using the math and science that somebody's been dead. I don't know how many years he's been dead. We still have equations. We don't even know what he meant when he wrote it, but we're learning. Oh, that's what he meant. We're figuring out his stuff to this day. We're still trying to figure out his math, his science, his equations. Some things he couldn't even explain at the time because there weren't any words to explain them. But he had the equations. I don't know how you do that, but his brain worked a little different. And now today we use pretty much everything he wrote is captured. Everything he wrote down. Because now people are realizing, not now, but long time ago, people started realizing, even though he didn't know what he wrote, that equation came true in our reality that he wasn't in. How the hell can Tesla even compete with that? He can't. He cannot. So I'm not going to sit here and act like Tesla's this god. No, he gave contributions. Congratulations. But
You
you're
get
gonna sit
that,
here and
Chris?
shit on Einstein? For what? For what,
Nesta,
bro?
Nesta, you're back. Nesta, you're back. Can you see if you're connected? You can just increase the volume of your device that you're listening to. So that I see it shows that your network is zero. Seems
Yeah,
like
my volume is not. I I can see you guys, but I can't hear. I'm
what
for
about
some
the
We hear
reason
you.
I don't hear no sound on you guys' part.
you still you don't hear anything. Can you increase the volume of your device like the playback volume? Increase playback volume. It's called playback, right?
This is crazy.
Can you increase
Can you guys
playback?
hear me?
Yes, increase playback
Put a
volume.
thumbs up if you can hear me.
Increase playback volume. Increase. I don't know. Who can
A
tell him
thumbs
to.
up. A thumbs up. I don't hear anything. I can't hear anything. Because
I
this is
know.
a very interesting topic, but I just can't hear anybody right now.
I know the problem he has is
You
his
know, I've been
volume.
through my research. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of insight, man, and understanding how electricity, work. If you understand the full understanding of current, you know what I'm saying? You will be able to figure out how to create free energy. Hello.
I can hear you,
Yes, I
but
increased the volume on my device. I still can't hear you, nobody. I can see you guys. I just can't hear nobody. There's
Chris,
no
even if
volume.
he can't hear you, just tell him to finish his conversation because we can hear him.
okay, okay. Just finish your conversation. We can hear you.
Hold on. I'm about to come back, man.
You can hear us. I don't know why he's unable to hear us, but I remember we had the same issue with Dr. Eli, but the issue was had to do with this
Yeah, if he
connectivity.
came back, it'd probably be better.
Yeah, yeah. He had turned off like when you play, like when you join in the volume of your device. Sometimes the person can be able, maybe you turn low the volume of the device, the playback volume. So you have to make sure that one is like it is audible. Or sometimes you check if you've connected maybe a microphone or an earphone to your phone. It could be playing on the microphone, or it could be playing on the earphone, or maybe if you have earbuds. I can see like I think I froze a little. But in case you join in again, Nesta, just join in and talk and go on. We hear you. So in case you are still around, but try to check that if you have a microphone, try to disconnect it, or if you have some headsets, and also make sure the volume of your device is like maximum. But I don't know what is the problem. I turned up the volume, still not working. The playback volume. I'm freezing. ID. Even ID
Yeah,
is
I'm
not.
here.
Am I freezing?
No,
I can see my mouth is talking faster. Looks like I'm freezing
no, I
ID.
can see you. It looks fine to me.
Okay, okay. Next time I was saying last time or you can try to disconnect if you have a microphone or anything. Or if you have another device, you can join in with that. But you can try coming back again and see. But I think it should work. I don't know why it's doing that. But there's a time you had a similar issue and it turned out to be just the person had the volume on inside the floor. What about the microphone? If you have a microphone, you can turn it off. If you have what else? Microphone, or if you're listening on earphones, you make sure maybe you connect them. Then try coming back. Let me reshare the link.
So to continue a conversation we had earlier. So I think the statement earlier from
Yeah.
person unknown is that we can just shrink things and then create devices that can pick up microwatts apiece. Here's the problem. He
From the
clearly
paper.
doesn't understand how antennas work in radio frequency because you cannot just shrink an antenna and pick up the same frequency. There's a reason why the antenna is shaped the way it's shaped. That's how you pick up a specific frequency range. And when you're in radio frequency range, the antennas will be rather large. When you're talking cellular signals, that's at a higher frequency, which means your antenna can be much smaller, which is why antennas are smaller in cell phones. But a lot of us remember those house phones back in the day. If you keep going back further and further back, the antenna got bigger and bigger and bigger. That's because the technology. I hear you. I can hear you, bro.
Working in crazy ways because I can see you
I,
guys. I just can't hear anything.
I can hear you.
You know what I mean? I got a couple of my inputs I want to put in from my research, you know what I mean? And I'm actually working on a component right now, you know, a new component for a circuit board, you know, that pretty much, you know, when I from my understanding, electrons they work just like the flow of water, you know. And we, you know, like I discussed the other day, you know, with different um two different points, you know what I'm saying? It creates a difference in current. So, you know, you got the anode and the cathode of the battery. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to describe the earth the same way. Um, the way the earth works. You got the ground, you got which is the land, you know what I'm saying? Which the sun hits, the radiation of the sun hits the earth, you know what I mean? Goes rises. You feel me? And then it goes up into the expanse. You know what I'm saying? I was trying to explain that the way that man created and built the batteries and everything and the circuit board is kind of resembles the earth, but it's not complete. It's not a complete circuit. You know what I'm saying? But I you know, through my research on understanding, it's a new component, man. You know what I'm saying, that I created. You know what I mean? That actually is like creates a whirlpool. You know what I'm saying? Creates a whirlpool instead of just a flowing river current from the mountains. Like, you know how the river flow from the mountains down to the ocean. Well, you know, so far I haven't seen anybody create a circuit where the electrons flow into a whirlpool. If you could create a whirlpool, then you could create free energy with electromagnetic flux. And I have created that device, you know. I haven't put it out there yet because so far the white man, they stole like two of my inventions. I had an invention that I created it was a propeller, electromagnetic propeller that goes around the rim with no hub. They stole that idea. They stole my invention. I tried to patent it. You know, I feel like the patent office is just a way to pay somebody to steal your ideas, steal your inventions, actually. You know, and my invention was a novel. Once I created a 3D model and actually a model of my idea, and yeah, man, it was a novel, So, but eventually, a couple months or I think 5, 6 months down the line, I'm seeing my idea. That's why I'm protecting, protecting my inventions, man. You know. But yeah, I came up with a device that actually creates free energy, man, with electromagnetic flux, because electrons create that is it carries that the energy. It carries the energy. So you got two different points playing at, what I'm saying, let's just take for example the battery. You got the negative terminal, which is the negative terminal. It's more electrons on that side, and the experience, which I call the positive terminal, is less electrons. So the part that has the less electrons, which is the positive part of the battery, is the cathode. It could switch up too, because if the cathode switches the anode, then you charge this side, then it's going to charge. You're going to replace electrons back into the cathode, the negative side. So uh, I've been on a device, you know, that's from the conventional science, man. It's a missing part to the circuit board. You know what I mean? Science, they create circuitry, yes, but these guys only plane, that's a three-dimensional plane. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, radiation, you know, radiation, if you look at radiation is just sound. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to go off subject, but when they talk about radio waves is just low heat, man. It's low heat. You know what I'm saying? And if you find a way to magnify, it's just heat. You know what I'm saying? And circuit boards create heat. You know what I'm saying? And it's heat all around us. If you're able to access the heat, and you know what I'm saying, then you can create free energy. It's all around us. You know what I'm saying? They've been doing it the wrong way the whole time. It's right in your face, man. Just gotta figure it out. It's not about no LED lights and all of this shit. Lights is just part of the electromagnetic spectrum, man. You got the ultraviolet, you know what I mean, which is, you got the ionized, which is gamma rays. Um, then you got, you know, radio waves. You got ultraviolet. You got, you know what I'm saying, the visible light. It's all sound. It's all sound. We are the low. Matter is the
It's not
lowest
all
form of
sound.
sound.
It's not all
You know what I'm
sound.
saying? That's why we vibrate on a certain frequency. If you look at an atom, if you look into the atom, it got protons, it got electrons. If you look deeper into that, you know what I'm saying, it's just sound. So it's just frequency of sound. So if you can tap into that source, you know, into the radiation, you can tap into that source and able to hold on to that source. That's what I was saying. If you could hold on to that, that's why I was using the universe as, to describe, the way the universe works. You know what I'm saying? To describe it all works the same way, just like you got the sun. I believe that the sun, there's a loop, there's a black hole in the center of the earth. I might sound crazy, but radiation come from that hole. That creates gravity. You know what I mean? That's
Oh
the other
boy.
side of the sun. You know what I mean? You got the sun, which is the positive, and you got the you know what I'm saying, radiation. It all leads back to the sun. It creates a
He
loop.
might be a
That's why
flat earther.
you take two wires, a copper wire, like just like the Peltier device. The Peltier device. Which you got, one side gets hot, one side gets cold, but it's two wires, aluminum and copper, connected. You know what I mean? And you put heat on one side, and then the other side of the wire gets cold. You feel me? But you got two wires, which create two differential points, man. And that creates current. One has, less electrons, which the aluminum got less electrons than the copper. So you got to figure out, okay, the heat, just as this, for example, the sun radiates, creates radiation.
We got to
It
slow him
powers
down,
the earth.
Chris.
Eh?
And you know what I'm saying? It bends
We
time
got to
and
slow him
space.
down because he gonna keep going.
You know what I'm saying? So you got
No.
radiation.
The problem
You
is
know what I'm saying? It comes from the earth. It travels up
unless I
through
meet
the
him.
earth, gets cooled off, you know what I mean, by
Yeah, he got to come back when his
you
mic
got the
works.
water, you got water in the earth, you got matter, you got material matter, you got
You said the
all
issue is
kinds of
this one.
iron in the earth, you know what I mean, that radiation has to travel
It's Niska. And also is
and
having issue with
it's
connectivity.
like, you know, you get the full radiation of the sun. So you got two differential points again.
Yeah, we're
Heat
not gonna be
rises
able to
up, it goes
respond to
into the
this.
expanse.
Nesta, Nesta,
Heat
Nesta,
rises up and goes into the expanse, man.
Nesta.
And then once the heat goes to the expanse, it cools off. You know what I'm saying? Just like convection. Convection works the same way. Radiation, you got radiation, convection, three different forms of energy that transform. Energy never dies, man. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
The
pause.
circuit board, they just come. It's just half of the circuit board they completed.
Just tell him
You
to
know what I
come
mean?
back
It's
when his mic working.
multi-dimensional. Electrons work multi-dimensional. You know,
You're
if you
saying that
understand what I'm saying,
I
you
thought
know
you
what I'm
saw my
saying.
message.
So
If if
if you
if
could
if
tap into that source, man, you could tap into this low radiation, which is heat.
let me mute it.
Heat
You will
travel,
see,
heat transfers, heat transfer.
I think you will see the mute and unmute button.
Now,
Uh
somebody like him, I would never discourage to want him to stop. I would pray that he would actually want to harness that into really knowing what's going on instead of guessing most of what he just said. A lot of what he just said were guesses. And they're not bad guesses for somebody who's just trying to like come up with a solution. But he might not be ready for knowing when that solution hits him yet. He's taking the first thing that comes to him, which is what he's speaking right now. I would not want to shut him down. I would love to guide him more into like, all right, let's learn about what we do know. Where we don't have to guess, we don't have to spin around the wheel and do 10 million experiments to solve something that's been solved for, I don't know, hundreds of years. We don't need to do all of that. We can actually hone that, and he'll be a danger, not danger in a bad way, but in a good way of probably coming up with some things that like, oh wow, I know we did this, so I'm gonna apply what I know and take it over here and try it over here. Right now, he's all over the place. He's all over the place. That just tells me he's curious, which is cool. That's cool.
Hello.
I hear
Nesta,
you. You there?
Nesta, can you do the setting that is on the screen?
Might be his car Bluetooth or something.
Yeah, I know the audio. The issue is audio is not going
I
to.
can't hear you guys. I'm just speaking, man. Speaking my mind.
It will go on again for it. Like I wish the only issue is if I drop
I
him, he
tried the
won't.
settings on my screen, man. I tried everything, man. I figured you guys shouldn't, I guess the universe have a way of doing things, you know, trying to shut me
Uni-
up. You know what I mean? The
Universe is
Matrix.
suppressing information.
No, no, no. I mean, it's saying that the universe is making us not to be able to listen to him. But I wish he's saying that he's tried everything. I wish he can just, if he's using a microphone,
Yeah, he
he
might
can.
just need to reboot.
Yeah, yeah. I think because the audio is going to another a different device or a
Hmm.
different maybe connected something else.
Yeah, I would not want to like I would not deter him from trying to learn. I would actually do everything I can to help him like come up to speed, so to speak. So to speak. You don't have to guess on a lot of this stuff. And everything he was saying, most of it, not everything. Most of what he was saying were guesses, saying that everything is just heat. That's not true. because he's basing it on his limited knowledge of what heat is to him. But heat to us is different in terms of the spectrum. Heat is infrared. That's how we detect it. That's heat to us. Now, energy is not just in heat. There's other forms of energy in light. Light is just the wave. It's just traveling energy. That's all it is. Now we can see, I think, 0.00003% of the visible of the light spectrum. That's how much we can actually see of it. So that means there's 99.9997% of the light spectrum that we cannot see. That is a lot. That means we're limited visually. Our senses are really trash. I love his ambition though. I really love his ambition. It's just Spitfire though. It's all over the place. He went from radiation to running water to the universe. Like he went wild with it.
Or I wish he could email me. Next I
Oh
can see.
yeah, sound was another one. I'm sorry, sound. You did say sound, but again, sound is not everything else is not just sound. Sound is just that's if you Google the frequency of sound, Google it. You'll see how small of a spectrum it is. It's
Next
very small.
next there's a time that you on the show. I think there's a time he was, and he was. I was just hearing him okay until his phone
Everything does
died.
not come from sound. Unfortunately, everything does not come from sound. Sound, at least for us humans, we can hear between 20 hertz to 20,000 hertz.
He's saying that he
So
created
that's
a
20
device.
to 20K hertz. So anything above 20, 25K hertz, we can't hear it. So, but does it still make a sound? Well, it depends. Does something bang on to something else? We might not be able to hear it. But again, sound is just another form of energy. That's all it is. It's just another form of energy. Sound, light, heat, visual light. These are just different spectrums of an entire spectrum. Again, it's so vast. We can't see but such a small fraction of it. We can't experience it. We'll never see gamma rays physically because if you're near one, you're probably dead.
Radon is
Like
saying
the
that
energy in X-rays, and we got like small things like X-ray machines that can get in those frequencies. But if you ever in space and you're near something with a gamma ray or some high energy, high radiation coming off that thing, so
Radon is saying that he's talking about immense vibrations.
no, vibration is just a lattice. So vibration is just a lattice response to energy hitting something. So like the response of light, let's say light coming in as a particle, as a packet of energy, it hits the clouds, right? It scatters. We see a blue sky, but the sunlight coming from the sun is actually white. The sun is actually white. But what we see based on the scattering in the sky with the clouds, the atmosphere, the sunlight hits that atmosphere and scatters all over the place. And it actually induces other frequencies, which is why we get different colors. So it depends on what's getting hit with that energy. It creates other things when there's a collision. So somebody said something?
If people can hear me, but I was saying if next time you
I
can't
can
be
hear
able to
you.
hear and you're unable to
Yeah, come
come in,
back up, Nesta. Come back up, Nesta. I think we have a good conversation, bro.
try to switch or try to use an if then you have an earphone, maybe try to use that or anything. But I was saying that yeah, if there's still problem, we can plan with you. If you can be able to email me Nesta, then maybe next time we plan with you in advance. We do the connection first before we come live to see everything working okay. Nesta, if you can hear me, but if you're unable to, if you are, you can try coming back, maybe switching things and or just switching off your phone. I don't know what the issue could be.
Yeah, I hear you, Ray. Is it Ray Dan? So the reason why I said sound is not everything else. So sound is a vibration, right? It's a vibration of the air molecules. But let's say you change your medium from air to what's on the moon. Like that doesn't even really have an atmosphere. You won't hear things the way you hear things on Earth because sound needs a medium to travel, to bounce and vibrate on. So sound is very limited on how it travels. So it's dependent on the medium. We know that as sound on Earth because we're in air. We live amongst an atmosphere with air. So it has a certain property. But if we're not in air, sound will not be what you know it to be. And if you ever get a chance to actually go into, if you know somebody with a record studio, a radio studio where they record music and go into the sound booth if you've never been in one. If the sound booth is really good, if you've never heard a room that doesn't reflect sound, because sound bounces off walls, bounces off floors, ceilings, go into a sound booth with really good sound um, suppression. It's a weird thing to not hear your voice bounce back. But sound needs air, though. It needs air and it needs something to bounce off of. That is vibration. I agree. I agree. But that's only because we're in air. It's different. It'll be a different frequency if it's in a different medium. But we don't know any other medium but air. Yes, sir.
I thought I was losing issue with connectivity. So even Lloyd is a silent as well. I don't know. Maybe he's having breakfast. Mr. said that you can try to email me later. Maybe we plan a show time, or if you can come, you think you have
Did
solved
you
the.
did you see what I sent you, Chris?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I did.
Okay. The last two things I sent you, right?
Yeah, I do. You see the message on the screen.
Let me see. Christians will have
Okay, okay,
you.
Lloyd, you can go on and say this is the message. I saw the message about the papers. There's one which shows 364 papers mention Lloyd to,
Yeah.
and
Those are the people
you
I talk to in actual colleges all over the world.
all these people. Oh, those are a lot
You
of mention.
Yeah, you see the colleges at the bottom, and you see how many papers I wrote, and I communicate with these people all the time.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know what does that mean.
I'm seeing maybe the way that I can be able to share because it's on WhatsApp. Let me see if I can save and share so that
No, I'm wondering what it means to be talking to universities. What does that mean?
you saw the message of although Lovell saying that you, hey ID, the Christians will hate you your statement because they all be that they create everything with words. Then therefore, what did that sound where the power of? I think they're talking about the issue you're talking with Nesta in terms of vibration and sound.
Oh, I only know it of a scientific and physics world. Like I only know like how it's been measured and studied and understand to be propagating in a medium. So I do not include any biblical or religious tags to the information because I keep that separate. One does not exist in the other, and people will probably get on me because I said that too. But physics is physics. You know, my beliefs are my beliefs. So
Nesta is even.
I was asking what does it mean that you talk to universities? If you're gonna get on a panel and just act like I'm not here, bro, that's like very childish. I don't know why you think that's a chess move, but it kind of makes you look childish, to be real. And I'm not even starting an argument. I'm speaking man to man. I don't know how you come up here with
I think he was
like,
waiting for me to share.
well, I've asked 3 times. It's not like you didn't hear me.
Lloyd, Lloyd,
Here,
Metatron is asking also
look,
that what does it
when
mean?
I find somebody to be disruptive, the best thing to do is just not address that. And I've seen him tell so many lies about me. Why would I want to keep doing that? It seems like
Name one lie,
what he's
please.
doing. See what I'm saying? So the whole point is that
Let's just be man to man, bro. Just tell me what I lied about. Man to
he,
man. Man to man. You ain't got to complain to Chris. Chris is not your mother. Just talk to me man to man. What is your issue
here,
with me,
here,
sir?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. When you have a person like that that's trying to disrupt
Who are you talking to,
actual
Lloyd?
knowledge, I'm talking to Chris.
I asked you to talk to
All right?
me because you're talking about me.
But
This
I'm not
is not
talking to
man
you. I'm
shit,
talking
bro.
to Chris.
This is
I'm
not
talking to
man
Chris.
shit, bro.
Look,
What are you
I'm talking to
doing?
Chris.
Chris is
Chris,
not your
you
mother,
start
bro.
look, now you're starting to understand the
Just
subject
tell me what
because
your issue is. Tell me
anytime
what your issue
that
is,
we're
bro.
talking about
Oh
something
my
of
God,
importance,
man. Pull your panties up,
anytime that
man.
he's trying to give you knowledge other than what he
Yo,
wants you
this
to
dude.
hear, he's going to disrupt
Look,
it
this is
every
sad.
time. Do you see
This
how
is
he
sad.
gave the respect over to the other guy and he let him
Yes,
finish what he was saying and how he
yes,
was saying it? Do you see that
yes.
he's only here to attack me? That's the only reason why he came on the show.
Wow. Actually, I was
Okay?
coming here before you
It,
knew I was coming, Lloyd.
the
Lloyd,
whole
You
point
just lied.
was
You just
I know
lied,
that
Lloyd. You just lied,
I
bro.
seen
Oh,
his
you just lied,
communication.
bro. I didn't come up here
I'm
for you.
saying he was not on the show when I was on the show. Was that right, Chris?
I actually contacted him before the show started, bro. What are you
I
talking
know you
about?
did. I seen it did. But you
All
didn't
right,
come up.
then. So you know I was
And
here.
I seen you
so
put your
wait,
messages in there. So the
So you
whole
Lloyd,
know I
point
was
is
here.
that he did all
Lloyd,
this, but the whole point was he didn't start
Yo, man.
communicating on film
This
until
man is
I
not a
started
man.
Lloyd,
He's not
talking.
a man. I don't know
Lloyd.
why he's even. What's your
Hello,
point being here, Lloyd? What is your point, bro?
Lloyd. I mean, ID. Uh, you remember we are supposed to do with you and Fred. I think we'll do next week. So initially, ID had contacted me. I think on Monday. He said that he wants us to do a show. I think it was on Monday. Then I told him we can wait until today. Now it was Friday, but now Doctor, and I mean the guy Josiah. Josiah came and said that he just wants to talk about something in like a short time
He
and
didn't
all that.
talk about it though. I was actually here for that.
He wanted so 40 Supersonic to be around, but 40 Supersonic I called him and he did not pick the call. I think he's busy. So
Well, Lloyd just lied. I didn't even know he was coming. So I wasn't here for Lloyd. I was actually here to hear the other guy talk about his paper. So, you know,
but
I
Lloyd
don't know what
you
the back and forth is. It's so useless to have this back and forth. We spent
Lloyd
an hour talking about a dead man, and then you come to find out that Lloyd was wrong about his statement. And now I don't even get an apology. I just get yelled at and I get told that I'm suppressing information. This is the same routine every time. I did not come up here for Lloyd.
I it's okay. It's okay. So Lloyd had shared this paper. It shows that he did I did 364 papers mention Lloyd's stuff. So maybe my question is to understand what like network Metatron had asked, what does that mean? Like, does it mean like these are people who have cited your work, or is it like
Yes, those are what happened
citation?
is that you had when you write a scientific paper,
Yeah.
you put it up for peer review.
Mm-hmm.
And that goes out through a network, journalism, books, colleges to be peer reviewed, and then they give you your opinion on your work. So yes, I have over 300 papers that's been reviewed by many people, and many people have quoted what I've said, how I said it, and again, they give me credit from these universities. They give me credit for
So,
writing those scientific papers.
like, are this one says used by academics at 1577 universities. Is it your
Yes.
papers or people using academia? Like, is
The
it people using academia?
when you write,
They cite.
yeah, when you write a paper, when you write a paper, those universities all get together and peer review it.
What's the name of
Otherwise,
what's the name of the company?
So like, yeah, like if I visit Academia the site, I can be able to find. Although it says that it's on premium, it means I have to pay for it.
you can go look at the paper for free though.
What's the name of the
Just type.
reviewing body?
Usually, ID. Usually,
No,
Academia. I
no,
don't know.
because again, these are statements that he thinks that this is getting peer reviewed. What's the name of the reviewing body? There's always a name for a reviewing body.
I think
Exactly.
Academia.
See, these statements that he makes, it gets off on people that may not know about what he's trying to lie to them about. This does not mean that he's peer reviewed. That does not mean he is peer reviewed. In order to get peer reviewed, you better know what review board is actually reading your paper. Just by putting it up on some public's website doesn't make it peer reviewed, nor does it make it published. So I don't know why he thinks this is going to work on everybody. It just doesn't work with me, Lloyd. It doesn't work with me. I'm not impressed because you did this. This is something that you're trying to brag on for people that don't know. And it's not bad that they don't know, they're just not in the space. Unfortunately, you ran into somebody that knows the space extremely well. I have published papers, bro. I have them. I can share them with Chris. I can show him what I wrote. I've been publishing since I was in college, bro. I had to publish just to get a degree, bro. So I know the process.
So I'm
I had
not
to
I'm
get
not
peer
published
reviewed
now,
to get a
Chris.
degree. I
Chris,
had to get a peer review to get the degree. So I know what published means.
Chris.
It did not say you didn't have a book. You wrote a bunch of Amazon books. Congratulations. I'm not saying that's an easy feat either. It's not. But with ChatGPT, with 90% of the stuff that you talk about, you have no knowledge in this space, Lloyd. So I can't even believe you even wrote a paragraph. The way you speak about this technology, you have no idea what you're saying. But yet you think you can write a book. This is the danger, Chris. We talked about Chat GPT putting batteries in people's back, thinking that they can come into the space and be a guru. That's not how it works in the real world. He cannot practice what he's doing at any university. I'll say it again. You cannot practice anything in your book. Nobody's paying you to come to their lab and do what you said is in that book. That's why your ass is on internet selling Amazon links. That's why. So stop lying to the people, bro.
Yes, yes. I'm trying to see if I can be able to find on Academia.
That's not Jesus, because a college student clicked your link, all of a sudden it's peer reviewed. This is ridiculous, bro. Hey, Nesta, no, you're not going to see a working device. I haven't seen a working device myself. Apparently, one exists that I don't know about and that he won't show to the public. You got to be on WhatsApp, I guess. I don't know, but I haven't seen a working device. I've heard MOSFETs that works in a solar system that runs batteries. I haven't seen a full system yet, but what do I know? A working device will eliminate all these papers, bro. You have a working device working the way you said it works. All of this is trash. I guarantee it. Nobody's checking for this. If you have a working device that does what you say it does, and just because you say it works, you got to define what that means. What does works mean? It powers on, or are you telling me that the batteries are recharging themselves? Is that what you're telling me? Now you got to show it. If you can't show it, it's all word talk. It's all words, word gibberish. I will wipe the floor with you, bro. I will wipe the floor with you, bro. Any day, any day you want to go at me. Let's go. Hey, point out here's the point I'm trying to make. Anybody that's listening to me right now, I got a YouTube channel. I talk about thermal energy all the time. I do have one video up where I convert electrical energy from hot and cold water. I have a demonstration on my channel front to back. You can see it work, you can see it die out, and all I add is hot and cold water. It's not a technology I came up with, but I'm fascinated with the space, and I think there's room for much improvement in its efficiency because it's only down in like maybe the single digits, 5, 7%. But I think
Af-
there's some chance that we could get it better over time. So I'm working on that in the background. I'm not going to sell a book until I know it works, until I actually do it myself. I am not going to tell you to go buy my book to show you how I did it when I never did it the way I said that it should work. I'm not going to sell you a book to tell you that I made a flying car when all you're talking about
so
is a blimp. I
wait
do
a
not
minute.
do these things. I am a scientist. I practice the sciences. I know the science inside out. And I know when somebody is up here talking some mess they don't have any business opening their mouth in. He shouldn't have never called me out the way he did, but you're going to get trashed every time I see you, bro. You shouldn't have did it, bro. I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this to you, bro. But again, somebody like you, I would not even try to shut down, but you asked for it. You asked for it. Yeah, I look crazy because I'm wrapped in degrees, bro. You tell me where you're accredited. Where are you accredited, bro? Where are you accredited? Where are you accredited? Where are you accredited? Where are you accredited? Then get off the damn line, then, bro. Get the hell off the line. Get off the line, bro. Get off the line, bro. Nobody trying to hear you, bro. Nobody trying to hear you, bro. Nobody trying to hear you, bro. Bounce. Bounce, man. Bounce. Bounce. Hey, I can do it too, bro. I can
ID,
do it too, bro. I can do it too, bro. I told you I'm better at it than you, man.
wait, wait,
I
Lloyd.
apologize, Chris. He deserved it. He deserved it, bro. He deserved it. He
Lloyd,
deserved it. I don't
ID,
want people lying, man. He's a liar, bro. He does not have any knowledge in this space.
wait,
He has no knowledge in this space.
ID and Lloyd. Let me read this comment first from. I think this guy
Hey, go
left.
ahead, do your thing. Do your thing. Do your thing.
He was asking. His name is African Joe. He was asking. He's saying that he likes this topic. He was asking what is energy, like what we as human define as energy. I think he's looking for the definition of energy. But what I wanted to say is, why do we will have the show maybe next week with you said Fred. Uh, with Fred in that show, I will not join, so you should not. I will not join, so you will not affect what you will say. So you just say what you want to say.
I'm gonna let Lloyd answer the question of what is energy. Go ahead, Lloyd.
Right?
That would be wrong, sir. The definition for energy is the ability to do work, and work in can be different capacities, but it's the ability to do work, the capacity to do work. That's energy. Now, I don't know where he got his definition,
But
but
for
I
what
got mine from a science book, so I
I
don't
did,
know. Ask him where he got his information.
for you to say work is done is it has to move a little.
Doesn't have to move. There's something. Don't laugh, Lloyd. You're about to lose. Something called potential energy doesn't move, but yet it has potential. I'll give you a potential energy example. A book standing up on a desk. It's not moving, but it has potential because if you tap it and it falls, that's energy. So it had energy in it, but it wasn't moving. That's called potential energy. Thank you for my physics course that I took in college. Lloyd has no idea what I'm talking about. Thank you. You tried to laugh. You tried to laugh because you thought he got me. You tried to laugh, Lloyd. It's still energy. It's still energy. Hey, here's another example, Chris. Chris, another example of potential energy is a rubber band. Is a rubber band that doesn't move. If you stretch a rubber band in your hand and it's not moving, it's not moving. You're stretching the rubber band. That's potential energy because it wants to snap back, but you're holding it. So you put energy into that system to hold it stationary. But the key is it's not moving. So motion does not have to be included with energy. That was my point. I told you he has no idea what he's talking about. I just killed you on that, bro. I just destroyed you on that. Yes, yes, yes. I want you to leave, actually. I'm actually bored with you, sir.
Ronald,
This is goofy because it's you have no answers, bro. Oh, wait, Chris. Chris, can you go to Google and look up define energy? Let's just kill this argument. Go to Google and hit define energy. Tell me what ChatGPT says, please, sir. Let's just see who was actually on the point with defining energy. You said it had something to do with motion. I said
yes,
it had everything to do with the capacity to do work. Can you pull it up on the screen, please, Chris, so we can kill all of this? We ain't got to go
just a,
back and forth, all of
just
that
a
other
minute.
stuff.
You see, you see this question from Ronald.
Okay, then go to ChatGPT, bro. Go to ChatGPT, bro.
You see the question from.
Go to ChatGPT, please, sir.
Do you guys see the question from Ronald?
I can't see anything on the screen.
Ronald, he was asking. You can't see the screen.
The potential energy.
What is energy made of? What is energy made of? I think it was from somebody called Rob.
Oh my God. Can
So
you go
Africa.
real quick? Can you pull it up, Chris? Because I don't want to move off this point because he gonna die on this one. He gonna die on this one. Okay, yeah, we got your answer. We got your answer. We got our answer. We're gonna ask Chat GPT. We're not nitpicking. Hold on. Let me talk to the people. Let me talk to the people. This is science, bro. This is science, bro. This is not Lloyd's backyard lab. This is not Lloyd's crusty ass couch. This is not Lloyd's backyard. This is science, bro. Everything. Chris, can you pull it up, please? Can you pull it up, Chris? Please, Chris. I beg you, Chris.
Just
I just want you to. You dying on your own sword, bro. You dying on your own sword. I ain't got to do anything.
with energy, and I said something that's moving. And do you see how he twisted the
All
words?
right, go
I
to
just
Chat
want to say. So
GPT.
we'll go back and we'll rectify all that because he just said this out
No,
on the
Chris is
internet.
pulling it
So
up.
all
Chris
I'm
is
just
pulling it
gonna
up.
do is put all
Chris
this
is gonna pull
together
it up live, bro.
and
Don't
let
leave. Don't
people
leave.
listen to how crazy sounding this person is.
Don't leave, Lloyd.
This is crazy.
Don't
No,
leave,
now
Lloyd.
you don't want me to leave. Before you was
Check
trying
it
to
out,
get me
Lloyd.
to leave.
You want to read that out, Lloyd?
I can't see
You
anything.
blow it up. Blow it up. Blow it up, Chris.
Chris can
you
read
can-
it.
you guys cannot see it. It's
No,
saying
it's
that
too small. You got to zoom in.
let me see if I can zoom in. It's saying that energy is the ability to do work.
Oh my God, those are my exact words. Oh my God. Now, what I want is an apology from this
So
dude
wait a minute.
because he
Wait a
laughed
minute.
at me.
Chris.
Wait,
He
wait,
laughed
Chris.
at me,
wait,
and
Chris.
GPT just gave him the answer that I gave it
wait,
before looking it
Chris.
up.
wait. I read
Chris.
it. Wait. It's saying that energy is defined as the ability to do work, which is the ability to exert a force causing displacement of an object. Which means for you to cause displacement of an object, like it has to move.
That's
Thank
energy.
you.
That's
Thank you.
energy. The ability to
Thank you.
do work. In physics, look up
But guess what,
potential energy. Look, is
Chris?
potential energy energy?
Did I
It's
did what
energy,
I
bro.
state? Wait a minute. Did what
No,
I
no, no,
stated
no, no,
was
no,
it
no,
wrong?
no, no, no,
Now,
no,
why doesn't he
no,
want you to talk?
no.
Now, why doesn't he want to? I
Again, I
asked a
just
simple
said,
question.
I just asked you, is a
Wait a
book
minute.
standing up potential
Wait a minute,
energy? Is it energy?
Chris.
It's not
Chris.
moving though.
Chris. The
It's
statement I
potential.
made, is it right or wrong?
It's wrong, bro.
Okay. Wait a minute. Let
How
Chris
you want
answer
to
the
skip
question.
over the ability to do work? How do you skip over my exact words? How do you skip
Guess
over
what,
that,
Chris?
bro?
Chris, I said energy is something that's moving. So is it
No,
wrong?
no, it says to exert force. To
Wait a
exert
minute.
force. That's work.
Wait a minute.
That's
Is
work.
my answer wrong? That's all I want to know. Is it wrong?
Yes. It's not even complete. Because energy can be things that move, but energy is not defined because it moves. Because a book standing up has energy. It has potential in it due to gravity, but doesn't matter why it's there. It's there,
Hmm.
but it's not moving
Okay,
until you exert a force on it. That's that statement right there. You have to exert a force on it. How do you exert a force? You do have to move it. But how do you move it? What's the work?
Do,
I
do,
say,
do you understand? Do you understand that, Chris?
Yo,
Do you
yeah,
understand how he
I
twisted the
got my
word?
words exactly what ChatGPT said. That was my exact
Now,
words, bro.
and
Wow.
what I was
guess
saying,
what?
what I was saying that, but we should go back to the topic that we were talking about
Let's
earlier.
go back to the
But
chat. This is the yeah, he
the
died on this one. Go back to the chat.
Now, but
the
here,
way the
here's
way
the thing,
Yeah, you
Chris.
died, bro. You died, bro. Move on.
Chris, the whole
I
Move
was
point
on,
was
bro.
is that if you're talking about the subject of energy or
Move
anything
on,
like
bro.
that, and
Tesla doesn't have a
I say
degree,
it in my
and
words,
work
not
energy is the ability to
stolen
do work.
words from someone else. I say it in my words. Am I wrong to say it the way I said it? That's the whole point.
yeah. I think
Pull that comment down, Chris. Pull that comment down.
if you are in a classroom, let's say maybe the teacher will give you maybe a mark or something like, but the perfect definition is the ability to do work. But in order for you to do work, something has to move, which is
But
what
it can't move without the work. The ability to do that work is energy. The ability. This is why I tell Lloyd voltage is a potential difference. It's not energy. Just because you have voltage doesn't mean you have energy to push electrons and force it through a medium. That doesn't mean that. It doesn't mean that. Energy is it's units. It's either watts as a rate, because weight is joules per second, or energy is joules. It's a joule.
Even static
Define
electricity
joule.
moves.
you are responding to Nesta. Nesta is the one who's saying that voltage is
Static
energy.
electricity does not move until you actually make it jump over the medium. You can't mess with me with this, Lloyd. Stop. Stop.
Even
No, no,
Stop,
static
bro.
electricity moves.
Static
that's what.
electricity is a buildup of charge. It is not the movement of charge. It's the buildup. Static. Do you know what static means? There's a difference
Yes,
between
that's why I stated it. That's
there's
the
a
reason
difference
why I
between
stated it.
there's a difference between electrostatics and electromagnetism. Once you say
There's a growing
electrostatics,
argument.
once you say
Nothing is zero.
electrostatics,
It's
once you say
impossible
the
to
word
get to zero.
statics, once you use the word
That's
statics, that means
that.
nothing's moving.
But see, that's the
It's
whole
static,
point.
Lloyd. It's
Bec-
static.
Chris, when you start to find out what
Static
arguments
electricity
they
is a
go in
buildup of
colleges
charges,
of,
not the motion of
they say
charges.
nothing is not moving.
Oh, he
Not
tried to
even
move. He
when it's
tried to
at
get me
staying.
again. He tried to get
So
me again. You
the
can't
whole
do it,
point
Lloyd.
was when I said static, I said even static charge, which the word static, it even moves because it's it has that potential. So it does
Hold on,
move.
hold on,
So
hold
when
on.
you go to a
Electrostatics.
college and you
Hold
start to
on,
find
hold on,
out
hold
the
on.
deeper the
Electrostatics
thing,
does not move,
you'll
bro. What
start
are you
but
talking about?
you'll start to find out that this is a argument that we and people who are in college start to go back and forth in
We don't
is
go
to
back and
find
forth,
out
Lloyd.
that
You're not on
something
the
is not
level.
absolute. Nothing
All
is
right, Chris. Chris,
absolute.
let me
So
help.
when
Let me
you
help. Let me help. Let me help. Hey,
again, the
Chris.
reason
So
why
listen.
he's here is to talk
When
over
you
me,
have, I'm trying to give
not let me
information.
make my
Stop. Stop.
statements,
You
to
got it. All you doing is
destroy
talking about me, Lloyd. All you doing is
to
talking about me,
destroy
Lloyd.
what I'm saying
Okay.
instead of just letting me talk. And
So
that's
when
the
you
whole
say
point. He wants to talk,
electrostatics,
but guess
Chris,
what? He
when you
doesn't
say
want you knowing what I
electrostatics,
know.
that is a buildup of charge. The time that it actually discharges, that's the key word. Discharge. That's when the charges move. But when it's electrostatics, that means that electric field's not moving, it's constant. No charge is moving, it's building up and it's getting stronger, but it's nothing's moving. That's why they call it electrostatics. But a discharge is not is that's the only time the charge actually moves when it's discharged. But now you're no longer in electrostatics. Now you have a moving current. That's different. So he doesn't know the difference. He thinks electrostatics, that means the charge is moving. No, it doesn't.
No, that ain't what I said.
Oh
And
my
again,
God.
you
This
twisted my
man
hair.
is a lying ass, man. Damn, yo.
Chris, do you see what I just said? Static. I said even. You heard the word even. Static charge moves because even though it's static.
It,
So
oh my
he knows I
God.
understand the
Oh
word,
my God.
but he doesn't get what I'm saying. So the whole point is that when I come later and show you that, guess what? The scientists say even static charge has movement.
You think this idea is still around? This person seems to be coming after you. His name is Sigur.
Hey, Chris, real quick. Go back to ChatGPT because I know this is Lloyd's guide. I'm going to hurt him with his own sources. Go back to ChatGPT, please, and type in these three words. Does electrostatics move? We going to do this. We're going to learn today.
You didn't
It,
learn nothing because I'm
network,
going to send it to him.
Can you, you ain't got to send them. We're going to do it right now, Lloyd.
Yeah,
Does
okay.
electrostatics move? Just type that in there and tell me what AI tells you.
Gemini, it must be. I've never used it. Can I use Gemini?
I don't care. Use any of them. Does electrostatics move? That's as simple as we can. You can't get any more straightforward than that. I'm using. I think mine is Gemini. Is mine Gemini? I don't know. They're all roughly the same.
And network Metatron. I know you're streaming us from the other channel. I see it's silent. I was trying to stream on the other channel as well. I was hoping maybe in future I can push their streams, then I can be able to do more of them. The issue I had with them is there's a time I got my account was hacked. You're saying that's electrostatic?
Does electrostatics move?
Does electrostatics move?
That's it. I can read off what my AI says, but I mean, I'm not an AI fan personally, so but I can read it
I
off since people don't believe what I'm saying.
I use the one with reason. So you have the flash one, which is fast. Let me use this one. Our next reasoning model built for speed.
Man, it's actually slowing down on this one. You have a
Are
paid
you,
version?
are you able to see the screen? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I don't even have the paid version.
No. This one, yes, electrostatic force can cause objects to move. Is it that one?
Zoom in.
Can you see?
Not yet. Wait, what is that in the Google search?
I said that's the electrostatic move. Eh? He's saying
No,
that
it
yes,
says something about engineering in the Google search.
the one that you're seeing.
Oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm on the old screen. I can see it now.
Scamchan is around. Scamchan, welcome. And today you missed him, man. When will the wire engine change the car? Mm, so you want me to read for you? Saying that yes, electrostatic forces can cause objects to move. Electrostatic deals with
No,
the
no, no,
force.
no, no. See, there's the key. It makes something else move. Yes. Does electrostatics move? No. What you just read was what it does to something else, which is a charge. It can move a charge. Yep, it can. If a charge falls in that field, yep. But an electrostatic is a static field. It doesn't move. Now, here you go. Oh Jesus, he done pulled the absolute stillness on me. Oh Lord, you don't know you digging in a deep rabbit hole, brother. That's not what you stated, bro. Hold on, hold on. What is? Oh no, here you go. What is what you just said? What is absolute stillness? Shut the hell up, bro. You don't even know what you read. You don't even know what you read. You don't even know what you read, bro. You're gonna stick, yo. This is why I said ChatGPT is dangerous, bro. He just used words he doesn't know what's about. I can tell you what absolute stillness is. I can tell you what absolute stillness. Thank you. Thank you. What's your point? But that's not what it is. It's the ability to do work. Uh, you went to absolutes, bro. You didn't go to absolutes till you read it on ChatGPT. You didn't go to absolutes, bro. And I know what absolutes are. Absolutes is Calvin of zero. I know what it is, but that's never been reached. Never been reached. Because you know what you're going to do? You know what you're going to do? You're going to go to atoms not vibrating, which again, we only know that in theory. We have never experienced absolute zero, bro. That is not realized. That's a theoretical limit. We can get close if we get down close to 0 Kelvin, but 0 Kelvin, nothing is moving. That's what you're trying to lean on, but I'm not going to allow you to do that, Lloyd, because I know you don't even know what Kelvin is. What is it? What is it? So what's absolute zero? So what's absolute zero? Exactly. Exactly, bro. I'm killing you, bro. Yes. Dominating this dude. Dominating this dude. I am the champ, bro. I'm killing this guy. Any other chat you? I'm gonna give you chat GPT, bro.
I think I think you
I'm
guys
not
are
done with
just
him yet. I'm not done with him yet, Chris. I'm not done with him. Hey. I don't know, Chris. Can you see that in the back?
yes.
Now, I am not an AI fan. I am not an AI fan. If I don't know it, I'll do some research to find out what I don't know and fill in the gaps that way. I don't lean on ChatGPT to be my answer. I go find out where ChatGPT gets things wrong, because sometimes it does get things wrong. But based on the fact that Lloyd depends on it 99% of the time to write his fucking books, I'm going to use ChatGPT. Now, here's ChatGPT AI overview given to us by Google. Does electrostatics move? No, electrostatics is not about moving charges. I did not write this. I did not put this in there. This is ChatGPT telling him. Now you tell me which one's wrong, brother, me or Google? I didn't, bro. You see, dude, I just showed the screen. I'm just sharing what, yo, you know what this is? That's that conspiracy shit. That's that conspiracy shit. He can't stand on the truth now. He thinks I doctored this because it disagrees with him. I didn't make this up, bro. You said electrostatics, Lloyd. You said electrostatics, Lloyd. You didn't say static charge. You said electrostatics. See? Again, Lloyd, stop. Yo, you out of your league, bro. Stop, man. Stand down, bro. Stand down, bro. If you leave, I'll have a conversation with Chris.
No, no, no. No, ID doesn't want to control me. And also ID, also,
Oh, because I'm good, bro. I am good at it. I'm good at it, bro. No, if you want to suppress my information, I'm better at it than you, Lloyd. I'm better at it than you, Lloyd. I'm better at it.
Take his statements and compare it to what he just said,
What are you gonna do?
he
Go
just
to Chat
admit
GPT? Chat
he's
GPT?
going.
Yeah, exactly.
Guess what?
You know where I
He's
take you
going
know where I take
to
mine?
be
I take mine to
wrong.
a physics book, bro. I take it to a physics
Okay,
book. I don't give a shit what a
you can
Chat
take it to
GPT
a.
says.
You can take
I
me
take it to a
anywhere you
physics
want
book
to go. You're
because I
not
don't need
going
Chat
anywhere.
GPT, bro. I got
You're
the
not going
knowledge, bro.
anywhere.
I got the
So
knowledge. I don't need Chat GPT.
guess what? Guess what? The whole point is that this is the reason why he doesn't want me to make the statements and stuff. Because
Because you're
again, I
talking
said,
gibberish, man.
listen, I'm talking in my own words. And
Exactly.
guess what?
before
Here's
before
the thing, Chris. When you write a definition, I don't know if your teachers did it, but our teachers taught this. If you write a definition, they tell you put it in your words. They don't want you to plagiarize the dictionary. Have they ever did that in school for you, Chris?
they did, but for physics definition, mostly they want you to keep it the same with the book. And
Thank
before you come in,
you. Thank you. Thank you.
before you come in, this this one from, I don't know the name of this guy, but it's something to G. I think that stop giving this clown a platform. So on my
You
side,
can come up here and tell me that, bro. If you got the words and the balls to do it, you can come up here and talk to me. I don't run from fades, bro. I got all knowledge in me. That's all I got. I don't have opinions. So if you want to
so
come up here and have a question about what I'm saying, if I'm wrong, I'm not Lloyd. I'll say I'm wrong if I'm wrong, but I'm not Lloyd. Lloyd is not standing on anything. He keeps moving. I'm not him. So you can say your little chat, little chitter chatter
I do
chat bullshit.
I do
Come up here and say it, bro. I'm here.
I do
And
wait
this
wait
is
wait.
not
What
control.
what I was saying to this guy, like I'm open to everyone. If you feel like you have a different opinion to share, if it's different from Lloyd or from ID, you can feel free to come in any day, or you can get me on my email and we plan. Like, we don't have to close other people out because they have a different opinion from what we have. I don't think that if you go to the street right now and you walk, you find different people with different opinion to yours. You don't have to, like, throw them away or anything, or kick them away.
And
And I
that's the
see that.
interesting part, Chris. I'm not even up here with my opinion. This is the science. I'm not coming up here telling you what I think it is. I'm telling you what it's defined as in the world of science. Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. That's what it's defined as. If you come in here with something else, that's your opinion. I don't build shit with your opinion. I build shit with science. Give a damn
And
about
also,
what you
But
think it should
Chris,
do.
and
Chris,
also today
the
we have
person asked me. The person asked me the
today we have
question on
Gerald.
what my opinion was. He asked me what my opinion was. He said, "What do you think energy is?" He asked my opinion. I gave it into my words. The whole point is he never answered the question, was my answer totally wrong? He didn't want to answer that because it wasn't wrong. It wasn't wrong.
I
The
literally
whole
gave the
point is
first
that
eight
he's
words,
using the
word for
dictionary
word,
word
and you skipped over
does
that.
not make my answer wrong.
It doesn't make it right either, bro.
Okay, now there it is.
It
If
doesn't make it
anybody
right.
can
What do you mean? There it is. Why do you keep doing that like that made a point? It make a point, Lloyd.
you want me
But
to
also,
finish the point? I can show you what the
You
point
don't
is.
have one. You
You
keep
haven't
doing
heard
it
it.
like you actually
You
dropped
keep
the mic.
over
Like,
talking
what
somebody,
are you
so they
talking
can't
about?
give their opinion. You wanted me
but
to
also,
give you what it meant. I'll tell you what it meant.
ID,
The whole the
Yes,
whole
sir.
point was the
give
whole
Lloyd some
point
time
was
to explain what he's saying.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
the whole point was is that if a person says something and you ask their opinion of it, and I give you my opinion of it, And then I base it on science, knowing that, hey, I know there is no absolutes. I know they haven't proven this, that there is nothing that does not have energy in it. That means everything moves, even static electricity still moves because there is no absolute nothingness. Okay? That's what I learned. So when I tell people, hey, my opinion is energy is something that moves. That's a basic answer, and it's not wrong. Now, if you want to go to a dictionary and it says, "Oh, this is the dictionary," it doesn't teach you anything. It doesn't
Boy,
show you
I didn't say
anything.
use the dictionary, bro.
The whole point
I said go
was
to a physics book.
the whole point was is that I'm trying to teach people things, and then when you actually look them up, which I'll send you, Chris, you're going to find out that even the scientist argues his point that yeah, static may be a static said not to move, but then another scientist come in there and says no, that's an absolute. There's nothing without void of energy, meaning it is not. It does not stay still. Not everything moves. Everything vibrates, even coldness.
Vibration of a
So
charge is not the same thing as a charge moving across a medium. That's not
I
the
didn't
same
say it
thing.
was.
So
I
no,
didn't
so
say it
wait, so
was.
don't no, because you said vibration and you said you linked the two of the word vibration and
I
motion.
didn't link
They're
it.
not the
I
same
just
thing.
made expressed
I'm,
it.
I'm telling you, Lloyd, what you just
I
did
just
was you used
expressed
the
it.
word
I didn't link it.
vibration. Hold
I
on,
didn't
you just
link
used
it.
the word. You said that already. What you just did was you used the word vibration and motion in the same sentence. They're not synonymous. In science, it's very specific. This is why I said I'm not giving you my opinion. The sciences have to be specific because you want to make sure the information's understood when someone's reading it and you're not
So you
there.
let's ask the question so everybody can hear it. So you're vibrating something, but it has no motion. Is that what you just said?
That's possible. A block of ice, is it moving or is it vibrating?
It's vibrating.
But it's not moving. The molecules are vibrating, but the ice itself, the block of ice, is not moving.
I didn't say nothing
So
about
this
the
is what.
block of ice moving.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This is why I asked a block of ice. You asked me the
Okay.
question. I said a block of ice. Everything's vibrating. I get that on the molecular level.
Then
Yes,
if
but it's
if
not
the if
the
it's
ice.
vibrating,
Hold
then
on.
the
Hold
ice
on. Hold on.
is moving.
Respectfully. Hold on. Hold on. The molecules are vibrating, but they are not displacing. They're shaking in position. It doesn't mean you're moving, you're vibrating. That's a different motion. Not even a different motion, that's a different entity. And a
Okay.
great example is water being frozen. That's a block of ice not moving. Yes, it's vibrating on the molecular level. Yes, as everything is. I agree, but it's not
And
moving.
it's melting. It's melting because of
It
that
depends. What if
vibration.
it's in the freezer? It ain't melting in the freezer. You didn't ask me what it was in. You assumed it was outside the freezer. If it's in the freezer, it's not. It's not melting.
Actually, it is melting
It
in the
can't be
freezer
melting if it's frozen in the freezer. How did it
But-
freeze if it's in the freezer? How did it freeze?
because the molecules are moving slowly, just like
Again,
glass.
I just said
Glass,
molecules. Hold on,
glass.
don't
Wait a
jump,
minute.
don't jump, don't jump, don't
Glass
jump. We're talking about ice.
moves.
Don't jump, don't jump.
Wait a minute.
You're
No, wait,
talking. Wait a
wait,
minute.
wait, wait.
Wait. No, no,
Again,
no, 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 no,
wait
no,
a
no,
minute.
no, no.
Let's
Lloyd,
ask the
Lloyd.
question
Let me
because you
tell
say
you.
no.
No,
Wait a
don't
minute.
ask
Wait,
another
wait, wait,
question.
wait.
Don't ask another
I
question. Stay on ice.
look.
Stay on
We
ice.
are
So we can keep it
we're on the
simple.
question here.
The
Chris, you
point
see what
is,
I'm saying? The
when
whole
you
point
say
was
vibrate, no, wait
is
a
that
minute, Lloyd.
when you
Hold
talk
on,
about
Lloyd.
motion,
Lloyd,
glass
hold on.
moves,
Hold on.
but
Why
you
do you keep
can't
moving
see
at the
that.
glass? We'll talk
Okay.
about glass in 10 seconds.
So the
We'll
whole
talk
point
about glass
was
in
is
10
that
seconds.
just because something moves
The
slowly
point
doesn't
is,
mean it's not
it's
moving.
not moving slowly in the freezer, bro. It's
It
frozen.
is moving
It's
slowly.
stationary. It's vibrating, but it's not moving. What
Yes,
are
it
you
is.
talking about?
Yes, it is.
Frozen means moving? Frozen means
If
it's not moving. The ice
if
is not
the
moving. The
molecules are
molecule, no,
moving,
again, I didn't
if
say
the
molecules are
molecules are
moving.
moving, yes, the answer is yes. If the
I didn't
molecules are
ask
moving,
you, are the
if they,
molecules wait a minute, Lloyd. Lloyd, follow me. I'm not asking you, is
Chris,
the molecules
see, this
moving
is
in the
what I'm talking
freezer?
about control.
I'm not
This is
asking you
this
if
is
the
what I'm saying.
molecules are
The
moving in
whole
the
point,
freezer.
the whole
I
point
ask
is
you if the
the
molecules are
the
vibrating.
scientists have been trying to freeze something
This
down
guy,
to absolute list zero.
you'll
So
never get absolute
the
zero.
ice exactly. You will never get. He just
But
answered the
ice
question.
freezes
You
at
will
what
never.
temperature, Lloyd?
And guess what? The
It's
reason why
nowhere
they
near
need to
Kelvin. It's
get to
nowhere near
this,
0 Kelvin.
the reason why they came because long as they have vibration, you have movement. That
You
means
have
that yes, this
vibration.
ice is
You have
melting
vibration.
and
You don't have
refreezing
movement. You
and
have
melting
vibration.
and refreezing. But the
You
whole
don't
point
have
is if you have
movement. You
something
have
moving in
vibration.
that thing, you then that movement, that back and forth, is what's causing it to melt. It's just that the coldness
I said in the
refreezes
freezer, bro.
it. So again,
It's
he
not
didn't want me to
melting in
tell
the
you that.
freezer. What are you talking about? Ice
He
melts in the
he
freezer?
didn't want me to tell you that. That's
Ice melts in the freezer. Is that what you're telling me?
and that's the reason why I said that
You just said ice melts in
we
the freezer.
have to get in. Yeah, it
What
does.
is wrong with
So
you, bro?
okay, so the whole point is this is the
Just
reason
to
why
win an
we have to
argument, you're
talk
going to tell me ice melts in
science
the freezer.
with somebody who's
Just to win an
actually
argument,
wants
he's
to
going to sit
talk
here and
about
say
science.
ice
This
melts in
guy
a
just
freezer.
wants
This is
to
sad, Chris.
destroy and he wants to control the narrative. That's the reason why he
Anybody
doesn't want
that's
me
listening to
speaking.
this
Okay,
actually wants to be in the
so
sciences, this is not the guy.
guess what?
This
Guess
is
what?
not the guy.
The,
He doesn't know
guess
about
what?
free energy because free energy, in
Guess
his
what?
sense, doesn't exist. He doesn't know
Guess
about
what?
MOSFETs. He doesn't know about
Guess
solar
what?
panels. He doesn't know about energy
There it
propagation.
is.
He doesn't know anything about the sciences other than what he
Look,
thinks. He is
look.
illiterate in the space.
Listen.
Period.
That's
Say that again.
Do you see the message on the screen says that? I mean, Scamchan was saying that why is everyone trying to hate ID and Gerald? This is Gerald. I think you made Gerald afraid to come. Gerald said that he was going. You remember Gerald was saying that he was going to show us a demonstration of how.
Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind trolls in the chat. That's cool. They're not gonna come up here and talk to me. Then they're just in the chat. I'm good.
but guess what,
Let them rock out.
Chris?
Let them rock out.
And look, invite him and we'll talk because guess what? The whole point is that when we actually talk, I'm going to let him talk. I'm going to let him say his opinion. I'm going to let him whether
Oh,
I
and by the
disagree with
way,
it or not.
uh,
The
y'all
whole
check out
point
my channel.
is that
I'm gonna
I'm not
have
going
another
to
Lloyd
try
video
to
coming out.
overtalk him and
I
try
got
to
another
shut
Lloyd
him
video
up
coming out. I got another Lloyd video coming out. Check
because
me out because it's gonna be hilarious. This man put his
guess
foot in his
what?
mouth. This man
The
put his
whole
foot in
point
his mouth.
was
I literally got his video. You can't take it from me
guess
now,
what?
Lloyd, because I grabbed it already. So I got Lloyd actually admitting
Guess
how he miscalculated his solar panels. He does not know how those solar panels work. And I will show you in the next video coming out very soon with
you
his
can make
own words.
all the
With
videos
his
you want.
own words. I don't even have to say a word. It's all
Okay,
100% Lloyd words. And he
Yes,
will
guess
tell
what?
you, show you, expose himself that he knows nothing about solar panels and how power
Oh
goes through
wow.
them. Nothing.
why can't we now?
Absolutely nothing.
Why can't we now talk about maybe let's talk about something else? Like initially we were talking about that paper when you guys were talking about energy coming from space, and there's a point that you're making. I think idea at the time that it won't be possible. I mean, it will kill you in the process.
Well, I don't think, I didn't say it wouldn't be possible. I said there's physical limitations when you're talking about RF energy. RF energy,
No,
there's
it
a
wasn't.
certain limit that we can get hurt, like we can take damage from it. So we can't be exposed to heavy energy in RF. Like there's a certain limit. When you're talking stuff coming from space, you're
Yeah,
talking about actual gamma rays. You're talking about actual X rays, and
it
that
can be.
energy is so high. You don't want to be near that stuff if it even reaches you.
So so
So
so the point is like initially there's the experiment I said I was sent to you. I think it was done by the Japanese, but they were able to transmit that was solar.
They use a
Like
satellite. They just transmitted it through the satellite. So it hits the satellite. They transfer that energy down to a safe level, and then they beam it down. Is
Yeah. So
again,
so
if
another
you
way,
say something is impossible and then someone goes and do it, you're going to find out that it's
No one
ways
said it
to
was
bend the
impossible.
rules. So again, they found a way to do it,
Chris, I
and that's
never
the
said it was
reason they did it.
impossible, by the way. I never said it was impossible. I said if you're going to receive that kind of energy, it has to be reduced if we're going to be in the vicinity to receive it. Our cell phones get energy from the RF, from the cellular towers, yes, but the energy is so low, it's safe enough to be in the presence of it.
what
That's
if
all
they
I'm saying.
what if they transmit like they can be able to transmit energy that will just power up your car? Like with that one,
Again, if you're
total
not in the
energy be able.
vicinity, you can charge it. Yeah, why not? If you're not near it, you better be away from it. That's all I'm saying. There's a limit that the idea of picking up energy out of the air. If you're within that field, the energy can't be large because you would burn up if it were.
And
So,
That's
Chris,
a physical
you
reality.
have
the
It's
thing is,
not an opinion.
you have two different opinions. So here's what I'm going to say. They had the theory. They don't know if it's possible or if it's not, but Nikola Tesla claimed that he had a Price arrow and he ran it from radio waves. Okay. Now you had Maxwell who claims he got a car that runs on radio wave. Remember, if this is not possible, these two people are absolutely lying.
They are.
And there you got difference of
I said
opinion.
that. I said that. Well, it's not my opinion. I know the energy level for humans. I know that level. I know what I can calculate that level and how much energy is actually in it. You think you can take crystal radios and pick it up. Problem you don't understand is you need antennas to pick that up, not just a chip. You need a big ass antenna to pick up the frequencies you're talking about. So if you get 100 million of those or 100,000 of those, your miniature size goes out the window. You cannot change the physics of the antenna that you need. I said this earlier. This is not a feasible idea or approach. Can we get energy out of the air and atmosphere? Yes. Yes, 100% yes. We do it now. It's not a surprise. It's the level and consistency of that energy to actually do work. That's where you come into the problem.
Okay. But you didn't understand what I said because you totally said something totally different. So I don't even know where you got that from.
You told me about Maxwell, and I said he has to be lying. I said that. That's all I said.
That's
I didn't
not
say you.
that is not what I'm talking about.
You brought up Maxwell. I said I think he's lying.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about the comment.
So
You
what
just
comment are you
went to that
talking about?
comment.
That's what you just said.
I'm
You
talking about
just
your
said it.
antenna. I'm
Oh,
talking
the
about your
antenna. Okay.
antenna.
What is your comment on the antenna?
The whole point was is that I said you can shrink something down. He went to the what level of energy you need and what size antenna. But in my work, we already have the antenna inside the apparatus giving off the very signal that it's using. So
You're
we
going to
not
be
only
receiving. If you're going to
we,
harvest, you're going to receive energy, not transmit.
do you
Receive.
understand? Do you understand why my words and how I use words? He's going to try to destroy them so no one gets to hear the
This is
opinion of
called
what I'm saying.
clarity. Stop getting mad
Okay,
because I'm actually
so
saying it
so
clearly. That's all.
the whole point was he's using that as a tool to
Just
keep
tell
you
me your
from the
opinion on
truth.
the antenna. Just tell me your
The,
opinion. What's your
the
opinion on the antenna?
well, you would hear it if you just let me talk.
No, stop talking about me. Just talk about the antenna.
No, I ain't talking about you. I just say let me say my statement.
All right. What's about the antenna statement? What is it? What do you have about my antenna statement?
The whole point was is that if you use the frequency according to the antenna, and other people have done this work, you'll see that the energy you put out is the energy that you can take in. This is the whole point. So our examples is that when we build crystal radios and put LEDs on them, we're getting a specific wave of a specific energy. And now we started with one LED and then we had many LEDs. Now we can run over 1,000 LED lights just receiving energy from the atmosphere, and it's all
Somebody out there
about
got a thousand
stacking.
lights on in a circuit right now.
And I'll
Somebody
show
got
you.
that?
Yeah, I'll show you that, Chris. I'll
A
just send
thousand?
you
No, no. Show the people. Show the people. What are you talking about, Chris? The people listening right now.
Yeah, we will show them.
1,000 people got crystal radios. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
What?
said that wrong. I said that wrong. I said that wrong. 1,000
Okay.
crystal radios. You're gonna show somebody with 1,000 crystal radios tied together.
I said at 1,000. He has 1,000 LED lights shining from energy from the atmosphere. That's what I said. Now,
That's
how did you get
nothing though.
your
Like, you know how
belief?
much energy that is?
Okay, but that's my
You know how much
statement.
energy that is?
That was my statement, though.
Okay, let's do some dirty math. 20 milliamps through an LED, probably about 2 volts. Let's give it 2 volts. 2 volts at what? Let's say 20. That's about 40 milliwatt, if my math is right. 40 milliwatt. So you add a
So,
thousand of those, and that's 40. So you're getting 40 watts out of the air.
so again,
No,
that
I'm
was
asking you, is
the
that what you're
statement.
saying? You're getting 40, at least 40 watts out of the air.
All I'm saying is that people who are doing work out there,
Hold
they
on,
can
hold
see
on.
it.
I'm just
They can
talking to
see
you.
it for
See, this is the
themselves.
technical conversation, bro. This is the technical side. I'm
No,
asking you.
that's not a technical side. All I just told
I'm
you what
talking
somebody
about
else is
watts,
working.
amps, and voltages. What are you talking about? This ain't the technical side. This is the technical side.
No, it's your technical side. I'm just
I don't
telling you what
have a
someone
technical
did.
side, bro. It's the sciences.
Then why are you mentioning if you don't have that?
Let us be
Because I'm speaking from the science perspective, not my own. I don't have an
Okay.
opinion.
So
I'm
ask the
talking about
person who
science
made
that
it.
works.
Wait a minute. Ask the person who made it. Ask him that question. Why are you asking me the question?
Because you brought it up, Lloyd.
Yes, I brought it up to Chris that
But
So
I
you
I'm
would
see,
show
asking
him
you,
the
do you
work
understand that
being done.
you're claiming that he has 40 watts?
but you see,
Okay.
you see, you guys will just end up in an argument again and again.
Because once I go
Yeah,
technical, now I
Like
can't even go technical. What is going on?
I
because
tried, I tried,
Chris
I
tried to
tried taking
destroy
you
what
away
I'm
to
saying.
the first. You remember the first conversation when we began? Everyone was just silent and okay, talking about what they think
Thank
about the
you.
paper. But 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 you guys get to a point and you get heated up. I think
Okay,
I think I
I
think
don't
that
need a book. I don't need a book to give this to the people. Any LED that you run, it's either between 1.3 to 2.7 volts, usually around 20 milliamps on average. So when you multiply those two numbers, that gives you the watts per LED. When he says you get 1,000 LEDs running off of crystal radios, he's claiming he gets that 2 volts times 20 milliamps times 1,000. That's what he's saying. I said dirty math. That's about 40 watts. Are you claiming that it's 40 watts? Now, you know how I did that without ChatGPT, bro? This is what I'm saying. I know how to do the numbers. If you're claiming that, I want you to say, yes, I am claiming he is putting out 40 watts from a crystal radio or 1,000 crystal radios, whatever. That's what you're claiming because that's what I hear when you gave me those numbers. Now, if you don't know how to calculate that, we can talk about that. But I did that
Now,
real quick.
Chris,
No, I didn't write anything down. I
Chris,
didn't Google it. I just did it off the top of my head. So we can go with the technicals
the
and
whole
start
point
looking at data
was
sheets if you
is
want.
until you actually see what he's doing and we get to finish the statement, then before you do math, you should know what you're talking about. You
Time
should
out.
see it. And that's what I was telling you
Time out.
is that I'll send it to you, see how he was doing
So
this, how he do it, how he did it, because that's important. And then when you start to see it, then we can start making calculations on how much wattage or what's the name that he's doing this. But until
so
you know what is
you're right,
actually
Scam
being
Chan. I
done,
didn't even. I
he can
assumed that
all
the LED was full
he
power.
he
so
all
like,
he is showing that he can run 1,000 LED lights from the energy from the air. That was my statement. And I was stating something with somebody he did an experiment and showed his actual experiment. So again, until we actually all see it and we can talk about these things. Then all of a sudden we can come up with the math and what's names on how it's done. But again, if someone makes an opinion on someone before he sees the work, okay, then you start to understand that maybe he has another motive to
I do
say
have another
those
motive.
things.
I do have another motive, and I can tell you what it is, Lloyd. I can tell you, Chris, the audience, I can tell you what my motive is. My motive is I know the scientific method that we use as a society because it repeats itself. One of the rules in scientific method, you gotta have some models that you can use to replicate whatever you're trying to do. You always go to the knowledge that you have first. You don't jump right into an experiment. Why do you do that? Because you can run the risk of blowing shit up. You can run the risk of damaging yourself, hurting yourself, killing yourself. You do the numbers first, especially if there's models available. We have software that can do circuit design. We have software that can do batteries. We can have software that can show you an RF signal going through 5 different mediums and show the electric fields within that medium. We have the software to do all of that. So we don't go to the lab first. We've proved that it works in the models that we developed over time with the knowledge we gained up to that point. Then you go to build. So this is my motive. I'm doing it the way we know it works. Not some backyard and let me guess and let me see what happens. It's cool if you want to do that, but why are you teaching the people to think like that? That's not how it works in the real world. I myself, I'm in the real world. I'm not sitting at home trying to
So,
figure out what my next move is going to be. I am
so,
in the real world practicing real world sciences, bro. I'm not giving you my
so let's
opinion. That is
So I did.
great.
100% fact. Look it up.
I did before.
So let's ask the
Lloyd.
question. Let me ask this one question.
Okay.
Where did you get that I was doing that at? How do you
You
know
just
that I'm
told
not?
them, I'll tell you, because you just told them to go try it out. I saw a guy who did it, so go do it. Go do what? I just gave you the math and you rejected me. I just gave you
Wait
the
a minute.
math. I
So,
gave you the mathematical
Chris,
model that you can go
Chris,
test out on a calculator, and you
Chris,
rejected me, bro.
Chris. So
Yes.
what? What's
What?
ask a simple question?
Oh,
Did I tell you to go do that? Because this is what I'm talking about. He gave a mathematics. What I said is that the
I
simple
know a
fact
guy.
is you have to look at what this person did before we can do the calculation. That's what I said. But then
No,
he
you don't
said
need
I
that,
told
bro.
you all to go out and start doing this stuff.
You don't need
This
all of
is
that,
this
Lloyd.
this is
so
what I'm saying because the whole point is he doesn't even know what the experiment was. He's just making an
You
opinion on
shouldn't even
something he
have an
hasn't seen.
experiment before you actually do the
Okay,
numbers, Lloyd. You should not
so
have an
so
experiment when you don't even understand the
so
math behind
who's
it,
doing
the
an
science
experiment?
behind it.
so
Where's this
Lloyd,
experiment coming from?
Secondly,
This is
secondly, this is the
Chris.
internet, bro. This is the
Where is this
internet. I
experiment
watched
coming
a
from?
video with Donald Trump dancing with Kamala Harris. Does
Huh?
that make it true?
Wait a minute. Where is this experiment coming from, Chris?
A YouTube video.
Okay, so the whole point is someone did it and I reference to it. Where's this experiment I'm telling people to
It's
go do?
YouTube, bro.
Okay, so here's the thing. I said to go look, not go do. Okay, so
Who gives a
there's a
shit
big
if it's
difference.
if it look
Okay,
again? No, no, no. You're trying to convince people to go watch a dude who did it, but you don't even know the guy who did it. Guy could have made it up. You don't know. It's the internet, bro. It's the
oh
internet. You
wow,
don't depend on the internet
oh
for
wow.
everything you see visually. Like I said, I saw a video with Donald Trump dancing with Kamala Harris in a grassy knoll. Does that make it real?
Okay,
No,
so
because it's
so
the internet,
again,
bro.
which videos are you watching? So
Some
Lloyd,
political stuff that
Lloyd, you
popped
were
up.
supposed was I think we will do with you with Fred next week. If ID comes and not add him, so he will just be in the chat so that maybe
I'll stand down on the next one, man, because he clearly
yeah.
wants to talk his and get his stuff off for his book. So I know he needs it. I'll stand down.
So that you can talk peacefully, and then maybe later on then I'll do it with ID. He reacts on the same. So that the conversation it will be easy to flow. And also I try to get that guy with the research that he says that you can be able to run a car wirelessly. with
And for
energy.
whoever said in the chat that I don't have anything, I didn't build anything. I actually do own patents. I actually do own products. I actually do own ideas that haven't even been brought to fruition yet because it's in testing. So I've done this, been there. So you talking to somebody that's different, Lloyd. I'm sorry. It is what it is. I'm not talking out my ass. I
You
know
said,
this.
I
So
you
so
said,
So, but wait, well, here's the question. You're making
if
that
you think you can
statement.
challenge me, you're not
Listen,
challenging me.
no,
I
You're
did,
I don't
challenging
have
the
to challenge
sciences,
you.
bro.
I don't
you
have
He
said
to
that,
challenges
challenge
the
you. The whole
scientists.
point
I
is
don't
Daniel
have
has
an
got to ask
opinion
the
in this.
question.
I
The
don't have an
whole point
opinion in
is,
this.
why do you think that I haven't patented anything? Why do you think I have? Why do you make statements
Are
that
you going to
you
listen?
haven't done this?
I do said what is the
So,
name of your channel? The channel
It's just
that
identity withheld. Identity withheld. Like I said, I only got the one thermal thing because that's the space I'm really interested in. Because the efficiency is so low, I know we can do better. And I'm working on actually getting proven that efficiency. Right now it's in single digits, and I don't like that. I think we could do better. So I'm trying to figure out what materials will actually work better in those thermal piles. I think someone mentioned it earlier. Actually, Lloyd did. He actually was it Lloyd? Maybe it was Lloyd. Either way,
no, it was
thermal.
me. You know what?
Okay,
You know
I'll give
why
you
this
credit. I'll
is?
give you credit. I'll give you credit. I'll
No,
give you credit. You
wait.
said it.
The reason why is because we just got through running a DIY, something I did, okay, and it's for making a atmospheric generator, a refrigerator, okay. So the whole point is that we show that we can actually take ice. Okay. That's a storage. That means when it's frozen, it takes time for it to unthaw and use that thermal apparatus to make electricity from the heat and the cold of the ice, send it down to another, actually going through a circuit, send it to another thermocouple, and then it will keep the ice frozen, and we show how to do that. And I wrote a book about that and how
I
to do
have to
that
push
because
back. I don't think that's possible because it sounds perpetual. That means you're
it's not
maintaining the energy.
it's not perpetual and it doesn't last forever. And we
If
say
the
that
ice
in the book.
doesn't melt, if the ice doesn't melt, then that's perpetual.
Like I said, that's why I know ice does melt when it's in the freezer.
What?
Yeah.
What?
The whole
Hell is-
point was when you when you
Again.
start to
Okay,
when you
go
start
ahead, go
doing
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go
experiment
ahead.
when you start doing physical experiments, what you try to see is the degradation of something, and one is beating out the other. So in the freezer, you can slow things down, and that's the
can
reason
I
why I made the example
I'm
of
going to
glass.
tell you, those
Glass
thermal piles
does
don't
move.
work when both plates
Glass.
are frozen. When both plates are frozen, it doesn't work. So when
can
you
I
put it
answer?
in the freezer, the only energy that the heat by way of heat is when you first put it in the freezer. But that hot side or warm side relative to the ice cube, when it comes to temperature of the freezer, it's that's it. So there is no energy transfer once those
Okay.
plates reach the same temperature. That's just how they work.
But
Secondly,
that's
those things are super inefficient. So in order to get 1 watt out, you got to put like point 0.1, point 0.3 watts, no, 0.03 watts in. It is so inefficient. That's why it's of interest to me because I want to improve that efficiency. It's too low, in my opinion. I think we could do better.
okay.
Raiden,
So
Raiden,
again,
Raiden,
we're
Raiden,
building.
before you answer Lloyd, let me try to answer Raiden 18. Raiden 18 was saying that if I start playing videos of others inventors who have come up with similar concepts, uh, sometimes when you are doing shows like this, but the problem that comes with that reading is that sometimes you can be clipped for that. You can do maybe one, two, three, and you don't see it as a problem, but tomorrow you wake up, you find you have like maybe
You
three right strikes, yeah, and they delete your channel. So usually you just have to avoid other people's content on YouTube. It's, it's not twice actually, so I can't be able to do that. Maybe just one, but if you go do a number of things, you can
Actually,
get in
somebody
trouble.
said I don't have any inventions. On my channel also, I said I do experiments too, Lloyd. I actually researched it, did the calculations, created what's called an ice box. It actually used ultraviolet light to remove the yellowing on the soles of sneakers through chemical reaction and ultraviolet light. I created what's called an ice box with LEDs. It gives off enough UV light if you get the right one and actually
Lloyd,
hit and you put your sneakers in there for 24 hours and it removes the yellow. I actually have a before and after video to show that it works. So I do experiments, Lloyd.
Lloyd was
Uh,
going to add something. Lloyd, you can go on.
well, I did that experiment too. See, I went to the store and bought an ultraviolet light and put all my jewelry and what's names and had them clean the same way.
Okay, I'm just saying. Somebody said I don't do experiments. I do experiments, but my point was I did the math first. I had to figure out how much energy I needed to power those LEDs. I had to figure out if I'm putting this thing in and letting it sit. I don't want it to burn up my house, so I got to make sure that I'm not overdriving it. I got to make sure the LEDs are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Like all those things had to make sense mathematically first. I didn't just throw stuff together. So that's I know is the scientific method that like you got to be careful. You don't just dive in unless you want to be. You can do it, but you're going to run the risk of damaging stuff because you don't have enough knowledge to understand what's going on. So that's why I vote against doing it that way. So but do your thing.
Yeah, that's what do I do it my thing. And here's the reason why. Again, I don't have a problem with math, but I also understand that math doesn't explain everything because I bought a charge controller from another country, and because they wired it different, okay, that means that their black is not the neutral wire, and the red is not their positive wire. Okay. So when I hooked it up, I blew the unit. And then when I talked to the company gave me my money back because guess what? Everything's backwards in that country. They do things opposite the way we do it. So how's the math going to solve that problem first? So
I can give you a
again,
suggestion if you care. There's something that's done. It's called it. What is it called? Quality test. Any product that's usually sold in the U.S. This is why you usually should probably stay in the U.S. for some stuff. Any product should have a test code that proves that this thing was tested and it should operate the way as expected. So something like a reversed wire should not happen. So that means whoever created it didn't have anybody to check it before it got shipped out.
okay,
So
so
that's a
that
quality
that that's
control issue.
that is a good point. But let's go to something more famous like the EcoFlows. They had to recall all those units after someone on YouTube found out that they did something backwards. Okay.
Hmm. Yeah,
Then
it
then
happens.
you had Tesla. They had to recall all those trucks he had been selling for years because the brake got stuck. So again, these mistakes do happen, but it doesn't have anything to do because you don't do the math or I don't do the math. It has to do that. Wait a minute, that some things are good for math and some things you have to experience for yourself. So when somebody went in there and actually experienced and seen it, and he says, "Look, I've been doing batteries for years." And he didn't have a degree, but he wrote to the company and said, "This is all backwards." Somebody who they don't want to accredit. Okay. So again, back then is different from then. That's what I sent you, Chris. It's
Yeah,
totally different because
we don't.
people did
That's something
destroy the
out of your
conductor.
power, though, Lloyd. Like if somebody give you a bad product, that's not on you. That happens. That's bad quality. I mean, that happens. But that's not the math I'm speaking of. I'm speaking of if you're designing a system and you say I want a 3-volt, 5 amp, whatever and you specify what you want to drive motors, to drive LEDs, to drive diodes, to drive resistors, whatever. That should be figured out prior to because again, you may have an idea of what you want it to do, but mathematically or modeled. Use a they got software, model softwares out there you can use for electrical circuits. If it doesn't make sense, the software should tell you, or the math should tell you. So it eliminates any kind of damage to anything you're trying to build.
But
It
but
minimizes that risk.
if you had looked at my work, you would know that I did this. That's the whole
No,
point. That's why I
well,
knew
no,
that you didn't look in it. You didn't
I
look
did
at
look
any
at
of
it,
it.
Lloyd. I said your
Okay.
math was off the first time I met you. I said your math is off. That's what I said. Because I took your videos, I wrote it down, calculated it myself,
No.
looked up
You know what
data
you said?
sheets, to find out
Wait a
what
minute.
the
Wait a minute.
averages. I'm
Wait a minute.
actually I'm answering your
Wait a minute.
question, Lloyd. You
No,
said
no,
I
no.
didn't watch your videos, and I did.
You said my numbers were off. This is what you told me.
Yes,
I don't
yes.
I don't want to know but one part of my work and nothing else because it's muddying the waters. That's what you said. So if you don't take my work as a whole and you just picked on one part of it, how do you know my math was off?
I can answer that because you opened up with the wrong calculations from the start. I didn't even get to the rest of your circuit. Your input was miscalculated. I couldn't get past the first part
So
because
the whole
the
the,
input was wrong.
So the whole point was is that you said I made a mistake and accidentally, which I didn't accidentally, I purposely, because I also wrote it in my book and let him know what amps I got. Then you said this is how many watts he got. Again, you focused on one part of the apparatus. So how do you know what the rest of the calculations is, what the rest of the invention when you only focused on the part you wanted to focus on?
Because here's how you opened it up, Lloyd. You said out of your mouth, they said we can't do this. I got 5 watts going in and I got 40 watts coming out. That statement alone, I was done because that was an immediate red flag. You didn't do your numbers. I actually found another video where you wrote the numbers
Now,
on a piece of paper. That's where the miscalculation is. I
now
saw it. So
let's go
if
over.
if
Let's
I saw that, if I
wait
saw
a
what
minute.
I just stated that I saw, why would I go to the next level when I know your first floor is screwed up?
Okay, so here, this is what we'll do to just do the experiment. Okay, let people hear what I have to say, and then you can make the opinion on what I have to say. How about that?
What do you mean? It was on your video.
But the whole point is that when I explain it, do you really want people to hear what I have to say?
I'm telling you, you opened up with a major
So,
miscalculation.
so wait a
Everything
minute.
after
Wait a
that,
minute.
hold on, Lloyd, hold on,
So
Lloyd,
the answer
hold
is
on, Lloyd,
no.
real
The
quick,
answer is
Lloyd,
no, right?
real quick. If I let you continue, you're building on a bad foundation to start with. It's already miscalculated.
That's
Everything
not
after
what
that.
I'm not
So what?
asking you about that. I'm asking you if I make an opinion right now, would you let me finish so all these people can hear what I have to say? Or would you just try to say, I'm going to destroy it because you really don't want them to know what I have to say? If I'm wrong, would
Got a
not
question?
it would destroy itself? Because the whole point is that if I finish talking and telling people what I have to say, maybe you're scared that they like what I said and go try it and go, oh, this guy is right.
Or, or maybe you're wrong, Lloyd.
So how do you know this without hearing what I have to say?
I'm going to say it again. You opened up saying you put 5 watts in
I'm
and you're
talking about
getting
right.
40 watts.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I'm
wait.
talking
I'm
about
answering. Now,
right
why are
now.
you cutting me off, Lloyd? We
No,
were doing
because
well. We were
you didn't
doing well,
understand.
Lloyd. We were doing well.
Doing well. Wait a minute. I'm asking you about right now, right now, not later, not later.
Somebody's
Test,
mic is hot.
test,
Somebody's mic is hot.
test, test. You're listening to us on
You
four
got to mute.
devices. Switch off one of the device that you're listening to.
You got to mute him, Chris.
Test. His name is Test. So Scamchan is saying that Christmas people get away with doing all anime series doing that. Scamchan was talking about copyright strikes. I don't know.
So,
I know.
so that's why I said I don't want to attack this man. I don't. I literally came in to try and offer what I do know about the space. I don't hate Lloyd. I really don't like being called names when all I'm bringing is information about the actual science. And I'm saying, hey, the first statement you made was gravely wrong. And
Then
once
how
you
come you
start
didn't let me
building
finish?
on that, because again, once you start building on a bad foundation, everything else is crap. I can't
Okay,
trust you with everything else if you can't get the first floor
but
right.
but the whole point was is that until you let me finish, you don't know where I'm going. That's my point. So the whole
I know
point
where
is
you're not
that I
going is the right answer because you got the foundation wrong.
again. So now I'm talking about now.
Test,
What that was the
test,
question. About
test.
now, I said, would you let me finish my statement right now so everybody can hear it? And now you're coming up with all these excuses why
We can
you
hear
don't
you.
want me to tell the people what I have to say.
Why do you keep doing that, Lloyd? I'm not
Wait,
coming up with
wait.
excuses. What the
Just
That's
a
hell? I'm
what
a
minute.
I'm
grown ass
asking
man,
you.
bro.
Just a
I
minute.
don't need
That was a
excuses.
question. Wait
Just
a
a
minute.
minute, Lloyd.
That
Just
was a
a minute.
question.
Just a minute. Just
Go
a
ahead, Chris.
minute.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead, Chris. I'm sorry.
I think Test is trying to test his microphone. Test.
I hear him calling you. I hear him saying, Chris.
Test.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
You have put in on a voice. You don't want people to notice your voice, or your voice is that strong, but we can hear you.
Yeah, yeah, I'm listening. Can you hear me? Is everyone can hear everyone hear me?
Yeah, it's muffled though.
We can hear, but because your face is not visible, you can just use the normal. Or you go on. We can hear you. We can hear you. What do you have to say?
Yeah, yeah, I'll respond a little bit later.
You're saying
Yeah, can you hear me?
yes.
Yeah, yeah, I'll respond a little bit later. I'll let them talk.
You're using a voice changer. You're saying your voice is like too. I don't know how to put it. Too deep. I think too deep or so. Although Lloyd, I see your device is your device seems to be begin doing echoes.
Hey, he's not the only one with a voice changer, bro.
Test, come in now. But your voice is too
Yeah,
deep.
yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm here.
We can hear you, but I doubt even anyone is able to understand you. But go on. I think your voice is too deep because of the voice changer that you're using.
I'll just respond later. It's okay.
Can you maybe switch to one that is not that deep?
Let me try. Just give me a second.
Hey, did mine sound that bad?
Yours was okay. I was able to understand. Or can you understand what he's saying?
Is that better?
I can't understand what he's saying.
Try it out. Test. You're saying that if
Sure,
that's better.
sure.
Go on. But I can see Scamchan is saying that no one can understand. I think it was too deep. This or you can switch to a lady one. You can switch to a lady one. You will understand and will not be able to tell
Yeah,
you.
lady one would probably be better.
Is that better? Is that
If
Still
you
better?
too.
have your screen off, why are you using the voice changer? We can't see you.
I don't care about your opinion, identity. So, yeah.
I have no idea what you said.
Your voice, honestly, your
I
voice
don't
is
have,
too
I
deep.
don't have any idea what you're saying as well, so can go fuck yourself.
Yeah,
I
this
don't.
ain't working, Chris. I have no idea what he's saying.
No.
I don't care. I'm not here to talk to your identity. I'm here to listen to you and get along and Chris. Alright?
Test.
You
Maybe
said that to argue with everyone, so,
the thing is, no one can understand. I don't know if you can see on your screen. No one can understand. Actually, you either switch to a woman's voice, we will understand. Or because you're hiding your
I'll
face, you
respond
can just
later.
use your normal
I'll
voice.
respond later. It's okay.
No one can understand. I will have to mute you maybe. Or you can try joining in again. He muted himself. Lloyd, you are saying something. No one can understand you. Taste. Your voice is like too deep. Either you use a woman's voice or you switch to one that sounds better. Lloyd,
Yeah.
go on, go on. Sorry for cutting you off.
The what I was trying to say is that I was going to explain how I'm doing this because I wrote a book on it, and the book was based on the work I actually did. And what I did is called Solar That Never Sleeps, and I used the same solar, okay, that I've been talking about, and I use what they call amp injection technology. This means that we're taking amps from another source, which was the premise of all my work, is that why do you always have to have amps and voltage from the same apparatus if you can get it from another source? Okay. And if you get it from another source, okay, then can that source be charged and discharged at the same time? So I'm using the battery power. I'm drawing out 1 or 2 amps. Remember, I got a variable resistor on there, so I can go up to 5 amps, but it'll be too much actual wattage out. But the whole point is that I take all the solar panels, put them in series, and then at the very end, I put my battery in series with that because a charge controller can't tell you the difference between battery power and solar power. So by putting it in series, the only thing that we do is when we hook up that last wire, which is going to the battery, is we have 2 diodes facing away from each other. So it hides the uh, amps from the solar panels, and it doesn't allow amps to go back down into the solar panels. Now, because it's all in series, they have to obey a law. That means voltage stacks. Okay. Now, because the battery is right at the charge controller, it has to give off the amps that it has. So therefore, now I got volts times amps, even when I didn't have amps in the solar itself. And you can go on my channel and see I've been doing all kind of experiments of taking a battery that's being charged from the charge controller, take jumper cables and put it over to the solar side of the charge controller. When you do this, you now have your amps, and when you add the voltage into that, you now have such degree of voltage, which is over the 12 volts, you now have higher wattage, which charges the battery. And again, anybody who watched the video will see me actually doing that demonstration. And again, this is what I wrote my book on, not something I didn't do or didn't test. I'm talking about tested and retested it and had other people in our channel that you created, Chris, tested, and they're coming up with the same answer. Now, until we get somebody in there that says, okay, this is why it's not, that's the reason why I got Dr. Elliott to look at the work, and he confirmed that it works. Okay. So
Can we
then
get
we
him
had
on the
the other,
channel?
yeah, I've been asked to get him on the channel. He communicates with me, but I've been asked him to come onto the channel, talk about this, so we can actually get something thing. But the
Maybe
whole point is that
maybe
you
we
can't
can
just
broadcast
take.
it next week.
Okay,
He
you can't
so
just
he
take this
actually
over.
built this and tested this. What the way you said it?
Yes,
I would love to talk to him. I would love to talk to him. And not yell.
yes.
Yeah, I don't want to yell. I don't have time to really be yelling. Chris, it's just not worth the time anymore. But I would, I vehement, I can't express how much I don't agree without person, and I'm trying not to, but I totally, totally, with every part of my being, know you do not know how you're testing that system because you made a fundamental flaw in understanding how volts and amps work. You can't take volts from one system and amps from another system and call that power. No, you take the volts and amps from one system,
That's when
that's
you're wrong
power.
again. See?
You take the volts and
That's when
amps from
you're wrong
another
again.
system. Okay, let me finish my point. You can jump in. You take the volts and amps from the battery, that's power. But you can't just take one from the other and say it's charging. You would have to show that. I don't think
Yeah,
you've done enough to really prove
my
that you've done
friend.
it. So
You
Test.
I
haven't
would
updated.
love to talk to
You haven't
whoever said this
updated
works.
your
I
brain,
would
my
love to
friend.
see how they're calculating it.
You
Because
need
all
to
this is just words.
answer.
Why you keep over talking? I don't know. You just hit the panel,
You're
bro.
listening
You just
to
hit the
your
panel, bro. Hold on.
understanding.
You
It's
just
not
hit the
Lloyd.
panel, bro. Hold
Yeah,
on.
It's not
you're
Lloyd.
You
It's
just
listening
hit
Lloyd.
the panel. I know it's not
to
Lloyd. I know it's not Lloyd. I know it's not Lloyd. It's whoever's doing the voice thing. Look, you just hit the panel. Chill. Hold on. You're gonna have your time. I'm
you tell
saying I would love to talk to that dude, whoever said it works, and have him show me that it works. Because I
what
put
you
everything on the
thinking,
line
dude.
that he's
It's
not
really
calculating.
easy. It's really easy, but you're not
Dude,
doing
I
it,
don't
isn't it?
even know what you're saying, bro. Your changer is cheap, bro. You got to put some money in that changer or something. I
Wait,
can't
wait,
understand a
wait.
word he's saying.
Let's see if you can. You want to say something? Test. But I think your voice. Why can't
He's
you just?
saying it's easy, but nobody's showing it working. Nobody is showing this thing working. And
You
the
know what
fact that
you
he said that somebody did it
you know
and
what you
tested it,
understand.
that means
You
they
you
don't
don't
know how to
understand
test
this
this.
technology.
You
You
can't
don't
even give your
understand the
voice, bro. I
technology
don't even know what you're
identity.
saying,
You
bro. Why are you
understand,
talking with this cheap ass?
I
This thing is
understand.
horrible, bro.
You understand old technology. You understand me? Even if you don't understand
No,
me,
I
we don't
don't,
care.
bro. This is horrible.
We don't care. We don't care about your
I
opinion,
know
bro.
you don't care, bro. You are a
You
shadow, bro. You
you
don't even have
say,
anything to show or tell
say,
me. What are you telling me?
say, Lloyd is correct, Jared is correct,
Hey,
Tesla is
Chris.
correct. At the
Chris,
end of
you
the
know this
day,
guy?
at the end of the day, if you increase the charge carriers in a conductor, that will get swept in the voltage and that will
Look,
create
man,
a
you got to put some more money in your system, bro. This is
You
horrible.
don't understand
Test.
anything. This is the
Test.
problem. You
Test.
keep on talking about old theory. That's all that takes.
This
Test.
guy, I don't even know what
Test.
he's saying.
Test.
Is
Test.
volts
Test.
times amps. So if you
Test.
increase your amperage in a system, you increase the wattage, and with that
Test.
you can loop
Hey,
it.
I can
Loop
shut him
it,
Test.
down with one
loop
question,
power
Chris.
out, loop power in.
Chris, I can
And
shut
so
him
you
down with one. Chris, I'm
No.
gonna shut him down with one question. I'm gonna shut him down with one question. Tell me how many watts coming out that solar panel? How many watts coming out the solar panel?
friend,
How many
do you
watts coming out the solar
know
panel?
The problem is. The
what
problem is.
How
The
many
problem.
watts are coming out the solar panel?
Do you know what the Kessler effect? No, you don't. Right? So
How
shut your
many
fucking
watts are coming out the solar panel, bro?
The problem is we can't hear him. Test. Actually, we can't hear you. Like you're appearing and disappearing. You come and disappear. I wish you can just do your normal
He
voice
didn't put any money in his equipment. That's what's wrong, man. This is some shitty software, bro. Step your
because
game up.
like you've already hidden your face, so no one will tell you you are. Because at
Right.
the
Just
moment,
turn off the voice changer, bro.
or you can try to find a better one. I don't know. You sound to be. It's as if like a wave, more like a wave hitting highs and lows, but most of them are lows, so we can't be able to hear you perfectly. Then the other one was too deep. It was okay, but even Scamchan is saying that I drop you. The issue is with your voice. If you can try to re-listen, go backwards and try to listen when you are talking. I'm sure you won't be able to hear yourself. I wish you can
So
just do
he's standing here and he's supporting Lloyd and what he's doing, but Lloyd's the one that claims to be getting more power out than he put in. He's claiming
No,
that. I'm not claiming that.
no, that's not what I'm claiming. And you just
He's
did
vi-
that again. That's
okay.
not what I
I'll
claim.
be right back, Chris. I'm going to embarrass you.
That is not what I claim. What I
That's not what you
claimed
claim.
is I
Say it
got
again.
the What I claimed is I got the amps from another source other than the solar panels. So where did you say I said I'm getting more power out than in? Those were not my words.
Give me a second and I'll play it for you, bro. Hold on.
Okay.
Keep. Go ahead. Keep lying to the people. I'll be right back.
Uh, uh, so
Here's the thing,
Lloyd next week
Chris.
we can do. Yeah,
You've been on the channel. You set the channel up. So you're
yeah,
in the group. Okay. So the whole
yeah.
point is it other people doing my experiments or isn't it?
Yes, some guys are experimenting in the WhatsApp group.
Okay. So the whole point is that when I made the statement, and I'm not going to argue if he says I can't take amps from another source. I'm not going to argue with that. That was this because he let me complete the statement. I'm not going to argue with that. The whole point is that this is the statement that I've been trying to get out, show, and I have a video on that where I actually take the battery that I'm charging, I take jumper cables and put it over to the solar side. It's on YouTube and it's been on YouTube for a long time. Okay. So then I show that the charge is charging the battery. So when you see it and I go, okay, we're going to write a book about what I did. Okay. This
Yeah.
is what he has a problem with. Okay. So he talking about more energy out. No, more energy out of the solar panels, or are you talking about out of the whole apparatus
No, you were
where I
talking about
get
your LEDs. You were talking about your LEDs.
no, you thought I was talking about the LEDs because you
No,
said I
your
didn't
whole your
owe money
video
to
actually.
work.
Okay. Actually, hey, Chris, you can actually play it because Lloyd's not going to strike your channel, right?
Yeah, I hope in the future we don't fall out so that it does that. You want me
Nah,
to play one?
Lloyd's not going to change. He's not going to strike your channel. If I play it, he's going to strike my channel. I know.
No, I wouldn't. Why would I do that?
I
This
The
don't
is
need
whole
the
YouTube,
point
bro.
was,
This is YouTube, bro. I don't trust anybody
yeah,
like that, man. That's YouTube,
yeah,
and you
yeah.
don't like me.
that's
Here's the
that's
thing.
what
I
that's what
never
I've
said
been
that.
No one like you,
that's what I've
identity.
that's what I've been telling Scamchan. Usually Scamchan, like when you use somebody else's video, one day you can just wake up and you find yourself with 3 copyright strikes. Like as of now, even if you use somebody's like 5 seconds part only, they'll be able to see you in copyright. They usually, if you monetize your channel, there's a section called copyright where you see everyone who takes your content. So it's
Chris,
up to it's up
you've
to you
used
to decide whether you
you
want to.
you you you've used my work before, and you asked me for permission to use it, and I said sure. Am I right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I
Okay.
was asking for your permission because I know like it has a. There's one day I woke up and I found myself with two of them, and I felt very scared because
Right.
if you get three, they delete you completely. Like they delete all of your channels associated with your name. Uh,
Yes.
YouTube is
I,
very.
what
So
what
I
what I
understand
tell
that
you to do, Chris? Chris, go out and make more than one channel.
I have more than one. So the issue is if you have more than one. So the mistake that I did is I have more than one monetized, but I used the same account, like the same information, to monetize them. So if they
Right.
strike me on any, they delete all of them. But now,
Yes, but I'm
yeah,
saying, yeah, go out and do different accounts. Do from they just get more than one account,
I think it
and
wants you to,
then
like there's that the account that you use to earn money. Uh, you can give different people somebody else to
don't
give.
try to make don't try to make money off the one you call a burner. That's what they call a burner. So the whole point is you open the channel,
Yeah.
you talk about stuff that if you get a strike, it doesn't matter, and you can open up many accounts as you want to, and all of a sudden say what you need to say. If they knock that channel out, then you
Yeah.
still got your regular channels that you earn money from.
Yeah, I see. Yeah, maybe that way. Maybe that way.
I
Yeah,
know
yeah.
I
That
have more than one channel.
yeah,
So
that, that way it makes sense because I know those guys. They can delete you completely on there.
now what I did is every time I got a new computer, I always open up a new account on that computer.
Yeah.
That way that your IP doesn't go back. I have a different email, and since emails are free, you can get as many emails as you want, different names, different what's name, and you can open up all those other channels.
Yeah, usually, so like what I was saying, the problem usually comes when if like you want to monetize, when you reach monetization, you have to open up, you have to have a bank account, or in your you have to have, first of all, you have to have an address. In your case, I think everyone in the US usually has a postal address, so you have to have a postal address. Then that postal address you connect with it with your account now. So there's no way your name can be used twice on the system. It can only be used once. So it means if you have like two or three or four of them, you have to connect them to only one. If you go and open a different bank account, they won't allow you. So if like I saw there's somebody who used to talk about feminism and things to do with that. Then there's a day that he talked about something which many people did not like. He had like
Well,
five of them. They were all deleted. Like he woke up one day, one morning, and all of them were gone. He had
well,
not.
do this, Chris. Go out
Yeah,
on YouTube and just put that into YouTube and find out if anybody else has more than one channel and
yeah,
how
I
they
know.
did it.
I know they do. Most people do. I know most people have plenty, but like the easiest way I've gotten around it is some accounts. If I get to a point where I can monetize an account, it is easier to give it to, like, I can give it to my sister or somebody else. Then it becomes easier. That way, if me I get in trouble, they won't delete it for them.
Right. What I'm just saying is that it's people who talk about these subjects right on there.
Yeah, usually they're sensitive. Yeah,
Yeah, they'll show you how to get an address, a
yeah.
phone number. Because I think they stopped using the VIP numbers, internet service numbers, but it's a way for TikTokers and all that to get new numbers, new addresses, and all that. And I know there's a couple TikTokers that talk about that, how to get more than one thing, because that's their livelihood. So the whole point is that they they have to have more than one address. So just go out on there and find out what they did. They'll tell you exactly how they did it.
Yeah, I think if you can have more than one address, then you can go around it. Yeah, that's correct. I
Yeah.
think. Oh, I tried to research on
Hey,
that.
hey, I told you I don't. I'm going back to what I said earlier, and because I keep getting asked why didn't I watch the whole thing. The foundational statement which threw me out was you actually saying you got more out than in. That obviously is something is wrong if you're telling me that's what you're getting. You're not measuring something right. So that's why I didn't need to watch everything else. Because once you opened the door, it was wrong. It was like this is completely wrong.
Which video did you want me to play?
I got something for you if you want me to play it.
Yeah, you can play it if you think it's, but you mean Lloyd's video?
No, I actually have a copy of it in my own because I think he's going to delete it once he knows which one it is.
Okay, 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 no problem. You can share. You share. Oh, I see.
And you see this?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
If you play, are you playing it?
Did you hear it?
No, no, no. Is the audio on?
Mm,
You
yeah,
took it
I don't know
all.
how you turn that off. Yeah, I did because I have to share it and turn on. It says share with audio. Allow share audio. There you go. And you can't hear this. Hold on, let me hit play.
No, it's not bringing audio.
You couldn't hear that?
No, 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 no audio. But what you can do, your microphone can pick the. Is it your?
Okay.
Is your?
Oh yeah, 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 yeah. Let me put my headphones on. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. that you can have more power out than you put in. Did you hear that?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, again,
Okay.
I said that was the statement that made me rethink everything over my opinions. This guy does not even realize that is a fundamental flaw in thinking. If you think like this, I can't believe anything that comes out of your mouth.
Okay. Now, Chris, you see how
Yeah.
he just took a small snippet before he let the statement flow?
Oh my
This is
God.
this is the reason why you know that you can be manipulated, because he said, "I'm just going to take this up because if you don't know what I said afterwards, okay, anybody
What
can do
makes
that."
that statement better? What makes that statement? Those
It-
are your words, Lloyd.
but the whole point is, that's the whole point. You don't know what's being said. I showed that, and you think
I
I'm gonna
did.
delete that video? Oh my goodness, I'm not gonna delete
Again,
that.
okay,
That's
that's
one of
not
my
the point. That's
favorite
not the point,
videos.
Lloyd. That's not the point. The point is
The
you said
whole
you can get more power out than in. You said it. Now,
Guess
why
what?
would you say that? Why would you say that?
And I can tell you exactly why I said it. I don't think you want me to tell it, but I'm
I
gonna
want
try
you. I
to.
want the. I am listening. Mic off.
Listen,
Go.
listen. When you have a battery giving supply of amps, and you have voltage coming from the solar panels, and you add those two up to get voltage times amps, then when you look at the amps, I mean the wattage of the two, you have more going into that system than you have coming out. And what I was explaining in many of my videos and even my book, I also stated that what people misrepresent in my word that I made and created over unity is that they say more power out than in. What they're actually saying, that a battery can charge at 20 amp at best before you damage it, but it will discharge more energy out because it's stored energy. And you hear me saying that through several of my videos. So when you say that, yeah, you can have more power out than in for a time, that's because if I take the energy coming out of a balloon, blow it up slowly, but then release it, it's the same amount of energy is stored in there, but not the rate going from the input to the output. So that means, yes, you can charge a battery at this level, but you can take the full amount of that battery out immediately. So
That
yeah, and
was
that
100% garbage, bro. You don't know what a closed system is. If you have a system that has components in it, you will never, ever, ever, ever get more power out of that system than you put in it. If you introduce a battery that was not initially part of the closed system, you just changed the system, brother. So
wait a minute. Did you
again,
even
if the
understand what I
battery,
just said?
look, if the battery is part of your whole system and the solar panels is part of your whole system, there's no external power that's going to be less than, or actually, yeah, less than what you put out in that
Wait a minute.
system. You can
Did
have
did
10
you
million batteries, you can have 10 million solar panels. If that
let's
system is a
understand something.
system as a whole, you cannot have more power out of that system, the entire thing, than what you put in it, brother. You made a
So
fundamental flaw and you're
did you
defending
did
it.
you did you understand what I said?
Gerald is saying that he understands what Lloyd is trying to say, but he feels like Lloyd is
Who
not.
gives a damn? It's a thermodynamic law. What the freak are we doing?
So
Okay.
Bro, you don't
So
know.
here,
Yo, why is Rat Boy talking? Like, why is he even talking? I can't understand a word he's saying.
Fuck
Chris,
you, fuck
Chris,
you, motherfucker.
Yeah, okay, tough guy. Okay.
switch to a
hey
voice of a
Chris,
lady. Yeah.
Chris,
Yeah,
I
let
know
me
he's soft
ask
as
you a
butter. I know he's
question,
soft as butter. He's
and
soft
tell
as
me
butter.
if you understand it. If you
I
can
mean,
only charge a battery at 20 amps,
This
right?
is so goofy, bro. Why are you
Gerald,
If you
defending
can,
this?
Gerald is
you
saying
see
that
what
he
I'm saying?
understands, but it doesn't feel I mean, that doesn't seem like you're explaining him
He-
it properly. I wish
Okay, that may be
Oh,
so,
wait a minute. Somebody just actually agreed with what I just said then.
but here's what I'm saying. I'm
That's your
asking you
homie, Lloyd.
this.
That's your homie.
That, that let me
Do you want to come and
see.
explain for Lloyd better? Or?
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
Yeah,
please, please.
let him come
This is
in.
level one, bro. I need somebody
Here's
to
the
know what
thing,
they talking about.
Chris.
Please, because
Chris.
Lloyd is failing right
Okay,
now.
okay.
Chris.
Let him
Chris.
explain.
The
Yeah,
whole
Lloyd.
point is that if you hear what I'm saying, I want to know if you understand what I'm saying. That's all I'm asking. Is just that you understand. So
Chill, rap boy, chill.
I'm asking you if you can only charge a battery at 20 amps, okay? But you can release the amps at 40 amps coming out, okay? In that reference, is it less power going in and more power coming out
So it
for a
depends.
short duration?
What is the voltage now?
The
Thank you,
same way you
Chris.
got a choice.
Yo,
Wait a
Chris.
minute.
Hey, Chris, I'm
Wait a
proud of
minute.
you, bro. That was a great question right there. I love
Can
that. Go ahead,
I
do your
answer it?
thing.
separated.
Can I answer it? So
Yeah.
here's the question. It's a 12-volt battery at
Okay, so
100 amps. Okay? 12 volts at 100 amps. You can only charge it at max at 20 amps. Okay? But so because it's 100 amps, I can take 40 amps out of that battery. But I can only charge it with 20 amps. So I'm asking you for that duration, if I'm pulling something that's 40 amps out of that battery, but I can only charge it for 20 amps, am I pulling more out of the battery than I'm putting into that battery?
Battery is not a closed system, brother. That's not a full circuit.
But that's my
See,
statement.
that's a
That's
fundamental.
my
No, see
statement.
again,
That's the one you
that's a
keep
fundamental.
denying
But
anyway.
yo, you don't realize you can't have a circuit without a closed loop, brother. You don't even realize that. You can't just have a battery and call that a circuit. That's not a closed circuit. You don't know the fundamentals, Lloyd.
Can Chris answer my question? Did you
It's a
understand
dumb
my question?
question, bro. You just talking
Did,
about a battery.
Chris, Chris,
Yeah, the
if
thing
you
is,
got
It's
to eat,
not a circuit,
do
bro.
you
I'm
do
not
you
going.
know
This is ignorance, bro.
do you know
This
what
is sad. This is
you know
sad,
what an
bro.
equal flow is? Do you know what an equal flow is?
He
They sell
thinks
it
a
on the
battery
market.
is a circuit. He thinks a
Huh?
battery is a closed form circuit. That's what
Now,
he
here's the
thinks.
thing. Here's the thing. Can you pull out 40 amps out of your equal flow, but it will only charge at 20 amps?
I don't have an eco flow.
Where is it getting charged from, Lloyd?
I've seen them. The question that I
Wait,
was asking,
hold on, Chris. Where's the charging coming from? If that battery is getting recharged, where is it going to?
I
Where's
didn't
it
say
coming
nothing.
from?
You're putting stuff
No,
in there
you
that I
said,
didn't say.
you see, he said going out and then going back in. Going back in is recharging. Where's that charge coming from?
I, Chris, did I not say that I
Exactly.
put
You
20
keep
amps?
putting your foot in your mouth, bro.
Chris, did you hear
yeah.
my statement? That's what I'm trying to just clarify. Did you hear my statement? I
Oh
said
my
if I'm
God,
charging
yo.
my battery at
I'm gonna
20
chop
amps,
this up so nice, bro.
okay,
Woo!
and I'm pulling out 40 amps, is that possible?
The question now is to ask by amps. You mean the current?
I'm talking about the current. If you got a solar
So
system, right?
yeah. So
You got a
so
solar system, right?
so in a way that you're supposed to get the power in and the power out. You're supposed to calculate. The power in, which will be like what you're putting in terms of the solar, in terms of voltage and current.
Recharge.
What I'm asking you, if your battery is charging at 20
Like
amps,
yeah.
right? That's my question. Can I take out more than 20 amps on my off my charge off the battery?
It's called discharging. Yes.
That's all I
Yes.
said. So
That's
the whole point is
discharging. That's
for
not
that,
power in, power out. Yo,
but
this dude is so disingenuous, man. He just can't
so
admit
the
when
whole
he's
point
over
was
his head,
that
man.
what I just said. This is the reason why I said this is so confusing because if you heard me, that's exactly what I just said. What he
Bro,
just now said.
you do
I just
not
said that you
have
can take.
no idea what you're talking about.
Guess what? Again, that's exactly
You've
what
been
I just
working
said.
30 years working on this, and this is what you
That's
come up with?
exactly That's exactly what I just
Hey,
said.
where's
And
your
this is
homie
the
at in the
reason why
chat, man? He probably better than you. Where's he at?
it doesn't matter. The whole point is
Yo,
that
can I talk
people
to your
heard what
homie?
I said,
Can you bring
and
his
we
yo, Lil?
understand that
Where's your
you
homie?
just
Yo,
tried
what's his
to
name? Chris. What's
change
his
the
homie's name?
narrative.
Saying Gerald, Gerald,
Gerald.
Gerald.
Gerald, can you come up here and explain what he's trying to say? Because he is way off. He has no idea, and he keeps digging a deeper hole, and he doesn't realize it. Please, somebody come up here and speak Lloyd for me, because I don't speak Lloyd. I have no
Yes.
idea what he's
So
trying to say.
yes, he has no idea what I'm trying to say, and
Because
he's
it
not
doesn't work
trying to.
in any physics world ever. You're just making this up.
Yes, I just made this up.
I'm
Okay,
sorry, I
even though
don't
I
make stuff
explained
up,
it.
bro. I only go with what
But see,
works, and I can't
but
speak about
the
Lloyd because
whole
it doesn't
point
work.
is that I explained it exactly like I explained it in my book, and the whole
That's
point is
sad.
that that's the
Who's
reason
paying
why
for this?
I asked
God
Chris,
darn.
and Chris right now knew that you could do this because guess what? Batteries only charge at 20 amps. You can't charge it over here. You would just
He
mess up
asked
the
you what the
battery.
voltage was, bro.
But and I answered that.
What was it?
You didn't even hear that because you was too
No, no.
busy
What
trying
was
to
it? What?
disrupt.
Yeah, I know. I was disrupted. But what was it?
12 volts.
12 volts. Okay. Now where's the recharge coming from?
We just said that.
What?
So why didn't you miss the whole thing? Because
You
you was
keep
too
talking
busy
about the
trying
battery.
to
You keep talking about the battery. Don't why are you repeating stuff? Just tell me
because
where the
that was
power is
the
coming from.
question. That's where the
Where's the
question was.
power
Why
coming
you
from?
trying to change the question?
Where's the power coming from?
The battery, the battery, the
So the
battery.
power is
Why
coming
do you
from the
try to
battery.
change
Hold
the
on, hold on, hold
scenario?
on. So the battery's charging itself.
Nope, you said that.
Then where's the power coming from if it ain't the battery, Lloyd?
We was just talking about charging it
God, he
from
want to
the
recap it.
solar system. If you have
The
a solar
solar.
system and the
Okay.
battery is charged, see, again, you can't let
Where's
a
that?
person talk.
So what is that power coming out of the solar panel? It damn sure. Wait,
Again,
whoa, yo, wait a minute, wait a minute. This is a
no,
great one. You
you're
just
not.
slipped up.
Listen,
You just slipped up,
listen.
bro. You said the power's
No,
coming from the
you
solar
just
panels,
slipped
but
up.
the solar panels only put
You just slipped
point
up.
oh 0.03 amps out, bro. You just slipped
You,
up, bro. It can't be
you
coming
know
from the
what?
solar panels.
You
It's only putting out a
listen
watt.
again. See, this is why you missed the whole thing.
Point oh
We're not even
0.03
talking
amps
about
at
my system.
17 volts,
We're not
bro.
even talking about my system. This is
You
where
can
you
throw
mess
a
up all
thousand
the
solar
time. You
panels on
keep
there.
switching the units.
You can
I
throw a
asked Chris
thousand
a
solar panels
specific
on there, bro. It
question.
doesn't matter.
I asked Chris a specific question, and now you're trying to
You're
defuse
getting
it by
20 amps.
blowing
You're
up the
getting
point.
20 amps from solar panels. Show it.
Guess what? Guess what? Chris, what was the question I asked you?
He slipped up, bro.
What was the question I asked you? Just tell everybody what I asked you.
He slipped up again. God damn, Lord, you keep doing it to yourself, man.
You're saying if you put in 20 amps, whether you can be able to get 40.
Out of a battery, right? That's what I was asking.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, so I wasn't talking about my system. What I've said is that if you have a 12 volt 100 amp battery and you can only charge it at 20 amps, but you can get 40 amps out of that battery. I didn't say anything else. He added all that into it. So that's what I said that
That means you're
when I
discharging the
clarified
battery. That's what that
that
means. You're discharging the
exactly.
battery. So, what
Exactly.
is your
So
point? I don't know what your
that
point
was
is.
my point. The point is that for that experiment, you can have less going in and more coming
You
out.
can't because the battery is not the only piece in that system, bro. That's why I asked you, where's it coming from? Because that's part of the system too. You can't just say the battery's the system and whatever's going in and out of the battery, that's it. That's not how a closed system works. Will you please look this shit up, Lloyd? Go to the internet and look up. Go ask
Dude,
ChatGPT what a closed system is.
I
You
I
don't know
made
what it is.
I gave you a scenario about a battery and you're trying to take it
Because a battery is
somewhere
not a
else.
closed system. Do you
I
hear
don't
me?
care what it is. That wasn't the
Do you
question, was
hear
it?
me?
It wasn't
Do
the
you
question.
hear
It
me? A
it was
battery alone is not a
is
closed
guess
system.
what? That diffuses the question. You didn't
Oh my
answer it
God.
because you can't.
He
And
cannot
everybody heard that.
just be wrong. You
Everybody
are
knows that.
wrong on
Lloyd, can you
every
hear me?
turn. Every turn, bro.
Again,
Damn, I ain't
you're
never met
here to
somebody who's
disrupt.
You are
Look,
really stubborn to just accept the fact you spent 30 years
you're
on this bullshit.
he's
It
here to
doesn't work,
disrupt.
Lloyd. It doesn't work.
Yes,
And, you,
I know.
and I don't, you know what's funny? I don't even have a claim. I don't have a claim that I'm telling you that it
Just
will
sit
work.
down and
I'm
exit the
saying
chat.
you will never prove that it works. You will never
Exit the
prove it.
live.
The only way to answer that is to
It
prove that
works.
it
It's
works.
just electrons. You add
Oh my
electrons
God,
in the
man. Can you
system,
even
you increase
spell
the power.
electrons? Shut your punk ass up. I don't even know why
You
you
shut,
talking. I don't even
you
know why
shut
you
up.
talking, rat
You
boy.
shut up.
Chill,
Hey,
rat boy.
why are you talking? We don't know
Chill,
why you're
rat boy.
talking because you're dumb,
No.
bro.
The fact that you sitting there
You,
talking to Lloyd like like
all
he
that,
has the
all that.
knowledge,
Why don't
y'all
you
can
try
go
it?
talk to each
Why
other
don't
in
you
the
try it?
background. That's
Why don't you
cool.
try it? Why don't you try it?
This
The
guy,
circuit is
I I
simple,
I
right?
I
Why don't you try
calculated it,
it?
bro. Do you want to
Everyone
see the math?
already tried it.
Do
Yeah.
you want to see the math?
The math, we care what works. It works in the
Do
physical
you
realm
want to
now.
see the math?
Yeah, we don't care about your math, bro.
Do you want to see
That's
it? Yes or
not.
no? Do you want to see yes or no? Either way, shut the hell up if you don't want to see it, bro. This is a waste.
We
This is
just
a waste. You just in
we
here
don't
cheerleading, bro. Get off his
we
balls. I don't even know why you riding this dude like this.
then reduce the
Go read
power
your
of the
Lloyd book
we
in the corner. Go read
can
your Lloyd
we
book
care
in the
about
corner.
your
Go
ass.
read your Lloyd book in the corner and hug yourself, bro.
Your ass. We don't care about your math.
Okay, cool, cool. And you know what? We don't care
We
about your math. What do you ain't bringing anything.
care about your math.
Where's your
We don't
math?
care
Where's your
about your
math?
math. We
Where's
said
your math?
we don't care about math. We don't
Hey
care
Chris,
about
can you
math.
hey
We
Chris, can you get somebody better than this guy? This guy
we
sucks.
don't care about your math
This guy
ability.
sucks. This
We
guy's worse
don't
than his microphone. He's horrible,
math.
bro. This your
We don't
homie?
care
Is this
about
your
your
homie,
math.
Chris?
We don't care about your math. We
Is this
don't
your
care about
homie,
your
Chris? He's
math.
horrible, bro.
We don't care about your math.
God
So
damn,
what's
can we get
your
somebody up here
point?
that
We
knows
don't care
something?
about your point, right? We don't care about your
I
math. So
really
what's
think
that?
that Chris don't want to hurt y'all feelings. I think Chris don't
What's
want to hurt
that?
y'all feelings.
Entity? What now?
Yeah,
We don't care about your
yeah,
math.
yeah.
Yeah.
You said it like 9 times, like it mattered
Yeah.
the first time.
You got nothing because you're
Hilarious, bro.
we got working devices.
Hilarious, bro.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
can't
so
even get
what
your
about your
internet
math?
right, bro. What are you
Okay,
talking
so
for?
give me skills.
Look, he can't even get his argument out because his mic is horrible.
Your math. What now?
Look. Why don't
You
you spend some
nothing.
more money on your voice changer, bro? You want me to help
You
you out?
your math. So you got nothing now. What do you got?
I can help him out,
What do
Chris,
you
because
got?
he's horrible right
Listen,
now.
You got nothing, right?
listen what
I
we
can help
want to
him
say.
out, bro. I got voice changes too, bro. And please
Uh,
don't bring this back. Don't bring
increase
this
your
back, bro.
current, increase the power of the system. You can
Oh
split
my
that.
God.
You can get the voltage from a separate one. You can get
Why
the
is he
amperage from a
talking?
separate one. You
Test,
Hey,
combine
Chris.
the system.
test.
Chris,
You increase the
this has
power.
become conversations of people making
What
claims they can't prove. They cannot prove it.
so you got nothing on
They
us. Yeah.
cannot
So you
prove
can
it.
sit
There's just a lot of
up
talk.
and live your
Wait,
life.
wait
But
again,
it's really
wait again.
simple. We
Test,
don't care
test,
about
test,
your
test,
math. So
test,
you
test.
Is this your
compare
homie?
us.
Is this your
Hold on,
homie? Is
Lloyd.
this your
You
homie,
don't care
Chris?
about your math.
No, I don't know him.
You don't
Test,
care about your math, bro.
Oh, good, man. I
test,
wouldn't claim this dude.
test, test. Like I think test. You are trying to put out some point, but I just wish you could maybe you could be more audible, or you can just do your normal voice. Unless if or you're somebody who's on the show and you've gone and changed the voice and all that, you don't want people to recognize you. The name he came in with is test. You know, you can one during the time of joining in, you type your name. So the name he typed is test. So I don't know who he is, but I don't know why he's trying to hide the voice. But now it's not audible. So, but
So the
I
weird
also
part
think
is you got somebody up here claiming that he's the first one to prove that you can get more power out than in. That's what he claimed in his video. He's the first one to ever do this. But yet this goofball that's trying to support him is telling me, "Oh, it works." How would you know if he's the first one to ever do it?
I think
What are you talking about, bro?
I
No, no,
think
you're
test.
trying to shift the topic again, you moron. Shut
What
up.
are you talking about, bro? It doesn't
What are
work.
you talking about? We
Show me
don't
it
care about your
works.
math, so shut up. We don't
Show
care
me your
about
works,
your math.
bro.
It works. If you don't believe it, you
Okay.
don't believe it. We don't care. So
Okay.
shut up.
Then climb in your rat hole and chill, bro. You are not
Yeah,
too
you
big for
have
this
a
Hey,
rat
convo.
hole.
You're
hey,
not big
Chris,
enough for this convo, bro. You're not too big for this
Chris.
convo.
I think it's
Here,
Jamaican. Yeah.
here's the thing. Every time me and him go back and forth, I sell way more books.
Yes,
Matter of fact,
I'm trying to
ma-
get you out of the hood, Lloyd. I'm trying to help a
and
brother out. You
here's the
need the
thing,
money, bro.
Chris.
I make my money off technology, bro. I don't make my money on the internet.
Listen,
So this is all
because
fun
No,
to me.
the whole
I
point
don't.
This
was
is all
is that
fun to me,
Lloyd is
bro.
right.
I don't make
I
Lloyd
money
would
off of this.
created
I
the
wouldn't
brain.
even
You
be
don't
known.
understand.
I wouldn't even be
So
known
shouldn't you be
if
thanking
it
me, Lloyd?
wasn't for him. Do
Shouldn't
you
you be
understand
thanking
that?
me?
No, listen,
We don't
my
care about the
videos
internet.
Yo,
on
tell Rat
on
Boy I'm that
YouTube
important. Tell
were
Rat Boy
getting
I'm that
75
important.
people to
Tell Rat
200
Boy I'm
people
that
at
important.
max. Until he and his buddies
Tell Rat Boy I
invited me
got you
onto his
people, bro.
show, and all of a sudden they start going to 6,000 and above on my channel.
Yeah,
Now, those people are now buying my books. And I already
really,
told you that I was close to 100,000 when they
really,
start buying my books.
really.
And the whole point is that every time me and him go back up, I always go back and check
Are
what
you
my
out the
books are
hood
doing.
now? Are you out the
How
hood
many
now?
Because
how many
it,
how many
Are
copies
you
so
out
far?
the hood now? I hope I got you out the hood, bro.
No. Wait, ID. How many copies
I hope
have you
I
sold?
got him out the hood, Chris, because he's talking shit like I'm supposed to be mad about that. I'm helping you out. You don't need the
yo,
ID,
help, bro.
ID,
but
wait.
why would
He answers.
I say I'm being mad? I
You
am
bragging
thinking,
about me getting you numbers, bro. That means I am more important than you.
yeah, okay, thank you.
You're welcome. That's all I asked
Yes,
for. Just say you're
th-
welcome.
thank you,
But
That's
it's
thank
all
you.
I asked for, bro.
But guess what? If that makes you feel good, that's the
It
whole
doesn't make
point.
me feel
Because
good, bro. I don't need the internet.
but
The internet's bullshit to me. I
but
don't care about the internet. I only care about
but
the
yet,
truth and actually
then why
speaking
are you
science. That's
here
all I
on
care
the
about.
internet?
That's
That
all I
doesn't make
care
any
about, bro.
sense.
I just come
Why
out
are
here and
you
bring the
here
truth.
on the internet?
I just
Then why are
answered
you
it.
here on
I
the
just
internet?
why you ask it again? I just answered it. I'll say it again. Chill, rat boy. I'll say it again. I
YouTube,
worry about the science. I worry about the science. I worry about the
Oh my
science.
goodness.
That's it.
Then
we
the
don't
If
care
you
internet
come
about
in
just
here with that BS, then I
yeah,
chop you down.
live
That's what I do.
glad. We don't care
okay.
about your math. It works. You can add
Okay.
electrons to the
Hey
fucking
Chris.
system.
Hey Chris. If you know this dude, can he put $1,000 up to prove that it works? I'll back it.
Actually, I don't know him. His name. He gave me the
All
name.
right. Well, if you ain't got money to put on the wood, then shut the hell up. I don't know why you talking. Just show me. That's all you got to do.
Here's the thing,
YouTube, you
Chris.
idiot. Can't you fucking see?
Oh, did I hurt your little woo woo feelings? Oh,
No, you got nothing on that. It's in YouTube, bro.
oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your little feelings.
You
I
want to
think
do
it
an
means.
ad
I'm
hominem because you got nothing
sorry,
on the
bro.
digital
I'm
object?
Chris.
sorry, bro.
Yeah,
Chris.
I'm
The
I
sorry.
think. I think it
look,
means. Wait, ID.
the,
It means like YouTube people can be able to find you. I think you were saying something like that. Maybe
I,
that's why
I, I
you're
mean,
trying to.
honestly, he's irrelevant because he's just talking behind Lloyd. He's behind Lloyd. Lloyd should
but
be the
here's
one
the
talking,
thing.
not him.
But here's the thing. Anybody who gets behind me, he's going to do that the same thing. And I don't know what you
Because
call
y'all don't show
disrespect.
anything, bro.
Okay. But the whole
why
point
don't you
is that
Actually,
you
anytime
Y'all
moron?
don't show
any
anything.
anytime
Idiot.
anytime that you got YouTube videos actually showing something, anytime that you base your books on what you've actually done and the work that you've done, and you have him doing that, it's
I'm a
because I'm
published
doing
author, bro,
something right.
in the
Okay,
space.
it's because I'm doing something. Anytime that the industry
Just
tells
I
you
just got
don't
you
do it,
thanking me, bro.
that's what
You
you
thanked
should
me
be
for your
actually
success.
looking at.
You
Okay,
thank me
and
for your
that's said by
success.
a famous
Yes.
person. That's
and
that's said by a famous person because guess what? They're trying to shut you up
It's called the
instead of
voice
just
Who is
changer,
they?
listening
idiot.
and
Who
having
is
a
they?
conversation. He's going to try to destroy your work
Hey,
before he
who is
even
they?
knows what your work is.
Hey,
So
Chris, who
that
is
was his
they?
whole point. He did it,
Chris, who is they?
and that's the reason why I'm telling you, if you get Dr.
Oh my
Elliott and
God, bro,
Desmond
your
to come
filler
on
words are
to the
trash,
show,
bro.
we can actually have a conversation about
Then
something
bring him up. Can
scientific.
somebody come up here and speak some actual like science,
Can you
please? This
can
is
you hear me?
ridiculous. You got Rat Boy talking, Lloyd talking goofy stuff. Where's
Can
Gerald
you hear
at,
me?
man? Where is
uh,
Gerald at?
uh,
Can you hear me?
we can
Gerald,
hear
can you
you,
give it a shot,
but
bro?
your
Come on,
voice
man.
voice is not okay. So network Metatron is saying that it maybe might be. I think that you need to be 18 plus to talk. Does it mean test? Are you hiding your voice because you are under 18 or what? One?
Don't be stupid. Of course, I'm not under 18. Are you guys stupid?
Damn,
No,
you call
Metatron
Chris
is
stupid?
stupid. Chris, you're
Why
not
you
stupid,
calling
definitely.
Chris stupid? Why
Metatron
you
is
calling Chris
stupid.
stupid?
Can you hear me?
You
so
you call
so
Chris stupid?
so why are you hiding your voice?
Don't I have a right to privacy?
Oh my God, you got a right to education too, bro. Go learn it
Well,
instead of listening to Lloyd.
You
Lloyd
not
is not the source, bro.
you have a right to privacy, but you also it will be nice if you can also be able to hear you like perfectly.
Yeah, we can't hear the garbage you
You
talking, bro.
I doubt like on the background I can hear you but from far. So I don't know if the people watching whether they hear you like perfectly. Anyone can you confirm if you can be able to hear what Test has been saying? The guy's name is Test. Let me remove this comment you see. Test speak and we see if they can hear you or not. Say something.
check. Can you hear me?
Okay. Confirm if you can hear Test. Is this guy said chat can you hear me? But I hope you're not under 18.
I'm not under 18, of course.
Let's see if anyone will confirm. But yeah, but I wish your voice could be like. There's no way you can be able to increase maybe the volume because on my side I see it is on max.
Mm.
Scamchan is saying that they can barely understand. I hope you see that comment. Actually, because for me I'm on the background, and usually on the background it sounds better, but it sounds like you're very far from your microphone, or
Is
either
that
you
better?
have say something.
Is this better?
I think it's better. Yeah. That way it's a little
And
bit
then now
better.
you sound like you're
Is it
17.
better?
Yeah,
Oh my
that's why.
God, this is goofy, bro. Chris is a nice guy, man. Chris is a really nice guy right now. Hey,
Uh,
hey, Gerald, come up here, change your name, use a voice changer, whatever, bro. Lloyd is hurting right now.
or he's saying that he has to go. Oh, but Rachel, he's saying that he has to go. I think I was told by somebody that usually Gerald listen on some other show on Fridays.
All
So I
right,
think
so here's the scorecard, Chris. Lloyd has claimed something that he has not proven. He keeps telling people to buy his book.
Is
Maxwell is
this
claiming
better?
stuff that he has not proven,
But we
and,
don't care
and he
about
says
your
buy his products,
identity. It
right?
works.
I think Gerald is making claims that he that everybody's making
It
these
works.
claims, but nobody's
It
coming
works.
up with showing that it
You,
works.
you
I don't want to hear
don't
your
need
words.
what
I don't want to hear
math.
words. I don't want to
You
hear
don't
claims.
need
Just
Hey,
show
Chris,
it.
math. It
Just
Chris,
works.
show it.
here's
I
the
don't know what
thing.
the
We're
problem
on
is.
a talk
It works.
show.
You
Can you
can watch
at
it in
least
YouTube.
listen
You
to
can
what he has to say?
download and do it yourself.
Yo, even Lloyd's not
We're
listening to
just
you,
here
bro.
for everyone.
this
That's why
Even Lloyd's not listening to you, man. Why are you talking? Lloyd don't even want
test
to hear you.
it doesn't
test
matter.
Chris,
Even if Lloyd doesn't listen to me,
test.
Chris,
Well, it
let
actually
anyone can
let
does,
hear what
him
but
I'm
speak.
saying.
okay. Apparently, you don't know how conversations work.
Yeah, you too. That's why
Oh,
you're here.
wow, that
Just
was
like
clever.
everyone.
That was clever.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
too. Wow, that's all you got, bro.
ID. Let's
Yo, this
let's
is
see.
Just like
too easy,
that.
Chris. Chris, this
Let
is too easy, bro.
let's see. Test like what you joined. Like what did you wanted to say when you joined test? I think people can hear you a little bit better now.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm, all I'm saying is that identity is not here to have a conversation with Lloyd. He's always trying to shift the topic and trying to do an ad hominem. It doesn't matter. The definitions, he keeps on switching the definitions on other contexts. Lloyd is actually correct, but he keeps on shifting everything. That's it. That's what he's doing. He can literally
Apparently, we
look
have
at
another
YouTube.
uneducated
He can
person
look
up
at the
here.
schematic and buy the diode himself. I got the solar panels here working. So I don't know what he's talking about. It doesn't work for him because he hasn't
Hey,
tried it.
okay, hey, Lloyd, hey, Chris, can you ask Rat Boy to actually show voltage and current on those panels, please?
Can
No,
you
you
be
can
able
do
to?
it yourself. Why would I show it? Why
See?
don't you
You
say
see,
it?
Chris? You see? They don't want to do
We
it,
don't need
bro.
to
They
prove
don't
it to you, bro. We don't need to prove it to you. We don't
prove
need to
it to
prove it to
Chris.
your math.
Prove
We
it to
don't need to prove
Chris.
it to your logic.
Prove it
You
to
can literally
Chris.
buy it yourself.
Prove it
So
to
what's the
Chris.
problem? Why
Prove
don't
it
you
to
do it?
Chris.
Why
Chris
don't
has
you do
been
it? We
asking
don't need to
for it.
prove it to you. Who are you?
Chris has been
Who are you?
asking.
Why
Are
do we
you
need to
rat
prove it
boy?
to you?
Rat boy? Rat
Why
I
boy?
do we need
think
Rat
to
boy?
this
prove it to
guy.
Rat
you?
boy?
Meter
Rat
check.
boy?
Meter
Rat
I
the
boy?
think
meter cannot
Hey,
prove internet.
rat boy? Rat boy?
Meter
Chris is
cannot
asking.
prove internet.
I'm not asking. Chris
Meter
is
cannot
asking. This
prove
is his
internet.
channel. This is
I'm
Chris's
asking you.
channel.
Can the meter or internet?
This is Chris's
Can it
channel.
not?
He wants to see it, not me, Chris.
I think
We don't need to show Chris. Okay?
Wow.
Here from
Sorry,
the
Chris.
beginning, all you're trying
Sorry,
to do
Chris. I
is
tried to help you out
Hey,
there,
from
Chris.
Lloyd's
I think I
message.
let,
think I think.
That's what
let,
Wait,
you've
wait,
been
let me
wait.
trying
let
to
me
do in
say
the first
something.
place,
Test,
Sorry,
right?
test,
Let
Chris.
me say
You don't care.
something.
test. I
Sorry,
think test
Chris.
is
This
is
is
Let
telling me.
looking bad. This is looking really bad right now.
Wait,
can I
wait,
let me
wait,
say something.
wait,
Let me say
Lloyd,
something.
Lloyd, first. I think,
Okay.
I think, I think test is this guy. You see the guy on this on a screen.
I I don't know who he is, but
I
here's
think,
here's let me say
I
something,
think
Chris.
is that
Chris,
guy is somebody who knows us or somebody who we know. That's why he has gone ahead to.
I would assume so, but that's what I was going to make a statement is that again, I said it earlier, there's a you made a channel, okay? And everybody that's come on there's a lot of people on that channel and they're testing the work. The whole point.
Yeah,
But the whole point is that when we get people who are disruptive, we kick them out, man, because the whole point is that we're trying to create something and build on something. It doesn't matter if someone makes a mistake or not. The whole point is that we're working on it because that's how things get done. We work on everyone's theories and work that's been shown and demonstrated, and if people could reproduce what you do, then it becomes a fact. But
Can't
anytime you have
reproduce it
just
if you don't tell me what
one,
the power is.
but you have one person, only
I
one
can't
person
reproduce it if you don't tell me what the power is.
being disruptive, and they don't want you to finish your sentence because they saying it's stupid, it's this and this. He's the one who's making all these errors and
Oh, you know what,
navigations
Scam
and
Chan?
what's names.
Scam
The whole
Chan,
point
you're
is
right.
that
no,
the
no,
whole
no,
point
no,
is that this.
no,
We are making progress.
Scam Chan, you might have got it. You might hit the nail on the head there.
but I don't think so. I don't think that 40 supersonics like that. Like last time you had a conversation with him, you
Or
disagree.
it's that guy who had that helmet on, maybe.
When I come on this channel to show you live, I'll be able to share it live. I don't
Again, you
understand.
said that last time, though, Gerald. You said that last time. Let's be real. A lot of these claims going unheard, man. I'm saying you
Oh,
ain't got to prove it to me. Prove it to the audience. You keep
exactly.
saying it works, but nobody's showing that it works. I don't get it.
Neither is you showing anything.
I'm not making a claim, Lloyd. That's the point. I'm
Yeah,
not
you did.
making
You
the
said you
claim.
did make a claim. You said you have the
Wait,
degree.
I
Show me
there's
a degree.
disagree. I didn't make the claim that it works. I did not make that claim. I rejected your statement. I did not make the claim. You did.
Did
He
you
wait.
hear what I said?
Let me try to
I
understand
did.
him.
Clearly, you
Wait a
guys
minute.
don't know how conversations
Wait.
and claims
you don't
work.
want to do it. That's the
Wait,
I
problem. You don't
did.
want to do it
Did you
because you're
hear my
scared.
statement?
You
wait
Did you
guys
hear
first.
don't
my
know how
statement?
conversation works.
Wait a
Wait,
minute. Are you
I
talking
do wait.
so much
I do
you
wait.
couldn't even
I
hear
do
my
wait.
statement?
I do wait.
No, because Rat Boy talking too. Don't get mad at me.
Wait,
Okay,
Lloyd.
let me clarify
Lloyd,
my
Lloyd,
statement so you can
Lloyd,
hear it. I
wait
said
first.
you
Wait,
said you had a degree.
wait
How come
first.
you ain't showing?
I have multiple.
Okay, well,
We don't
you just
have the
talking right now. You're not showing.
I have
Lloyd,
multiple.
You're just talking right now. You're not showing.
I'll show
Gerard.
both of them if you show me a working system. You made the
Yeah,
claim. I'm standing on mine.
my system is on
it's on
YouTube.
YouTube, bro. You can see
Show your power in, and I'm good.
Okay,
Again, you didn't want to
Gerard.
hear about what the thing. You just said the way I'm doing it, you only want to know about part of my system, and then you don't want to
Because I
know
don't
about
give a shit
anything
about
else.
because that'll tell you everything. I don't need the whole thing. I
Okay,
can tell you from
then
that
we're
statement.
done.
From that statement, all I need is just that the solar
So
panels.
So
I don't
why?
need all the rest of that
So
understand how
garbage.
it
so why are
I
identity
think
we even
I
and
think
talking?
Lloyd,
understand how it
Why do
works.
you even want to talk
Hey,
to me? Why do
hey,
you keep
hey,
coming
look,
back
hey,
talking about me if
Chris,
you don't
wait,
want to
wait,
so
wait.
know?
what I
So
could do, what
I
I
want to
could do
see,
is
I want to see.
I don't make up thermodynamics.
I
That's a
did,
field that's it's already established, right? I
I
study it,
will
but
meet.
I don't
I
make it.
I will meet you for a moment with Lloyd first. Let me first see if I'm able to understand what I think. What Gerald is saying that if it comes to show it live, you want us to share it live to your channel. Let me know if that's the case, like what you're talking about here. You want us to share it live on your channel? We can be able to do that as well, if that is what you mean. But I don't know when you want to come and do that because you always say that you're coming and you disappear. I think yeah. But when I come on next, it will have to be only Chris, Identity, and I because the program Chris uses kind of sucks when there's four people. Actually, it works perfectly. It works perfectly when there are four people or more. You can see that right now we have test, but you can be able to speak. Okay, it's just that test is using some kind of voice changer, but it works perfectly even up to five or six. You can try joining in and see it just to confirm, but it works perfectly. The issue we realized that some people they just don't do well on their site in terms of audio and all that. Let me unmute these other people. I wanted to confirm what he was talking about, but you guys were not letting me a chance to speak.
I didn't know who
But I
you were
think,
talking to.
yeah,
I didn't know who you were talking to.
I was talking to Gerald. But you're good to go. You're good. You're good to go. Gerald is saying that when he comes, he wants to have you on. I did, but I know Gerald is lying. Gerald had never. I doubt if he will ever come back. I think.
Yeah, I mean, the conversation goes like this: somebody make a claim, I'm rejecting it. So the claim has to be proven. I don't have to prove. Everything I've given is bonus because I shouldn't have to prove what you're trying to prove or disprove what you're trying to prove. The onus is on you to show that your work is what it is. That's how the claim is worked. Back up your claim. I'm asking you to back up your claim. That's all. But now I get all these names and this and that. Just we're doing this for weeks, months, Lloyd. Just show your voltage and current on the panels, and we're done. We're done.
No, we're not done
Because I don't
because
care
that's
about
not
what's
my
coming
system.
from. Because you said the power's coming from the solar panels and it's feeding the MOSFETs. That's what you
No, I
said.
didn't.
I told
No, I
you
didn't.
that it's not driving the MOSFETs. I
No, I
told you it's
didn't.
not driving the MOSFETs because it's not enough power the way you're talking.
Listen,
Something else is
the,
happening. And then you went to batteries. Now you're telling me you're injecting current from the batteries. Then you just introduced another source, bro. That means your panels are not worth what you're talking if you need to bring in a battery for it. Why don't the solar
okay.
do what the solar do?
So again, if that's the case, because I believe that's your main point. The
That's all
main
I've been
point
saying,
is that
Lloyd.
wait, can I finish? The main point was I claimed that I had a solar panel that went indoors instead of outdoors. Therefore, you get longer lasting panels because they're not in the weather, and you get this charge from not from the sun. This threatens this because again, when I asked you before whether you was in jest or not, you said you work for the electric company. So when you said,
I
"Yeah,
said
I
I
work
didn't
for the
work for the
electric
electric
company,"
company. I was trolling you.
we the whole point is that it's that is on tape. That's the reason why
I know, and it's also on tape that I said I don't, and I was trolling you, Lloyd.
that was the second time you said
Yes,
I
I
didn't.
admit that it was the second time, right? I followed that
Okay.
up with I was trolling you, Lloyd.
Okay, but the whole point was is everybody heard that. That's the
Okay,
point.
fine. You if you want to think I work for the electric company, it means nothing. But go ahead. Because it's
But
a
the
moot
whole
point. It doesn't
the
mean
the,
anything.
okay, it doesn't mean anything, but the whole point is that it seems to all of us that you're representing the man the industry, and you're doing it fiercely. You're doing a very good job of representing the company, okay? Because you
I
don't
don't
want
represent a company, Lloyd. I represent the science.
then then here's the thing about it. The reason why I stopped talking to you in the first place is because if you're just going to be disruptive so no one can hear, that's the reason why I asked Chris in the first place. Let's just talk to people, Dr. Elliott, what's names, and then they will tell me if it works or not. But you
So
don't want
I
that
don't
to ever
qualify.
happen.
I don't qualify to tell you that.
You, you know why you disqualified yourself? Is
I
exactly what you
disqualify
did today.
myself. Wow. All right.
You did
So
exactly
let
what
me
you
show
did
you what I
today,
do.
and
Let me show you what I
everybody can
do.
hear that.
Nesta, is it Nesta? Is that am I saying that name right? Nesta. So Nesta, you said identity. You can use voltage from battery to create more voltage internally. The whole point I was trying to make is the reason why I want Lloyd to measure voltage and current from those panels, because voltage alone it never tells the full story. You need amperage to tell you the power that's transferred from to and from those panels. And if he doesn't show that, something's wrong, because I need to know what's driving his system, and he won't measure both at the same time. He shows one video, he mixes batteries, he all this other stuff. That's muddying the waters. I'm telling you, voltage alone will never tell you the story. You must have amperage along with it, and it can't come from an external source, because that's not how power propagates through a system. A closed system, that's not how it works. Not my opinion. This is fundamentally known by every designer out there that uses this to create products. I don't know how else to put it there. So if you think that's suppressing your information, Lloyd, I just gave them something that they can use and take to any university and cash it in, because it's valid. It's been proven outside of my world. Every day you use a remote control, a battery in your car, it's based on the same fundamentals I just gave, bro. I don't know why you think that I am not qualified to say what you think you're saying. This is sad, bro. This is
Okay.
beyond just having a beef on the internet. This is
Okay. So
sad.
now, here's the thing, and this is the reason why I talked to Chris. You heard what he said. You got his statement. Okay. So the simple fact is that the point of having the group is to say, hey, I have solar panels that puts voltage, and now I loop this over to the solar part from the battery. Is it charging? Is that not what we did in the group, Chris? Is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
not the site? Okay. So the whole point is the more people who get driven into my channel, anybody who wants to know, come to the channel. Invite them to the channel, Chris, and see the people who are doing the work. The saying that, wait a minute, can you have amps and voltage from two different sources and put it through a circuit and get volts times amps? If you say it can't be done, that's good. Okay. Basically, that's the end of the conversation. But if you come and see that people are having success from that, then that changes everything. But if you don't want that to change, if you don't want that, then yeah, you're going to be disruptive. And that's different from stating your opinion and saying, oh, I don't like this. And, but talking to guests that way, talking to me that way, all because you disagree of what we're saying or what I'm doing, that's what I call disruptive. And you do it more than once. Every time I get on the show, you end up just coming on here and just, oh, I'm going to make you do it this way. Well, guess what? Science is about growth. You're not going to make anything new if you only do everything the old way. You have to test the waters and go out of the boundaries of the old system into the new system. And since we do have a group, and I invite people to groups to say this is right or wrong, then that makes the difference, because I'm not hiding, okay? I'm not behind an avatar. I'm not. I'm out here, what's names, and I said, these are my works, these are my writings, this is what I want to show the world. Come see, and then we can actually have a conversation on why this works or don't work. That's what you talk about a real scientist. That's a real scientist. They're going to say, okay, I got your work. I understand your work. It's in writing. So you can read it and say, okay, you could put red lines all through it because that's how science is done. Okay. You're never going to see me arguing points like that. But that's not what's being done right now. Okay, what he's doing is picking fights with guests and what's names. That's not how science is actually done. That's why I say he discredits himself because the whole point was is that we have to rise above all that, get into groups like we're doing, and says, "Let me see what you're talking about. Listen to what I'm talking about." And then if you disagree with it and say this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, okay, I'm listening. But I'm not going to listen to somebody who has not watched the work, hasn't seen it, discredit everything because of one thing or one mistake or mispronounced word, because that's what he's been trying to do. Find how I'm miscommunicating something. Just like we were talking about the if something moves or don't move, is it energy or not energy? We can go and nitpick that all day long. The whole simple fact is that when you start talking to other scientists, they're going to be going through the same argument, and but it's going to be done more civilly, and it's going to be like simple as this. One scientist say there's no absolute zero, everything vibrates, everything moves, and then you go, no, it doesn't move. That's what science do. They was like, it doesn't move this way, and they're going to tell you if they agree or disagree. Okay, but those are opinions. Those how science grow and think because each person gets to make their opinion. Today, they say ether is been disproven, but there's a lot of other people that says, well, not exactly, and there's a whole bunch of other string theories and what's name that's out there that people say, oh, that's been debunked, that's not proven. The particle wave, all this stuff. They debate these things 24 hours a day. Okay. So the whole point is that it's not about who's right or wrong. It's about just giving a person to his time to speak, say what he needs to say, then comes look at the demonstrations that that person has done, and then say, okay, this is what's wrong with that. But until you do that, it's not real. It's just destroying something you don't even know what I'm talking about.
Okay, I this not around. So, this network Metatron has been asking, like we started the live with him. He's been asking if you can be able to show on your side, Lloyd, that if you
Give
can
it,
be
give it,
able to show.
give it, give it my site. Just go Lloyd Stovall, which you can see. Just give him my name and tell him to go on the YouTube channels, and then tell
Network,
him to come into the channel and actually see it for himself.
I think he
So he
followed.
must.
Check the channel. Network Metatron. Check the channel of Lloyd. It's called Lloyd Stovo. I think he follows you. I'm not sure. I even thought he was in the WhatsApp group. And then ID saying that you claimed more power in out than in. I think he's talking about he's having a conversation with Gerald. Well, I stand on the shoulders of that thousands men. All claims no proof. But next week I'll try. I'll send you the paper load from that guy, and I'll try to convince him if we can do a show with him also next week maybe. Then I will plan. I'll talk with the. I was planning for the talk to be next week. That's why I did not talk with Dr. Ila yet. Today we were supposed to have a conversation with initially it was supposed to have with the ID. I think I told you earlier. Then then Josiah came and Josiah had asked about that you just come in quick and to talk about his paper. So that's why I said let me begin with him because ID had not yet replied my email. So that's why I created I mean that it was a schedule for the live stream with Josiah. But I
Well,
think
I can.
next week I'll try to talk with Dr. Eli early because with him we have to plan early. Sometimes he says that he has to make something like a presentation.
Yeah,
Slides. He has to come up with slides and all that. So I'll have to tell him maybe on Monday. Then we do on Friday. I'll have to tell him in advance, or I'll tell him by tomorrow.
right.
The network Metatron seems that is not okay with the videos on your channel. What have you seen the
I
videos on
I
our
I I
channel?
I think Militant and Identity are the same person.
Network Metatron and identity. No, no. You're
I
saying
think he has two different channels.
identity and network Metatron. No, network Metatron has joined. There's a time he joined before. I know I
Okay.
know I know his voice. There's a time he joined before. Uh there's a time he joined before. We had a conversation with him. There's a time we were with him on the live stream for like 2 hours or something. I know he follows you, like he follows you for a long. He has been following your channel for like a long time. I think
Okay. So
maybe
so so ask him, did he see me actually take the battery and put it over to the solar part?
in fact he says that he has seen. He can hear you. He can hear you by the. He's saying that he has seen most of your videos. I don't know if he can. I tried to
I
ask
know
him if
I'm reading it, Chris. I'm saying, I'm putting it out there. Has he seen the video of me taking a battery that's connected to the charge controller and then looping it with jumper cables over to the solar side?
let me see if
He
he
doesn't
joined.
want to see it.
He joined. No, no, that was test. Test is trying to change the voices. He's saying that yes, he saw it with the charger controller. I stand on my own, bro.
I see it says
Identity has
yes
no
with my
intention
own
of
charge
testing it
control.
at all.
Test, test. What are you saying? Test.
Identity has no intention of testing it at all. That's
Oh, you're coming after identity. Identity, I think, is in a chat. You know, for even uses
all.
like that's just an
All
animation.
his, all his
I doubt.
intention is just to distract everyone.
Are you saying his intention is just to distract?
Exactly.
ID and Lloyd, they go way back, so they have a thing of their own. But next time when we do it, Lloyd, ID say that if he comes, you just
Yes,
so you not.
that is true. In the way I did it, it does equalize. It does equalize on the way I did. So again, you have to use diodes so one doesn't see the other. And that's why I said come into the group so you can see how we use diodes to fix that problem.
Let me see if I can
Yeah.
share them. Go ahead, test.
All I'm saying is that identity doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to try it. All he's trying to do here is to just, oh, prove it to me, prove it to me. Why don't you fucking do it? The circuit is simple, right? All he wants is to have his ego pumped up because he knows theory. We don't care about your theory and your math. You can say whatever. Oh, you can say, oh, I don't believe in the UFOs. It's not gonna work. Well, we have evidence of that. We don't want to show you because you can try it for yourself. Why don't you do the work, you moron?
Follow this link.
And this is what we're saying. The reason why my books go up in sale, because it's like, wow, why is he attacking me? I don't understand this. Why is he attacking me? Why, if he doesn't like it, if he doesn't like the internet, why are you all of a sudden always try to figure out when I'm on and try to be where I'm talking? Sometimes just listen, and guess what? We will figure it out. Whether it's wrong or right, the simple fact is that's the reason why we test these things. And we are doing the work, the group, the what's things, we are doing the work. And the whole point is that we're going to make breakthroughs because we are doing that. Yeah.
ID says that you are this guy with the helmet on. I doubt if that's him. But ID is away. But I think you can listen to you. Lloyd and ID is comedy gold. But yeah, you see, Lloyd, if you guys and ID will have told me in advance that you want us to do a conversation together, that you want us to do a conversation together, I will have put it up earlier in advance. I'm sure it will have had many people coming
Yeah,
in. But now
yeah,
you guys
the
just
doc wasn't it the guy who was on earlier. He said he had already tested my theory. Do you remember that? He was on earlier today.
that's Josiah. I can give you by the his email, but I'll send to you. You said you saw his paper. I'll send to you. I'll give you his email. Then you can communicate with him. He's also in the US, I think.
Okay.
But you wanted 14 supersonic. There's a conversation they were having with him. So I tried calling 14 supersonic, but he did not pick. But I'll send you his email and also the paper from the other guy is called Ken. I'll see if I can get him on the show next week. But his things has a lot to do with special nini, with relativity and things to do with relativity and quantum mechanics. But he says that it's possible to have like electric vehicles running without batteries but relying on energy from space. He has like 11 papers, I think. So he told me to read only up to about three or four. But Lloyd, you're good. You're good. You're good. We go away. I go and sleep. I see it's
Okay.
4:30. It's 4:30 a.m. So
All right. It's 8:27 in the morning here.
already morning time.
Yeah.
And it's Saturday. Saturday, right?
Yeah. Like I said, set it up where we can actually talk to Elliot, whatever, people who's going to come on here who said they tested the work. He
Yeah.
gave me a lot of feedback, a lot of schematics and all this kind of stuff that he gave me. But we need to actually just get somebody on here that's actually going to talk. And that's what people really want to hear, not this back and forth with one person who wants to voice his opinion over everybody else. So if we sit down and actually have a true conversation, I'm not immune to criticism. I love it because that means it helps me expand. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's trying to stop the work because he keeps saying it. Won't you just go back to a regular solar panel? Won't you go back to this? I mean, he said this 1,000 times. And even if he was jesting that he worked for the electric company, he said it. And the whole point is, I believe him because that's what he wants. Go back to an industry that's making money. The gas companies, what's named, own those kinds of industries. But if you start putting your solar panels indoors, they no longer can put you on that meter. And to me, the way he challenges me, not the way he said it, but the way he challenges me, he needs to get people to not even look at this in that direction. That's the reason why he said, "You say this statement and I'll shut you down." Of course you're gonna shut it down. But again, that's the reason why when you made the channel, that was the biggest thing. I was like, oh, I get to show people, and people start duplicating the work. So that's why I keep saying that everybody I'm saying come to the channel and look. And the more people who are doing that, they start to see exactly what he's all about. That he's
All right,
just
enough with
here
this
to
clown
disrupt.
shit, bro. Enough with this clown shit, bro. Hold on. First off, I said, do your fucking experiment. You can go do it. Just show me the numbers. I don't give a damn how many times you want to practice this bullshit. I just want you to see for yourself that you don't know what you're doing, but you refuse to do it. Tell people that I don't want you to do it. I pray that you do it. And I pray that you show voltage and current at the same time so we can shut this whole shit down, bro. Stop talking because you've been talking for 20 minutes. I asked you a million times over. If that was Chris, I apologize. If that were you, Chris, I asked
Yeah,
you a million times over. Just show
I was,
freaking
I was,
work. I want to see the work because I want to see your face when you realize this entire time I've been right. This entire time, all these trolls on the panel and all this other goofy stuff going back and forth. Supersonic coming up here with these bullshit ass accounts and all of that stuff. He wasn't saying that shit when I was here with him the last time. Now all of a sudden somebody's got balls because they got a voice changer. That's crazy to me. But anyway, I said I want you to do the experiment. Why are you telling people I don't want them to see this? I would love for them to see this because I know 100% it doesn't work. But you refuse to do it. So what am I supposed to do? Keep listening to you spill all this stuff on the internet about how much I'm trying to keep people from paying the electric company? Lloyd, you've never been off the grid. You've been paying the electric company since forever. You never was 100% free energy. Why are you lying to these people? You were never 100% free energy. You've been paying electric companies your entire life. And you coming up here lying to these people. You should be ashamed of yourself. Selling them a book that you didn't even prove was correct. I'm telling you. And you know what? I challenged you. I challenged your entire existence by doing what I'm doing. You studied this stuff for 30 years. And then see, here I come, coming with all this knowledge, showing that everything you studied is wrong. I know why you're scared to hear this, Lloyd. This ain't got nothing to do with YouTube views. This ain't got nothing to do with chats and money from a book. I destroyed your world. I didn't want to. I was going to lay you down gently, pause. I was going to lay you down gently and say, look, this is how you want to approach this because you're doing this. It doesn't make sense. You're seeing things that are not there. And I tried to help you. You smacked me in the face with it. So now you get the wrath. It is what it is. I ain't mad at it. I'm just waiting for you to actually show it to the people. Now you got people coming up here saying, I don't want to show you the work. Ain't that the point? Why would I buy your book if you're not going to show it? What is the point? What is the point? I want to see it. I don't want to suppress information. I want people to see that this is a full flam scam. I said it. I'll say it again. I'll say it every time. The fact that you know, 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 the fact that you know that you can't do it yourself.
oh,
This is a scam, bro. This
ID,
is a scam, bro. This is a scam, bro. This is a
ID,
scam. If this is supersonic, he's scamming too. If this is
ID.
supersonic, he's scamming too.
No, no, no. For this supersonic is here. Actually, this is not
Hey,
for
look,
this.
if this is not supersonic, I apologize, bro. But this sounds like you. If it's you, yeah. But if it's not you, I do apologize because I am that kind of man.
I told you for this
I am that
supersonic.
kind of man. But the fact that he don't even want me to hear his voice, that means I know his voice. That means I know
ID,
his voice.
ID,
I know his voice.
ID.
Look, look,
Test,
look,
test,
look. I'll
test.
do it when
ID,
you do it.
ID,
I'll do it when you do it. I'll do it when you do it.
I do it. Wait. I want to
And
go. I
and
want to go.
hey,
I,
Chris, I'm willing.
I want,
I'm willing to put $1,000 up right now. Is he doing willing to do the same? We'll do it together.
I
We'll
want
do
to
it
go.
together. We'll do it together. I'll split the money with you, Chris. I'll split it with you. I get 1,000, he get 1,000, and you can get 1,000 out the win. How about that? I'm good with that. I get my money back, so I'm okay.
On what exactly?
We can do it on your channel. We both can do it live. I got solar panels. I can do it. I can do it. See, look, he don't want to do it. You see, they make the claim, but they don't actually do it, bro. They don't actually do it. This is
For this
wild to me.
for this personic, thanks a lot for being around. Actually, the person who is doing the voice, I mean, test. I think test is somebody who was on the show. I feel
You
like it's
said you
somebody
said
who,
you know him though.
I feel it's somebody who was in the show. There's a time I felt like I got his voice. It sounded more like.
Hey, Supersonic, I apologize because I did think it was you. That's why I said I'm out. And when I'm wrong, I apologize. I definitely thought it was you, but now that if you say it's not you, I'll take your word for it.
For this personic, Josiah came. I tried to call you. You wanted to speak with you. I'm sorry I did not inform you in advance. We planned this just this evening, but he was looking for you a lot, and he said that I can share the email. I can share the paper with you. So I've sent it to you. I think I remember your name. Although it was a funny email, it's difficult to remember, but I'll go through my emails and get it, and I will send to you the paper. And
This is crazy, bro.
I was telling Lloyd went away a long time ago. When you came in, I was telling him that I want to go to bed because it's about 4:35 a.m. my side. Then
Hmm.
I think we can do next week. But I tried to get. I don't know. Will you be able to? You said you can read the paper from that guy I told you about.
Yeah, I could check it out. I could check it out. I mean,
There's sometime I tried going through it in the background. I saw it was more about special relativity.
yeah,
So
I'll check it out. We could talk about it. Can I play my video one last time, bro?
okay, it won't take too long. Huh?
No, it's only like 10 seconds.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah.
This is all you Lloyd fans that swear up and down he never said he wasn't talking about perpetual machine. That's exactly what he been talking the whole time.
Voice again. Volume.
Hold on. I got you. I got you.
And I was the only person who can show you that you can have more power out than you put in. And I was the only person who can show you that you can have more power out than you put in.
There's your Lloyd. That's why I don't believe this guy. That's why. He's a liar, bro. He's a liar, bro. All this time he was talking about he ain't talking about perpetual. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. So now it's your words against you, not me. I didn't say it. I just played it. So it is what it is, man. Hey, Chris, look, like I said, I didn't come up here. You know, I didn't come up here just to start trouble. I like talking about this stuff, but when I feel like somebody's actually pushing bullshit, I'm calling them out. I mean, it is what it is. I don't have a friend in this. I don't make money off the internet. Dude, you still trying with this bullshit ass voice changer? It's horrible, bro. Oh my god, here he comes again, bro.
About
Look,
voltage.
see what happens when I played the video about by Lloyd? It hurt him. It hurt him. Tesla. Hey, you know I got more degrees than Tesla? Did you know that? Did you know I got more degrees than Tesla? Did you know that? Did you know that? He didn't know that. Oh, he must have thought he was an engineer, an actual engineer. Oh, okay, okay,
I think
okay.
it's that guy. You remember the guy who was in the chat, and he was saying that he was saying that kick out ID, kick out ID. I think it's that guy, the guy who had a difficult name. It's this guy. Although I don't know, but I think he's from the WhatsApp group. He might be from the WhatsApp group. But ID is
I have
okay.
no idea.
We will. I think we'll talk again next time. Let me try to get some
Funny,
sleep.
I'm distracting, but I'm not making the claim. I'm just waiting for somebody to prove what they said. What's your point? What's your point? If you have 0 volt, if you have 0 amps, what is your power? If you have 0.3 amps and 17 volts, how many amps? Wait, hey, there's two of them. There's two of them. There's two of them, Chris. I done bought the trolls out.
I think there's somebody in the background because there's a time somebody else was laughing. I think they
You're
also
terrible.
on their side. Let me go away. I did. Yes, thanks a lot.
Why is he still talking?
I did. I did see. I did see you next time. And thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for everyone who was around today. And
Jesus, bro.
thanks a lot for being on the show today. So let me try. Let me try to get some sleep, and I hope we will again have another one next week on
When are you
Friday.
gonna have
Maybe,
one?
yeah,
When are you gonna have one?
most probably on Friday. Although I'm not sure, or maybe Sunday. I'll see if the Sunday I can be able to get that guy called Ken, the guy who shared the paper. I think I can bring him on Sunday. But the one that
Hmm.
I'm sure about is Friday.
What is
But I was
going on?
I was thinking on the other channel, I think I can be able to do it more. Usually the thing is once you do this live stream and once you post it, because it is longer, it's the video which appears to everyone. They call it like how do you call it? Uh like impressions. It appears to a
Hmm.
lot of people in terms of impressions. So the other videos no one is watching them, and also this video no one is watching it because no one wants to watch a video which is like 6 hours. Like no one will
Yeah,
click on.
yeah. Usually, if you have a bigger crowd, like a bigger following, they'll watch it. But
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So majority of the people they don't watch it. So that's why I got to a point where I said like after we are done, I just hide it or I repost on the other one. But I was thinking now on the other one, I think we can be able to do more and do more conversations. Can try to do more conversations because yeah, more conversations on the things to do with batteries and all that. But I
Yeah,
think that way
send me the link to this one because I'm definitely going to use this one. This one was fun. This was actually fun. I'm probably going to chop out the
on
fact
the
that somebody tried to. I'm sorry.
you're saying the link to this video.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Because there's
This so
probably things I don't remember hearing, and I wanted to listen back to it.
so this one is already available on the because I was also streaming on the other channel.
Oh,
The one
okay,
which I,
okay.
which I usually post on about live streams. So you will get it there, just the entire thing.
Yeah, you got Chris Wobbs too, and then you got some Energy Wobbs or something, right?
No. Now the energy webs. I changed the Chris Webs to energy, energy.
Oh,
So
okay,
you
okay,
you get it on that one.
okay. Cool, cool, cool.
Yeah, but on this other one, I think when I wake up, I will hide it on the normal one, which I see that you have about 12 people watching from. When I wake up, I will hide it. I will hide it, but it will be available on. It's called Energy Apps. Or let me try to. I don't know if I can put a link.
Yeah, it came up in my feed.
Or the Energy one. Or that's because I think you had subscribed, so that's why it came.
Yeah, I had the Chris Swabs and the Chris Swabs too.
I said let me change so that because I felt like there's somebody who said that it's confusing. Then I was like, what name
You
now?
got, you
What
got to
name now?
change the avatar to make it different because it looks the same. Because the Chris Wobbs and then the 2.0 doesn't show up in sometimes in your feed. You just see Chris W or something. So it looks like it's the same channel.
Oh, yeah, I think I get your point, by the way. I think I should change. But I did change. Right now, I did change it to Energy Apps. So that's the channel to Energy Apps in case you want to subscribe to it. And this entire stream will be there. In case you feel like you want to clip it, I usually don't have an issue with that. I don't go after people. You can feel free to use, if in case you're watching, you want to feel free to use any section. Feel free.
Yeah, I usually cut up this stuff because when I try to tell people the conversation I had, they don't believe me. I'm like, trust me, there was a guy saying these things, and then I chop it up so they can see it. Like, look, he said this. I didn't make this up, you know? So I think it's funny, but it's starting to become sad because, like, if you really want to help the people, stop lying to them. Like, I don't get people coming at me for bringing the information. Like, I'm bringing it. And you tell me you don't want the math? What? Isn't that science? Wow, it's crazy.
Show evidence. But I do. We will talk again later. Let me go now. But
Yeah, 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 yeah.
I see I still have a lot of minutes. But last week I'd gotten used to sleeping early, so I feel sleep tonight. I've been feeling sleepy.
Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna take it down too. It's like almost 10 o'clock here. So
Or 10 o'clock.
PM,
It's late.
yeah.
It's late. Yes. Yeah.
It's getting there. It's getting there. I'm tired. I've been working all day
Uh,
at the electric company.
yeah. They say that you
Oh
are.
man.
Scamchen, thanks a lot, man, and see you next time. I think I'll be able to do on Sunday because right now my internet nowadays is better, but usually on
Mhm.
Sundays can be crazy, but now it's better. So I'll see you.
See you on the
I,
next one.